Oh me, oh my. Okay, everyone. We are back. And this time, actually, theory stream for real, not getting baited by a tea party that is like 3 hours long. Um, I apologize for not being on yesterday to do it. I know that was the time that I had promised in the afternoon. This time I actually have a good excuse, unlike my usual bad sleep schedule excuse. And, my girlfriend got into a car accident, so I ended up staying up with her. And that in turn did fuck up my sleep schedule. And yeah, and that's an aside, everything's okay. Everyone's okay. We're all feeling great. Um, no one's hurt. Car isn't even that bad damage. Just, you know, it was a little bit of a surprise, we'll say. So, I know you're looking at a black screen right now. Let me open up the game. Or rather, let me see if I can find, like, I might try and find, like, an image from the game or something. Actually, wait, we'll just open up the game. We'll open up the game, and we might just go to the music box, and I might just play from the music box, and we will theorize with that in the background. Just because I don't really want to have the game hitting me with the same shit over and over. We're gonna hit the music box, okay. Is this the, This is one of the good ones. This is good too, but this is a little bit jokey for my taste if we're gonna be doing a theory stream. Then, oh, it's kind of funny though. Okay, this one's actually fucking kind of fire. 1 second. And it's called Suspicion. Okay, so it's either we listen to this one. I will be turning the game audio down too. It's gonna be quite low. Sorry, I'm trying to fix my mic stand here too. 1 second. Okay, like about there. I don't know if I said this at the end of, or if it was in the other stream, because I don't think I had done it at that point. But I think I had mentioned in the past how my square bracket key was fucked on my one keyboard, that it didn't work. And I was actually convinced that I had broken the hot swap socket on it. I took a really good look at it, and I feel like in the past I had remembered... Turn this down. In the past, I had remembered swapping the switch multiple times, and it's still having the same issue. Well, I swapped the switch and it was totally fine, so it's actually not the socket at all. Okay, so this is our current... We have that as a choice, or we have this. I think these are the two, like, mystery ones. Mm-hmm. This one is okay. I'm not sure if I want this one or if I want this. This one's kind of goofy. What is this? No, this is the really goofy one. It's not that one. This one is good too, but I don't really want to use this because it's a little bit much. I think I'm gonna flip a coin here and we're gonna see. Ooh, actually wait, this one's really good too. Okay, look. Stupefaction, Suspicious, and Scar on the score. I'm gonna open up my Firefox right now, and we're gonna do a D3 roll, and it's gonna be best... Well, best of 5 doesn't... I don't know if that really makes sense with 3. So we're just gonna say the first to land on it 3 times. So in the order, Stupefaction, Suspicion, Scar on the score, 1 through 3. Okay, we're gonna have a little bit of a game here. Roll a D3. The first roll will not count here, because it will probably auto-roll it for me. Okay, but I want it to look like a D3, man. Roll a D3. Go. I mean, these ones suck. I want an image. That's not actually a D3, though. This is just rolling a die. I know you can't see this right now. I'm trying to... Yeah, that is pretty troll. Roll a 3-sided die online. Oh, here we go. Okay, this one's good. Because we have a little animation here. It adds to the suspense a little bit. Let me open up a... Add a window capture. Do not make it visible right away. And we're gonna put it on Firefox. Okay. Now, does this update? No, it does not update in real time. Okay. Let's... Okay, this is our voting. So I'll put this here so you can see. I'm gonna lock this for a second. So, stupefaction. This is what we're currently playing right now. This represents 1 on the die. Suspicion. This is 2. And Scar, and the score is 3. We are going to roll it. Okay. And you know what? We'll even do it first to 5 times, okay? And that'll decide what song is our background music for the theory stream. Ready? Here we go. Okay, that's 1 for suspicion. That's 1 for stupefaction. That's 2 for suspicion. That's 3 for suspicion. Suspicion off to a crazy lead. Okay, that's 2 for stupefaction. There we go. We got our first for Scar. We got our second, so 2-3-2 right now. Oh my god, it's a tie? This is cinema. 2-3-3. Oh, 2-4-3. Suspicion. 1 roll away from winning. And there it is. We have our answer. And our game is concluded. We will be listening to Suspicion. Let me remove this. No! Okay, wait, I have to keep that screen open. Where is it? Come back, Suspicion. I must have gone by it. Because it was not this. Yeah, I was gonna say, it wasn't that low. Okay. Let's get to the motherfucking theorizing. That's what we're all here for. So. Let me open this up. We're gonna full screen this motherfucker today. And it's probably gonna ruin my window capture. But that's okay. I know it looks bad right now. 1 second. I just have to get everything in order here. I also have to remove some of these scenes that I have no need for. Okay. So, let me shrink this first. This is what we're working with. Okay? We have some info that we have to go over first before we can even begin to get anywhere with anything. Okay. So, first things first. What we need to do is we're going to lay out everything. So, I also need to go back up real quick because I trolled and I need to find the episode break thing and I need to copy it. Right here. Okay. This is now copied. We're going all the way back down. Boom. Theory, stream, notes. Okay. I have to format this in Google. The other thing too, I uploaded everything for episode 4 onto YouTube. But once again, you know, YouTube is YouTube. Stuff is stuck in processing hell, and I have to make some edits to the videos. Like cutting out some of the long break sections and things of that sort. So, you'll see that. Also, I've been titling the chapters. Sorry, I've been adding the chapters to all of these streams. I don't think that will really affect most people. I don't think they really care. Obviously, depending on when you see this, this will be news, but all the videos will have it now from the statement in real time that I'm saying now. But if there is any like particular sub-chapter of the episode that you would like to witness, then everything that is uploaded going forward is going to have that. Just as an aside. Okay, so first things first. What we need to do is we need to process a lot of the claims that were said from the Tea Party before we even begin, because we want to do some disqualification before we can even begin. And we're going to go in chronological order. So we're going to start with episode 1, aka the first game, and then we will move forward from there. So, there's a few things that we learned in the first game, okay? As of note, for formatting, I know for this it will look different if you're viewing the note archive versus my version that you're seeing on stream. Anytime you see a double hashtag, I did say this before, but the hashtag is a little bit not as obvious. The double hashtag, this is blue statements. Anything that you see with a double asterisk that is contained in it, like this is a red statement. For this section in particular, most of the time when I would write red statements, I would keep them into their own separate line, as you can see here. For this section, if you are viewing this, I put them so that they're kind of conjoined with arrows, just so that everybody knows this is like a part of the argument. Wonderful. Everybody's on the same page now. Okay. So, this is the claim that was made by Battler, that there is nothing strange about the murder of the first 6 relatives. I think what we're going to do first, and you're going to see like my workflow here. So, episode 1 stuff. What we're going to do first is we're going to write down things that we just know. We're going to get the facts. So the facts. The facts. Okay? Number 1. We know, as far as the first 6, we made a claim that nothing was strange about the murder of the 6 relatives in the beginning. It was possible for any that didn't have an alibi. Okay. So, there were a fair amount of people that had no alibi for the first Twilight. Okay, boom. Number 2. And we will identify who these people are in a moment, which is why I'm going to be doing this, and we will probably be losing a little bit of the suspicion as we go, because I have to, bounce between some of the chapters, because we're going to try to recall the order of events. So, actually, before we even start to getting, you know what, let's just lay out how it went down, number 1, okay? We're going to do this for every episode. How it went down, number 1. First Twilight. This was Rudolph, Kiri, Shannon, Goda, Kraus. Who the fuck was the last person? I want to say Kumasawa, but I know it wasn't Kumasawa, because Kumasawa was one of the Twilight kills. I'm going to open up on my other monitor too, you guys won't see this, but it's that, the thing that I've gone to in some of the prior streams, the LP index, where it just shows everything, because I'm going to go and I'm going to view the final, the, end credit thing, where it shows, oh, the results of the game. It was Kraus, Kiri, Rudolph, Rosa. Okay, first Twilight. Now, anything of note in this first Twilight here, which I'll show my notes for, is we want to know which people had their faces fully smashed versus half smashed. Victims were killed in some way that was indiscernible. I can't type, holy fuck. Indiscernible. I think that doesn't look right. Is this how you spell this word? 1 second. It's an E, not an I was about to say. Indiscernible, okay. Bodies mutilated after death. This is faces being smashed, okay? Everyone save, it was Shannon and I want to say Rosa. We're going to do our first going to the characters tab here. I believe Rosa was the other one that had her face half smashed. So if we execute everybody from the first Twilight, I know Shannon was one of the halves. Oh no, it was Kraus. Okay, see, there you go. See, this is what you check. Okay. The other thing that's to be put about this too is that some of these messages seem in the death sequence here that they're written from different perspectives. What I mean by that is that when we read this here, I'll be seeing her again, so I'm not lonely. This reads like Maria is the one that's replying to this. Don't worry, everyone will be revived in the Golden Line. How unfortunate. Apparently he was actually supposed to be on duty in the guest house. This doesn't really mean anything. The rest of them don't really say too much. We start where it all begins. There's not really anything else after that. The only thing of note with that is we'll everyone save Shannon and Kraus had their faces fully smashed. These two only had half of their faces smashed. I don't know why I keep putting smashes instead of smashed. I can't type apparently. Okay, First Twilight. Next, the order was... It was Eva and Hideyoshi. I believe this is the second Twilight. Which was Eva plus Hideyoshi. Killed inside. The only thing that's going to be kind of annoying about this is we're going to try... I don't know how to word this while we're doing this. We're going to try to cut down some things at the start. And then we're going to get more particular with actually recombing through the events of the chapter to maybe see, like, you know, who had an alibi, who didn't. But I don't want to, like, tunnel down too much in one thing. I just want to get the facts of everything laid out. Killed inside a guest room in the mansion. Door was locked, plus had a chain on it when opened. And both were killed with stakes shoved in their heads. Hideyoshi in the washroom, Eva on the bed. Okay. So now, I don't know if there is necessarily... You guys can't see this, I'm reading the website here, but the next order... There's also a very interesting thing here, which I actually didn't notice until now. Weird. One second, I actually will show my, am I on my actual display, or is this... Let me hide my notes. See? Okay. If we look at this, I didn't notice this until now, but there is no third Twilight. Ever. And I don't know why I didn't notice that until now. But I was reading this. First, right? Second. And then it instantly goes to the fourth Twilight. The other thing about the Twilights, which I'll show here, obviously you can see if I'm alt-tabbing around. I'm gonna operate... We're gonna put some general assumptions up here, and we'll add to these. Slash points. So, interesting again, no third Twilight, ever. We still don't know what a Twilight refers to in the game's vocab, I guess, if you want to put it like that, right? That doesn't really... We haven't figured that out yet. Assume that the order of the Twilights will also give us an indication of the order in which they are killed. What I mean by this is that it's done sequentially. So you're not going to commit the fourth Twilight before you do the first Twilight, right? You know, it doesn't really make much sense. But so coming back to this, we can establish the order in which this happened. So it's 4 through 8 that we would care about here. So now... So it was Kinzo. Again, that's where we're going to start to get into some weird fuckery that's going on, because after the reveal during the tea party, whether or not we 100% believe it again, we'll probably have to disentangle that whole web. But we know that the order, at least as the game described it, is Kinzo, Kanon, Genji, Nanjo, Kumasawa. Okay? And I believe, if we go back to the game here, so if we want to look at this, we know we have Eva, and then we have Hideyoshi, right? Both of them, we already know at this point that this was the occult daggers. The game just didn't really have a description for them at this point. But they were both stabbed with the daggers. And yeah. So then if we look at the next set of people, if we follow the order in which they were killed, so then next it says it's Kinzo, right? Because Kinzo went missing. We know he eventually turned up dead and he was burned. Now again, this is a really interesting thing, is that it seems like Kinzo's body is going to be able to be used at any given point that they want. So again, I'm sort of jumping ahead off of the info that we learned in the Tea Party, but we learned in the Tea Party that Kinzo has been dead at the start of every single game. Now, there's a very weird, not that this probably matters too much in the distinction of the game necessarily. Well, okay, I don't think this will matter too much in the scheme of things, but the point that I'm trying to illustrate in my head is that there is a chance that before Kinzo throws his ring outside and starts the ritual and actually begins, like kicks off the game, there's a chance that he is alive at that point. Let's say that maybe the start of the game actually corresponds with Kinzo dying. Maybe that's what actually kicks off the start of the game is Kinzo's death. Let's just imagine, right? Like I'm gonna spitball here. I'm not saying this is necessarily true, but if we believe that to be the case, I think that Kinzo's body is going to be able to be used at any given point that they want, because we know that Kinzo is already dead, but, this is a big but, we have knowledge that his body is still around. We can still look at his body, we can still see the 6 toes on each foot, we still have that to look at. We know that Kinzo's body is still around, so I'm going to go back to the notes here. Here, we're going to say, Kinzo, while being dead at the start of the game, still has his corpse present, meaning it can be used to feign a twilight / place his body at the scene of a crime / locked room. Okay. The other thing that we know about this as well is that this means that if Kinzo is in... I'll put this as like a thing under this. This also means that if Kinzo died in any locked room scenario, right? So if we look at Kinzo and we say that he died in any locked room scenario, we already know it's bullshit. Because he was dead already. His body had to have been placed in the locked room to set it up. I apologize for some of the... Again, we're going to be retreading a lot of ground going through each of the episodes here. And one of my roommates is... Sounds like they're raising a standing desk or they're drilling into something. So again, I apologize. This is the classic, like, upstairs neighbor meme. Okay. Now, we know the order in which apparently Kinzo dies first. Now, as I said, Kinzo's death doesn't really mean too much to any of our theories because we know that Kinzo was dead at the start of the game, but his body was present. It's also of note that there is only one episode where Kinzo lived, which I believe, as I recall, was episode 2, I think. It was 2 or 3. I think it was 2. We'll find out in a minute when I go through it, but I'm pretty sure it was episode 2. And every other episode that he has turned up, Kinzo has been burned alive. So this is another point. Every single time that Kinzo has turned up dead, meaning we found his corpse, he was found burned to a crisp. This is likely to hide the fact that he was already dead for some time. I don't know how, I don't want to like stake a claim too hard on how long he was dead, but that he was dead for some time prior. Okay, wonderful. Now, the next person, as it goes through this, was Canon, which means that Canon was actually the first person. We know that when Canon died, the body burning is 100% made to cover up the fact that he was dead in the thing prior. And I think they kind of exposed that in the Tea Party. I also am realizing now how much my chat is going to be fucking unreadable because I am using... So what I'm actually going to do very quickly is we're going to do like this. Just so that the chat is still readable in case you guys type something. Because I realize that now it will be very unreadable otherwise. So, next we assume that Canon dies. I'm not going to assume. I'm going to almost guarantee that he is the next person that dies. So, actually, I want to put this, okay, no, these are still fair. I want to, we'll just do specific stuff for episode 1. So, we know from the end here that Canon didn't die in an accident. okay? And we know he didn't commit suicide. So, Cannon did not die in an accident and did not commit suicide. He was killed by someone. Okay, this is just the first point. Again, we're not gonna get too deep into exactly everything, but only person, at least that we know of, who was with Cannon in episode 1 was Kumasawa when he died, okay? Again, just laying out our timeline of events. We're going to lay out our timeline, then we'll start going fine-tooth comb over everything to make sure. Now, second Twilight. This one is a little bit weird because I kind of feel like we already broke the mystery of the second Twilight. I don't know why I went back to here. The first Twilight is interesting. What I'm going to say overall is that I think the killer has some way to incapacitate people. I can't type, Jesus. People prior to, I don't want to say like butchering them, but prior to mutilating their corpses. Nanjo in episode 1 says, I remember this, in the storehouse, that the damage done to the bodies' faces was done post-mortem, okay? We know the people were already dead when that happened. I'm gonna go through my notes. Smash. Can we go like up to the top? I'm still seeing Angie stuff. I don't want Angie stuff. It says at least we think. Was this from the first episode? Yeah. Yeah, it was, okay. We are under the belief, and I'll pull it up here on the LP index, wherever we can find it here, that in episode 1, this would have been The Curtain Rises on Tragedy, is where it would have been found out. We'll do death, because it should be able to find the specific spot. Okay, it's probably in the next section. We will go here. Death. So right here, we can see the defacement of the bodies had occurred after death. So this is where I'm basing this off of. And again, this could be wrong, but it means that we now know that the people are being killed and then this is being done to them afterwards. And I think this is true. I'd have to think here. I don't know about episode 4. Episode 4 is definitely going to be a little bit of like a brain teaser. But for episode 1 and for episode 2, I am confident to say that the people were probably knocked out or incapacitated in some way before what happened to them was done. Whether that is by a poison, whether that is by something else, we do not know. But just to put that out there. So if we want to go for the first Twilight in episode 1, I don't know if there's really much that we can say at the given time. I want to try to narrow down people that it like couldn't be, most likely. And then we'll go from there. We know that whoever attacked Ava plus Hideyoshi was in the possession of a master key at the time they committed the crime. The reason why we know this is that the game brought up how the room was chained shut. Now, we already went through my explanation. I think I said it almost immediately when we were playing episode 1 about what my explanation to it was. And that was that the chain, when Cannon snaps the chain, he mentions how easy it is that he can break through it. And so I said there was some way that the chain was fused back together. I don't think it was like welding or something. I think it was much more likely that it was an adhesive of some kind. But regardless, that when Cannon did it, it was very easy. I could be reading too much into that line, but I know how this guy writes his fucking things. I remember Higurashi, and I know that little things like that can come back. So I'm going to say that the chain was already cut at some point, but that does not answer the entirety of the problem, because we know that the room was also locked. So the person had to, I'll put this as an addendum, but I don't really think it, or they were let in willingly by Hideyoshi and Eva. There's no other way that the person could have gotten into the room. They either had a master key to unlock the room. I shouldn't even say a key. We'll just say a key to the room, because they could have had the individual keys, we know from the other prior episodes. Now again, we know that the master key numbers isn't necessarily the constant from chapter to chapter. That's a whole nother thing, or episode to episode rather. Another point entirely. But regardless, they were in possession of some form of a key, unless they were willingly let in by Hideyoshi and Eva. So, when we look at this, it feels like it heavily implicates a servant in the first episode, at least right off the rip. Again, don't know. I'm not going to make a claim on exactly what I think is going on. I just want to get everything down first. It's probably going to be a rather long theory stream, I would imagine. This is actually going to be a lot longer than I think it was going to be. So, but like I said, I don't think there's anything that's too surprising to think about. I don't think they ever commented about Hideyoshi's body or Ava's body. I don't know if we know the order in which they were killed. I don't think we do. We know they were killed around the same time. We know that the person was in the room when they did it, which, duh. I think, if I had to guess, I think Ava was probably killed first. The reason why I'm going to say that is that Hideyoshi was in the shower. I have a funny feeling that Ava laid down and Hideyoshi went to have a shower, and while Hideyoshi was having a shower, Ava got killed. Maybe he didn't hear her, or maybe it was muffled enough that he couldn't hear the person breaking into the room. The person breaks into the room, they cut the chain in some fashion, they unlock the door, they go in, they kill Ava. By the time Hideyoshi hears what's going on, maybe he doesn't even hear it at all, the person then kills him in the shower and leaves him in the shower. I think the water was even still running when they found him. So again, I don't really think the second Twilight this time is that confusing. The person we'll put down here, person almost certainly, if I can scroll down further, almost certainly cut the chain of the door in some fashion before refitting it when they left. Ava was likely killed first, and then Hideyoshi after. So, the other thing that we need to think about here is there was some question that was posed multiple times throughout the first 4 episodes, and we don't really have an exact answer necessarily. But we were told that it's pretty unbelievable to think that the weapons that they were using were, by the weapons I mean the stakes, that the stakes were heavy enough that you could actually just whack somebody and punch a fucking hole through their skull. It was pretty questionable if that was true or not. Now, if that is the case, that means that whoever is behind it, well, okay, so we have 2 timelines that we have to work with on this. The 2 timelines that we have to operate under, or 2 timelines, I'm being stupid. The 2 possibilities are that it is possible that you can just stab people with the stakes through skulls, through bones and whatnot, and okay, then we don't need another explanation. The other more interesting explanation, which I'm going to put down here, actually I'm going to put it here. If it is not possible to kill someone with the stake alone, the killer has some means of creating a wound channel which they put the stakes into. The only thing that's weird about this is, how do I word this? The only thing that's weird about this is if we imagine it was a gun, okay? I don't know what kind of gun you would use that you would A, shoot somebody point blank and you would not have a massive exit wound on the back of their head, number 1. Number 2, that other people in the mansion would not hear, right? The guest room wasn't that far away from the parlor where everybody else was staying. So you have a little bit of a discrepancy that in some of the prior episodes, people are being killed with something that's like punching holes into people. In some cases, a gun can be used as an explanation. However, in most of the cases where these people, I spelled cases wrong, where these people are killed, there is no exit wound on the back of their heads / other parts. Well, I guess the other parts of the body, it's not necessarily as interesting because, not to be rude, but like it's not like your knee is very long. Somebody could gouge you through your knee and it wouldn't be unbelievable, but there's no exit wound on the back of, we'll just say, the body part targeted. So there is some other way they are making these. Also, how would people not hear a gun go off in some of the cases where people were killed only rooms away in the same building? Okay? That doesn't really make too much sense. You're on an island that's not that big, you would hear a gunshot. It's not going to be a secret. So, we don't know what that weapon is right now. We probably will not know, but we just know that there is some other way. I'm going to separate these out so it's a little bit more readable for everybody. Jesus, I hate that it does this side click, which full. I don't like that. Okay. So, that's where we're operating with this. Let's go back to the game now. So, again, if we follow the order of what happens, then it's Genji that dies next. Gouge the stomach. He was found in the parlor. Now, these three, this next set of three, were found together. All three were found together. And again, face smashed. Face smashed. Face smashed. So this is another interesting case where Eva and Hideyoshi did not have their faces smashed, but these next three, which were probably killed in relatively quick succession. So if we put this here, Genji, Nanjo, and Kumasawa were found dead, gouged, with their faces smashed. Okay? And we'll say they were killed in relatively quick succession. Ooh, sorry. Ooh, Jesus. They were killed in relatively quick succession. I believe it was in this chapter as well. I'll pull it up here on the, on this. But I'm pretty sure as well that, I think it's in this chapter. Yes, because at the end of it, it was that the four of them got kicked out because of the letter, because Battler and Jessica went up next to the poster or whatever. And yeah, so it was that the four people got kicked out, which was Genji, Nanjo, Kumasawa, and Maria. And eventually when we found out, it was only, what do you call it? It was only Maria that was left alive, and I'm pretty sure it was said here, the parlor killings, they were not killers, so we know it was not one of these three. We know this is a little bit later. And I think it was in episode 1, I'll read through here. Maria did not kill them. Their deaths were a homicide. Unidentifiable corpse, blah, 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 blah. Guarantee the identity of all unidentified corpses. There was no body double tricks. So this is where it starts to get odd. Because we have to... Simultaneous murders, we obviously know that this did not happen. I think she even said so much at a given point that it was, I don't know where she said it at some point, but she basically said that, like, she guarantees the identity of all unidentified corpses. The other thing, too, we're gonna have big questions, okay? We're gonna have a few of these for each episode where there's a few things that we want to know that will probably be the linchpin, that if you figure out what everything is hinged on, it will all make sense. So the other thing as well that I want to put in the general assumptions is that Maria, in every single episode, except for episode 4, we'll just put it as EP4, states that she receives, I before E except after C, receives a an umbrella and a letter from Beatrice, okay? In episode 4, she states she gets it from Kinzo. Now that's another interesting thing. How is that true if we think that Kinzo is dead at the start of the game? Now again, this is another thing to bring up, that it depends what we mean at the start of the game, right? I'm going to put this down here somewhere just because I think it may be important at some point. Depends on Kinzo being dead at the start of the... I'll put this in quotations. The start of the game. It depends if this means he was dead when everyone arrived on the island, or if he's only dead once the conference / first midnight hits. Beatrice told her that she is Kinzo now. Maybe since Maria likes Beatrice, she obeyed, as I'm assuming. Maybe I don't understand what you're saying. I might just be slow. I think I don't understand what you're saying. Oh, wait, no. I think I get what you're saying. You were saying that because in the tea party, we found out that... Or I shouldn't say found out, because I don't think it was ever actually guaranteed that it was true. But it was the theory that was given that not only is it the headship that gets passed down, but it's also Kinzo's name itself. And in what you're saying is that if Beatrice was the one that received the headship, she would also be Kinzo. I think I get what you're saying, if that's what you're saying, which I think it is. Yeah, so that technically is not a discrepancy, depending on how they word it. I think there's also a few things that we have to, like, constantly... Yeah, we know that Maria would 100% obey whoever Beatrice was. And I guess, let's put this here, too. I'm going to assume... Okay, so this is what I was saying, in the tea party thing, which I don't think I described very well. But there's one scene in particular in the 4th episode where Jessica is fighting Ronove, and Ronove mentions Genji. Let's see if I can find this here. I want to go up. Yeah, so right here, it was that Ronove insinuated that Genji was his vessel. I didn't put down the exact quote, but there was a very, very, very odd phrasing that Ronove had made. And what I was trying to get at with, yeah, see, the thing is, like, I get what you're saying. I guess it's kind of impossible to know. It sort of depends what they mean by game, because, like, the thing is, like, we could both be right. It kind of just depends on exactly how the thing went down. Because what you're saying is, like, if we buy into the theory, which I want to go back through the messages to see if Kinzo... The passing down the name thing, I don't know if we have a guarantee on. I think we did through red statements that was a thing that was probably what was happening. Which means that this statement is also true. However, what I'm also saying, and I know you're not disagreeing, I'm just trying to voice it, is that, it could also be very well true that if the game had not started at this point, which we know that when Maria's in the Rose Garden, this is prior to the family dinner and everything, because it happens when they return from the beach. That's the other thing that might be really helpful, is to put together the string of events that, like, kind of always happens. Like, there's a little bit of a deviation, but I think I'm going to do that next, is to put down the line of events that always happens, because everybody arrives, everybody talks together on the beach when they get off the boat initially. They get off the boat, they go, they meet people in the Rose Garden, and then they go into the guest house, they leave the guest house, they go back to the main mansion, and Maria I believe when they go to the guest house, refuses to leave because of the rose in the garden. This is well before the family dinner ever starts. Then Rosa disappears, she goes and she lays down. It starts raining prior to the family conference dinner. Rosa remembers that Maria is out in the rain alone, and then when she approaches it, because we know that Maria gets the letter before the dinner, obviously. She reads the letter at the dinner. So she has to have it prior. I guess it depends what the start point of the game is, because if they say the start point of the game is the family conference, or like you said, start of the game could mean the rip, like right off the rip start of the episode. And if that's the case, then it's definitely not Kinzo, and we're going to lean more towards the whoever Beatrice is Kinzo. But if it's more what I'm saying, and we have a little bit of vagueness around what start of the game means, it could very well be possible that Kinzo was the one that gave it to her. And that is true, but I think the other thing too with Kinzo being burned is that he's purposely burned to hide his time of death. Because let's imagine there's two levels to this, I guess. There's the first level with what you're saying, where I agree with you, that like he died a long time ago, so they want to burn his body so that if Nanjo were to see, a corpse that had been sitting for a month or something, or however long it was, who knows how long it was, it would be really obvious to be like, this is like pretty progressed like decay, like he's been dead for a while. That would be really obvious to say. However, what this also could be is that if Kinzo died a lot earlier than we would know as well, let's say he dies like the day of everybody arriving, maybe it moves a few hours depending on the start of the game, burning his body also hides the time of death to where it would be a very big tell one way or the other. I guess I don't want to use the game's terminology. It's sort of like a devil's proof, because until we can provide proof of when Kinzo died, any argument, like he basically could have died at literally any given point up until the last time everybody saw him. So it's sort of impossible to prove the exact time that he died, but I guess what I'm saying is that let's say that, like, if we buy my theory here for a second, let's say we agree that it actually was Kinzo that gave her the umbrella in episode 4. If we buy into the fact that it was actually Kinzo that gave her the umbrella in episode 4, and then he died shortly after and was burned after, that also would still give the same appearance of being unable to know the time that he died. And then you would also have a little bit of a paradox. Now again, this is where it comes down to, and maybe this is a little bit of me not being trusting of the red statements, but because like I said, I think a lot of the red statements, there's some of them that are fine, because they kind of just confirm, or they shut down like stupid possibilities. But there's a lot of red statements that are very intentionally left vague, or they use very like weasel words to get around talking about certain things about the crime, if that makes sense. And so then the problem with that more so is that I find it really hard to believe that Beatrice is being genuine at any given time when she is making a very broad, sweeping red statement claim. Almost every single time that Beatrice has made a big, wide, sweeping red statement, there is some loophole in it, there is some way that you can weasel out of it, there's some way that it maybe doesn't apply in a given scenario. So I think there is a little bit, now to be fair, mind you, this doesn't necessarily mean that much in the scheme of things. I don't even think it's actually that consequential for the whole what's happening in the game, because as far as we know, outside of Kinzo, nobody else ever dies before the conference. It never happens. So all we're really trying to determine is like the time of Kinzo's death, and whether or not all this it's sort of inconsequential. It doesn't really matter. I don't think it actually plays that much of an effect. It would be like maybe a little bit of a twist that it matters a little bit for episode 4 in particular, but I don't think that it let me see. She did say something about 17 people. Let's see. It would have been more towards the end here. Just do 17. I should be able to bump into it here. Okay. Okay, that was the blue statement. That's also a blue statement. Where did it highlight? Here. Kenzo is already dead at the starting time of all games. Thus far, I've been declaring that no more 18 humans exist on this island. I will lower that by 1 for Kenzo. No more than 17 humans exist on this island. That excludes any 18th person. The problem is, again, this doesn't really... This doesn't disqualify what I'm saying. But like I said, what I'm saying doesn't necessarily even really matter that much. Like, for all intents and purposes, Kenzo doesn't really matter for most of all the games. It would just be like this one very particular point. Because I still don't know if there was a confirmation that was given about the title of Kenzo being passed down over and over. I don't think we ever got red statemented about that. The only thing is, this here does kind of disprove the statement about it saying that his life or death status is the same at the start of each of the 4 games. Because the thing is, this statement and this statement actually kind of disprove what I'm saying. This statement alone doesn't, because again, you could weasel a little bit with like, what does start of a game mean? But when she says it's same at the start... Actually, no, this doesn't really disprove it either at all. But again, I don't really want to get too hung up on this. I don't think it really matters that much. I don't think when Kenzo died is necessarily important. The other thing that we have to think, right? There is a succession that we already know about. I have the image somewhere here. One second, I'm going to hide because I don't know if I will leak something when I do this. One second, let me find this. I think I did this in like the first stream. Let me open this up. And boom. So let me... This is like our line of succession. So if we follow the line of succession here. Now, this is of importance as well. I believe at a given point in the game, we were made aware that when the title passes down, it does not... So Kenzo dies, or we'll assume he's dead. Again, we don't know where Beatrice plays into this. Jessica is before Ava, but that's what I mean. It does not necessarily read across like this. The way that it goes is if Kenzo is dead, it would go to Kraus. Then if it is Kraus, if Kraus dies, it goes to Jessica because he is a part of her family. Then if Jessica were to die, it goes to Ava. Then if Ava dies, it goes to George, and so on. This is the seating arrangement that they had at the tables. So you have the first 4 siblings, then you have each of their next of kin, and then you have their spouses. The thing that's going to be important about this is we don't necessarily know where Beatrice fits into this entire scheme. The way that it seems is that Kenzo passes off the headship to Beatrice at the start of the game. Now, again, the only thing that's weird is I am still under the assumption that Beatrice is one of these people. Also, exclude Rose's husband. I just put this here because I didn't know if we were going to get Rose's husband, but pretend that doesn't exist. We have this group of people. It seems to be that Kenzo overturns the ring to whoever Beatrice is. That person becomes the head. Now, if Beatrice is the head, we can't necessarily make... This is where it starts to get confusing, right? Because the next head is the person that we recognize as Kenzo, but as far as the game knows, Beatrice, we're going to say... This is what I was getting at with the Ronove thing. I might have to go back so that I can string everything in a way that makes sense. My big theory is that every demon that we've seen so far in this game, so if we go and we look at the witch side in episode 1, right? Or, well, actually, episode 1 is maybe the worst example to show. Let's go to episode 3 or something. When we look at the witch side on episode 3, disregard the stakes and shit. The stakes, I think, are just vessels for these, I guess how to describe this. I'm going to operate under the assumption there is no magic that is happening. Or if there is an influence of magic, it is very minor. I'm not going to get into Higurashi. The Ronove thing that's important is that when he is fighting Jessica, I'll pull up the quote. He mentions, Jessica brings up Genji. She says something about Genji because his name sounds similar to Genji's first name. Ronove versus Ronaway or Ronaway. I don't know how you would say this, but very similar, right? Literally, if you swap this U for a V, it is the same name, okay? The thing that is of importance to that is not so much that their names are super similar, but when she brings up that, he says something along the lines of, Genji is like a brother to me. And then he says, actually, no, you can think of him more like a vessel. Now, when I was saying in the end of the last Tea Party stream in terms of a vessel theory, is that every single one of these witches' representations, even if you want to pretend that they exist, they still have to be tied to a physical person that is present in the game. For instance, Ronove's would be Genji's. Whoever Beatrice is Beatrice's. Ova, or Ava Beatrice as they call her in this game, is Ava's, right? That's my current thinking with everything that's going on. So what that also means is that in some of these scenes, now I'm not going to guarantee this yet because I'd still have to go over it all. There's a lot to go through. But my current thinking is that in a lot of the scenes where we see witches and certain things, we can't really trust almost anything. Anytime that a stake or a witch or anything that is embodied is present, I don't think that we can necessarily trust what is happening. But the very fact that we know, or I would almost stake my claim that Ronove is Genji. I would almost guarantee it. It feels like it makes too much sense. Now, to be fair, it could be that it feels like it makes too much sense, so that's why it's not true. But if we rock with this for a second, all of this is to say, when Beatrice shows up, okay, there is only... Yeah, I mean, there's not really like it depends on your spin on things, right? But like, we don't know the true nature of things until we look inside the Brawn Tube, but if we never look inside the Brawn Tube, we can apply our own explanation to it at any given time. So my current thing about it is that we don't really have an explanation for it. I don't think we necessarily need to have an explanation for it. All we can say is that whenever we see some of these characters on like the witch side, like when we see Ronove, this is probably in reference to Genji. When we see Beatrice, this is in reference to some person that we do not know. Right? We do not know who Beatrice's human identity is, but whenever we see Beatrice in a scene, that's probably referring to her human identity. Now, that's obviously the question mark, you know, that's like the big kicker of the whole fucking game, is finding out what Beatrice's human identity is, because even if we comp that all of the magic stuff exists, or whatever representation of it, there still has to be a vessel or something else that it's tied to. Now, I don't want to get too, because I still do kind of want to go sequentially. I don't want to get too out of whack, or at least want to get everything down first before I go into a more freeform thing. So the first thing that we're going to put here is that we're going to call it like vessel theory, which will say that every time, two things. First things first. We're actually going to put this because this is even more important. Unreliable narrator. Anytime that we see a scene that involves magic, we may be able to tell who the players involved are, but what is being shown to us is not representative of what is actually happening. Now, this is where it starts to get really weird. Because the vessel theory, I can already find holes in it that don't make sense. So for example, in the 4th episode, and again, this depends a little bit, I don't want to get too, I need to go episode by episode or I'm gonna be all over the place, I'm gonna make no fucking progress. But in the 4th episode, he dies in the first Twilight, right? How is it that Ronove, the representation of Ronove, if we assume like the vessel theory was true, it wouldn't really make much sense, because then I would be saying that Genji is the one that killed Jessica in her room. But that doesn't really pass the sniff test. If Beatrice guaranteed the identity of all corpses at the time that they were dead, meaning that there was no body double shit that was going on. Because then you start to get into a weird thing where it's like, okay, well, yeah. The other thing too, I had another theory that I think is kind of true. I'm going to leave vessel theory out of it for now, but we'll leave it with the unreliable narrator right now, that anytime that we see that involves magic, we may be able to glean who the people involved are, but what is being shown to us is not representative of what actually happened. I think that's pretty fair to buy into. I think everyone can agree with that. I'm going to go back down to this real quick. These 3 were not the culprits, and Maria did not kill them. Okay, this is of importance. And then lastly, for Natsui, Natsui dies in the banquet hall, or is it the banquet hall? We'll just say is it the banquet hall? What do they call that? I think it is the banquet. No, I don't know if they called. Yeah, I think they called it the banquet hall. I mean, we'll see. I'll go back to episode 1. Not that necessarily the location is super important to have exactly perfect. In front of the witch's portrait. I'm gonna call it the banquet hall. You know what I mean if I say banquet hall. Dies in the banquet hall. From the end here, we know that it was not a trap that killed her. She was shot directly with a gun by someone. Okay. Now, we get into like a little bit of an icky territory because I don't really want to like go. I want to go through all the episodes first before I go too hard on trying to like suss out exactly what happened in every single thing. So let's go through first. Let's just get everything down first before I get too much into, because otherwise I'm gonna run in circles talking about random fucking shit, and I'm never gonna get to like the point of the matter about anything because I'm never gonna make forward progress. So the big questions for episode 1, this is gonna be, I'd say more like alibi tracking. How the first 6 were killed plus got into the storehouse. This is important. What else? We would want to know. The problem with guns is we can't guarantee the number of guns. Let me think here. How the first 6 were killed plus got into the storehouse. This is sort of a more broad question, but we're going to say, why was it that only Kraus and Shannon had their faces half smashed? Let me think. What else do we got here? What else was important? We need to know who killed. This is sort of a very vague thing, but like, who killed, or I should say, who doesn't have an alibi for the parlor murders? And who could have been in possession of a gun to shoot Natsuhi at the end of episode 1, okay? This is what we need to know right now. Those are the big questions for episode 1. We'll come back to episode 1. Again, we're going to go through every episode. I'll try to go through all the locked rooms. We'll see if we can come up with theories behind them. But I just want to get all the episodes down first so that we know. I'll leave the big questions on this. So now, how it went down. Also, for episode 3, like I said, I really don't think there's a lot that we have to do for episode 3. I might be wrong. I think episode 3 section is going to be quite short because I think episode 3 was sort of a gimme by the game to show you, like, kind of, you pull the wool off the eyes. Episode 3 to me, I think, is the most cut and dry representation of what is actually happening. The biggest thing with episode 3 will be to see if we can figure out what the key is to solving. Also, then we're also going to put, well, this is general. I'll just put general assumptions, not necessarily points. I mean, points actually does still kind of make sense. How it went down. So, let's go back to episode 2 now. Episode 2 was interesting in the sense that we know for the first Twilight, it was all the siblings and spouses except for Rosa. So it was Kraus, Natsuhi, Kiri, Rudolph, Ava, and Hideyoshi. We know these were the ones that all died. Stomachs gouged open in chapel. I think the chapel is a very important location. I have a pretty... I'm not going to guarantee it. I have a somewhat high likelihood that the gold is actually under the chapel. That's going to be my guess. However, that's a later thing. We'll get to that. Of note, they talked to whoever Beatrice was prior. This is the other thing that starts to get weird too, right? Is that... Again, fuck, this is where it's like, I have so many questions that are already ripping off that it's hard to like keep the forward progress. I'm not even gonna put this. We'll just keep it super descriptive for the time being. I won't even put in any half theorizing, just so that we have everything done. Likely mutilated after death again. And very likely they were, I don't want to say willingly invited into the chapel, but if we go back to the episode 2, what were the two things? The culprit was inside the chapel, okay? No, I don't necessarily think that Beatrice could be, again, the Beatrice thing could be the same thing as the Kinzo thing, right? That's what I was saying earlier. I think I said this really early on, that if we have like a puppeteer or if we have like a possession type thing, if we look at Ava, right? Ava was technically Beatrice in the 3rd episode. Now, again, it starts to get weird because it's like, how much of that was Beatrice doing like a fucking light Yagami, setting up, giving up the death note, some insane fucking 4D chess plan, versus how much of that was like actually describing what it is that Beatrice is the person that has the gold. So if Beatrice is the person that has the gold, now this is the other thing that gets really weird, right? Is that we know Beatrice auto wins the first 2 games, which kind of seems to imply fuck, okay, I don't know how to word this, because there's so much like semantic games that go on with this that it's very hard to disentangle this. I'm gonna write this and we'll get back to this, because I just don't want to, I don't think Beatrice is necessarily the same person, but this is what I was saying, that, actually no, I think Beatrice is the same person every time. I don't necessarily think the person that is killing is the same every time, and I don't necessarily think that that person is Beatrice every time. I think there is a possibility that we have multiple killers during an episode. I don't think it necessarily has to be, I think I brought this up in the one stream, I don't think it's necessarily true or guaranteed that it's the same one person. In fact, I would almost guarantee it's not the same one person killing everybody in every single thing. The other thing too, which I brought up in the past, is that there seems to be some kind of like memory retention through loops. There could be like, I don't know what it's called in chess. What is it called in chess when you sack your queen? Okay, well, I guess a queen sacrifice is a pretty straightforward way to call it. If we imagine that Beatrice is somebody that has the ability to retain memory, Beatrice purposefully letting herself get killed or killing herself off in the course of a chapter could make sense. If she's a looper, if she's someone like Battler who has the ability, again, this is, fuck, I don't even know how to word this, because there's just so much like, it's like a fog of war when you're playing like Dota or League. Like, you might be able to guess that something is in the fog of war, but I couldn't fucking pinpoint like exactly where it is in the fog of war. But there is some weird shit that is going on. Like, for instance, let's say that Battler were to die. Well, no, yes, that's true. It's not the Battler in the game that retains it, though. But there's a Battler that's outside of the game that does. The only thing is, we know, fuck, this is the other weird thing too, is that the only other person that had knowledge of looping was Kinzo, and Kinzo is not alive. But again, this is the other thing too, where it starts to get really weird, and I don't know, I have to dig into this too much, or I have to dig into this a little bit. There is still a chance that when it shows, fuck, because this is where it's going to start to get weird, and this is why I want to get everything down first before I start going off on theory land, is that I think there's a chance that when we see Kinzo shown in the game, if we know that the real Kinzo is already dead, this could be the very same thing as like showing magic to us, in that is just to disguise whoever the new Kinzo is, like who the new head is. But that's the other thing that's really weird too, is if the new head is different in every single chapter, that could be a different person. So when we see Kinzo every time, because again, you got to remember too that in multiple times in the first episode, if we look past the servants, because I said this before, we know the servants would lie for Kinzo. If Kinzo was dead, they would still pretend that he was alive, etc., etc. However, Nanjo goes into the study multiple times. Natsuhi goes into the study in the first episode, and they talk to, air quote, Kinzo. That is not magic stuff. Natsuhi has a conversation. Nanjo plays chess with Kinzo in the study. So then the thing is like, do we say that those scenes are unreliable? And that we can't trust what happened in those scenes? We could say that. But that would be sort of a departure from everything else that we've said so far, where it's kind of distinctly the magic stuff that is lied, or that is like a false, unreliable representation. And then if we say it's real, let's say that we comp to the fact that those scenes actually did happen, well, then we start to get into very weird scenarios, because then we have to say, like, well, I'm gonna be honest with you, the more and more that I think about this, there's a name that keeps coming up to me. Oh, there actually is also another thing for the first episode. So I love Natsui, but I'm starting to get more and more suspicious of Natsui. Because we have to. Okay, look, I'm gonna finish writing out everything for the murders, so that we have everything. So we know that the person killed them inside the chapel. Okay, this doesn't really tell us anything. So once Rosa had the master keys, they never left her hands. As I recall, I don't think this really... I don't want to say that this doesn't necessarily mean that much. This might be one of those things that I would almost have to, like, rewatch the chapters to, like, understand. But let's just go for the second Twilight. In episode 2. I believe this was... Was this Shannon and George? Nope, because that's 6 Twilight. Oh wait, this might not be episode 2 though. I legit do not remember who the second Twilight was in this episode. Because again, this says 4th Twilight. 4th Twilight is not... But they might have been the second. But if they were the second, that means there would have to be somebody else that was... I don't think you're a horrible thinker. I think that if... I think these games are intentionally made to be... I don't know how to word this in a way, because I'm not trying to shit on the author. These games are made in such a way that I just don't think it is possible for you to know. There is so much area that is like a fog of war that is hard to piece together. Like Higurashi, like I said, when I played Higurashi and I got down to like the final suspect list, for me, I had... I think it was like 4 or 5 people that I was very suspicious of. Now again, to be fair, that's also like playing this game and being like, well, I'm suspicious of 6 of the 18 people. It's actually not even 18, it's 17. It's like, congratulations, man, you're suspecting a third of the cast. You're probably gonna hit, you know? Like, it's not the most unlikely thing when you suspect 40% of the cast that you're gonna hit. But I think you may have an inkling one way or the other about who it might be. I'm trying to remember, at what point in Higurashi... See, okay, I'm not gonna spoil... I won't even give what happened in the chapters or what happened in the events. There is one thing in Higurashi, there is one part of Higurashi, one very specific scene. And I have a funny feeling that this game will probably have something like that too. Which is, there was one scene that didn't seem like a lot, but when at the time in the game, I pointed out how odd it was. It's very hard to talk around without saying anything, but I think this game will have something like that, where there's probably going to be like 1 or 2 scenes that are very important, and the rest might end up feeling like misdirection. And I will not describe what happened in Higurashi, but there was a lot of stuff in Higurashi that was just not as it seemed. And I think this game is going to have a lot of that too, where there's a lot of things that may not be the most, I don't want to say obvious, but there's stuff that is going to be a lot of red herrings. There's going to be a lot of stuff that seems very consequential here that we're going to get an explanation for and be like, oh my god, that makes so much sense. Oh my god, that's so obvious. I think the bigger things is this game has more of a, I don't know how to word it. And it's also hard for me to, What did you catch? And what VOD was it from? I think in this chapter it was specifically... I'm gonna go back to this because I think it says... After Banquet of the Witch. No, this is after. I actually want this part. Okay. It was Jessica and Canon. And what is it that you noticed in episode 3? Okay. Doesn't seem to be any consistent. I believe in the second chapter too, the very funny thing here is that there is a whole message here like this. Welcome, Maria. Happy Halloween. See, didn't I tell you bellies are full of candy? Everyone has a belly that's filled with sweet dreams. A belly could never be full of disgusting things. That's why we want to be simple and sweet like candy. So this is Dreamland for you. Happy Halloween. This reads to me, I'm going to be honest with you, this reads to me like it's Rosa talking to Maria. Looking back, especially after the scenes of episode 4, this sounds like Rosa talking to Maria. What key words jumped out at you? Sorry, I'm trying to go through with this at the same time. So this is for the chapel stuff too. There was only one key. If you want, look, I'll get into it a little bit later. My top suspects currently, which may change the more I think about it, but my top suspects are Rosa, Natsui, Jessica. I'd say probably those three are like my top 3 suspicious. I'm getting more and more suspicious of Rosa and Natsui as I keep reading through this. I'm also, there is something in particular, and I know this is true. Something is going to come down. There's something with Rudolph and with Kiri as well. 100%. Those two are also, mainly Rudolph. There's something with Rudolph. But there's something going on with them too. Definitely took an envelope out. Maria's handbag. Can't type here. The problem with Jessica is I don't really have anything that's necessarily super obvious to link to her. I have a huge suspicion about the people that live on the island already, number 1. So that already puts Kraus, Natsui, and Jessica at like a higher level of suspicion. I don't think it's Kraus, because I'm gonna be honest with you, that guy seems like he is a fucking total dunce. There's a few things with Jessica that have just rubbed me the wrong way. The problem is I don't have anything that's as concrete, especially because she dies in such ways that don't feel that, like, suspicious, and there's nothing that's, like, I don't really think she's involved in many, like... It would be kind of funny. I also have, like, a funny feeling... I don't know. Look, okay, look. I want to write all the stuff down for the episodes, and then I'll talk about theory stuff, just because I swear to God I will never get through writing all this and getting everything down if I don't. So let me goon this real quick and write this down. Only master keys held by the servants, 1 each. No hidden doors. Windows locked. Would not agree that Cannon's corpse was in the room. Did say he died in the room. That's stupid because she was trying to. That doesn't really mean anything now looking back because she was trying to make up some stupid fucking thing that Cannon was like still alive, but it wasn't. There's something that's going on. What about the lying narration? Would you like me to elaborate on? Is there anything in particular, or? I also think the wolves and sheep puzzle is going to come back. There's going to be something about this. When locked does not permit. I'll have to go back through that scene in particular, but what is it that you noticed? Is it like a tense issue? Is it like a something is always written in past tense or is always in present tense except for some given scene? I tried to be on the lookout for some of the tense things when they were talking, and the only other thing that I notice a lot is that they tend to switch between, obviously it depends on the scene, but they switch on whether it's first person or third person. Oh yeah. I think they do that on purpose, that they never show any of the corpses until they're rediscovered by people. That's why what I was saying when I talk about the unreliable narrator, that it doesn't really mean anything when the game shows us like how they die or in some way that they died, because we don't really see anything. In episode 4, we didn't see anybody die. Balor didn't see anybody die. He only found the bodies after the fact. We saw nobody die in episode 4. Like, if we only trust that Battler's perspective is true, unless Battler is directly witness to what happens, we can't guarantee that that's what happened. They do come out and shoot a lot of people, but it doesn't... Yeah, but like my thing is, any time that magic is present in a scene, I'm instantly going to discredit what is happening in the scene. Now, in episode 4, it gets more interesting because we have other people that are outside Battler that are talking about having witnessed it, but it doesn't... I'll get into a little bit... Fuck, I don't know how to word this. Look, I'm gonna fucking write this because I'm literally never gonna get through writing down the things of the episode. One second, I'm just gonna fucking goon this and I'll talk after. I'm not mad at you, by the way. I'm just... I need to fucking write this or I will literally never get through writing down the stuff for the episodes. So then it was... 4th through 8. This was Shannon. Yeah, no, then I agree with you, yeah. I think unless Battler is like direct first person witness to it, the game is probably lying to us. Episode 4 is interesting because we have other people that are speaking about it. But I have some explanation for that, but I kind of don't want to buy it because it also agrees to some level of magic, which I don't want to agree to. And it has to do off one specific red statement from very early on in the game. And then let's see, what was the... Shannon, Goda, George. This is an interesting order to have these listed. So I'm trying to remember. I don't... Again, this could be the game lying to me. I don't know. I'm assuming that this is true when it reads it like this. Episode 2. I also think the servants are almost certainly unreliable narrators as well, at least Kanon, Genji, and Shannon. Because we know they're going to lie for Kinzo. So I don't think anything that they do is necessarily like we can guarantee with 100% certainty. We know they are most loyal to Kinzo above anybody else. Who killed Nanjo and Kumasawa in the servants' quarters? Because these two had their necks cut open, right? A sharp blade. Killed with a sharp blade. He went missing. Yeah, episode 2 is the one where Rosa's the one that lives. All the other siblings and their spouses die in the first Twilight. Okay. Okay. Is there anybody else that dies towards the end? No. Missing, 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 missing. Okay. Episode 3, I don't think there's a whole ton to go through, so we're probably just going to do big questions. I don't really care to... Well, actually, I will still put it down, even though I think it's sort of pointless. First Twilight of episode 3, it was... Oh god, fuck, let me remember. I legit... Honestly, I do not fucking remember who was in the first Twilight in episode 3 at all. I know it wasn't Rudolph and Kiri this time. I think Natsui died, right? No. She was... No, these two were strangled. Who the fuck was dead in the first... Oh, it was all the servants. It was all the servants in this one. Okay. Was it Nanjo as well that, No, because he was the very end. Go to Shannon, Kanon, Kinzo, Genji, and Kumasawa. Okay. And this was the chain of locked rooms. We'll come back to that. The second Twilight was Rosa plus Maria. Rosa killed by spike on fence. Maria strangled. It also notes here, probably bare-handed. After Rosa. Okay. Again, I think there is still something of note. I pointed this out early on. It's very weird to me that there is no third Twilight. Why is there no third Twilight? That's such an odd thing to leave out. I don't know why it's not included, but it's super fucking odd that there's no third Twilight. I don't get that. And it's not, because what I was thinking earlier, I was thinking, oh, well, it could be that it's counting 2 people that died at the same time as 2 and 3. But that doesn't really make much sense, because then we would be well past. You wouldn't call this. It doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. If you would say that, like, it's only a Twilight where they all die at the same time, then it's like, okay, well, these all died at the same time, these died at the same time, well, these are all separate, so then there should be a third, and there's not. Like, what is the significance of skipping 3 and going 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 instead of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? It's very odd. Which means there might be something to it. I still, at this point, I said this before, I still want to know what this game means when it says a Twilight. A Twilight means nothing to me right now. I still don't know what that means in the context of the game. Because Twilight is dawn and dusk. Initially, the way that I had planned it out is when they said there was 10 Twilights to the game, I thought the game was going to be like 5.5 days long, because technically we don't arrive on the first Twilight, we would only see nightfall. And I did the math and it was like, okay, well then it would be like the morning of the 6th day, but it ends in 2 days. There's no way there's time for 6 Twilights. And the Twilights don't always occur at the same interval. Now, there is something to be noted that whenever one of the Twilights happens, I think there is somewhat of a delay until the next one. So what I mean by that is that every single time a first Twilight happens, and again, I'm starting to get into theory land again without anything. Whenever the first Twilight happens in every single episode, 6 hours pass before they find them. And you could just say, oh, that's people sleeping. I think that's a little bit too much of like an interesting thing. It seems like, I don't want to say there's like a cooldown, but it seems like the person is doing it according to some kind of delay in time before they continue on to the next ones. There has to be, the Twilight has to map on to something. It has to be something. Because they otherwise, like, why would you not just kill the 13 people, like, right off the rip and just be done with it? There has to be some significance to whatever a Twilight is in the game. Let's go back down here. 4th through 8th. In this one, it was... in what order? I know these 3 died next. So I think it was like roughly, again, we don't know the exact time of death, I don't think, because I don't know if there was... oh no, there was still one at the end of episode 3, so let me go back up here. It should be able to tell us. I think it was that Rudolph died, then it was Kiri, then it was Hideyoshi, at least as far as the game showed it to us. But I don't know if we know otherwise. Yeah, see, actually no. It has Kiri as the last one to die. Okay. Okay. We know Ava lived. And then it was Kraus and Natsuhi. And then we know... it's not how you spell 10th. I want to make sure. Yeah, 10th. Okay. Ava wins after finding the gold. Big questions. The fucking thing with episode 3 is it's more so just around I really just don't think there's a whole lot. I feel like episode 3 is kind of cut and dry, which almost makes me think that it's not going to be whenever we find the answer, but I don't really know if I have a whole lot of questions about episode 3. I feel like most of those were answered in the game. I think more of the big questions with episode 3 would be, how did Rosa plus Ava... Yeah, I mean, I just don't really think there's I feel like we have everything. The only thing that was like maybe semi-confusing was the Nanjo thing, but the Nanjo thing I think we kind of got to the bottom of, so I'm not really, or at least I'm satisfied with the theory put forward. It might not be right, but I'm satisfied with it. Yeah, Hideyoshi and George as well, or maybe a little bit of like a interesting, like, could Ava actually kill them? I'm not sure. I could see a world where, I could see a world where Ava, let's say that like one of Rudolph or Kiri killed Hideyoshi, because I think that's what the reality of it was, right? Rudolph and Kiri went to go question. They went to go question Hideyoshi. And I wouldn't be surprised if one of Rudolph or Kiri, most likely Kiri, killed Hideyoshi. Or thought she killed Hideyoshi, at least. I think this is also the first chapter where... First appearance of the... like 07151129, I think. Code, which that's going to be important later on for my theory. Or not my overall theory, but I think it's important to bring up. That obviously has some significance. Yeah, I just don't really have... I don't really have anything too exciting or interesting to talk about episode 3. There's like a few like kind of questions, but I feel like as far as the murders go, it's pretty straightforward. Ava could have been the one to help George. If George wanted to like run out and like see... The George killing is like who killed George, I guess, is going to be like the interesting one, because he was... The numbers part? What do you mean the numbers part? Oh, the code. I'll get to that. I think it's very important. It's why I have a high suspicion on Kiri and Rudolph to some degree. Probably Rudolph more so, but I'll get to that in a little bit. Who killed George is sort of important, so I think we're gonna look at that in particular with episode 3, because I think that's gonna be the most important thing. Once again, it's not really too interesting otherwise. Like I said, I don't know if there's really a whole lot else for that, so let's go right to episode 4. Big questions. Fuck, this whole episode is big questions. Number 1, if magic isn't real, how did Kiri, Rouse... I'll leave it at those two, because I think, or I'll say Nanjo as well, give... I don't say credence. I'll say give credence to the existence of witches plus magic. Identity of Kinzo. That is true, because Nanjo was in the order, this is where, fuck, I'd have to go back and, like, watch the chapter. Let's look at episode 3. We're still in episode 3, right? How did he die? Discovered in the mansion. When opened. For his soul, the wish granted an 8-digit number. Who killed George? Okay. I think that... See, this is weird, too, is that... Okay, we'll come back to this. I have a few very big questions that I think I need to answer first before I can, like, 100% start to nail down... What's the identity of Kinzo? I don't think it necessarily has to be the same person that killed Nanjo, but it's hard to... It's hard to know exactly. Because pretty much everybody, if we just, let's just kill literally fucking everybody. Jessica went missing. So Jessica's actually, let me get rid of you. The other thing that's weird about this is, again, if you look at the list here, if I assume that the Twilight is like the order of the killings, which maybe we'll debunk in a little bit. Where is the, I hate that it lists it like this. 7, 8. What does it list for Nanjo? 9th, okay. So it lists George and him both at the same time. Nanjo also dies on the 9th Twilight. Okay. Thank you. That makes more sense. For some reason, I thought that he was included in this list, and I was going to say I'm very confused how any of that makes sense, because we know they would have had to die approximately around the same time. The identity of Kinzo in the dining hall. Pitfalls / use of drugs / how were the victims transported under Kuadorian in the time given. Fuck, what else was big in episode 4? There was so much. Episode 4 had just so much garbage that it was like impossible to weed through. Skip the tea party. Oh, I guess we also... Battler's identity. I almost feel like I need like 2 notepads. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I probably am going to open up another notepad to specifically type theories, and then I'll just copy paste everything in so I can have this side by side so I can scroll through it at the same time, because it's a real pain in the ass to go up and down and up and down and up and down. I also have to go to the washroom here in a minute, so let me finish writing down the order of the Twilights for episode 4. And then I will come back, open another window, and we can finally get to the actual, the broad theory. How it went down. Okay. First Twilight was Natsuhi, Genji, Rudolph, Ava, Hideyoshi, and it was... Who was the other servant? Was it Goda? I think it was Goda, right? I think it was Goda. I'll go back here. I think it was. Oh, no. Goda and Kumasawa were the hanging ones. Who the fuck was the other person in the first Twilight? I know it wasn't Shannon. Wasn't canon. Kumasawa was with the group. It wasn't Nanjo. Did I put Rosa down? It was Rosa, I think. It was Rosa. I already have Genji down. All faces half smashed. Killed in front of the surviving members. Survivors, which was Kraus, Kiri, Cannon, Shannon, and Nanjo, were kidnapped to Kuadorian. Killed victims were said to be killed. Killed victims were killed, wow. It's a good fucking English there. Victim said to be killed with a powerful gun, we'll say. Let's just fucking kill everybody and we'll read through these, because I don't think I actually read these either. The demon stake. Half destroyed. Also killed with a powerful gun. Powerful gun. Powerful gun. I think the bigger thing with this is that it's to figure out, again, what the weapon was. Also, this is important too. Did Maria died of poisoning because she had foaming around her mouth? But we'll come back to that. Second Twilight. This was these two, I think. The thing is, we actually didn't. This is another interesting thing, is that episode 4. Oops, I just punched my pop filter. Episode 4 was the only one that we did not get an end of game summary report like we got for every single other chapter, which means we also cannot necessarily outline an exact order in which people were killed. Which is another thing that makes it kind of odd. But let me... I think it was these two. I think it was Goda and Kumasawa. They were... Goda had the only keenest possession. Okay. This one is going to be tough because I don't think we're going to be able to say exactly who died when. We just know the approximate order. Of the people that survived, we had Cannon and Shannon. These three were killed around the same time. And then it was Kraus. And then it was Kiri, I believe. So we're gonna go Cannon approximately, Nanjo approximately, Shannon into Kraus into Kiri, we'll say. I believe this is the order. I don't know why, I don't exactly remember. Half destroyed, half destroyed. Okay. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say, I feel like I remember her saying that. So now we know Kraus plus Nanjo plus Shannon were all killed with the powerful gun. Shannon's corpse not found. Kiri killed in the same method as Umasawa plus George plus Goda. With a hole in the forehead. And Jessica half destroyed. Does killing her ever say anything different? No. Okay. I don't think we know the order 100%. I think we know these two. We know that George died before Jessica because she somehow had knowledge of his death. Jessica died on the phone with Battler. Maria died afterwards. Died sometime between Battler leaving. I mean, let me put this here because it reads a little bit better. Oops. And him finding her corpse afterwards in the dining hall. She had foam around her mouth, seemingly poisoned. Or killed at least in some non-violent manner. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go to the washroom. I'm gonna get a drink. And now that we have the exact general theory, we can try to start punching holes in specific things and solving particular crimes about things. But I'm gonna go to the washroom real quick, then grab a drink, and I will be right back. One moment. Okay, my bad. I'm back. Let's start piecing some shit together and put on my glasses. Going to open another notepad. It might just open. Oh, no, perfect. Look at that. Let me hide this. Okay. I will copy paste this into this notepad later, but just for the time being so that we can actually write at the same time. So, first things first. Let me save this too, just in case. Let's talk about some... God, I really should have formatted this in docs. This is hard to fucking read. I appreciate in the future that whenever I upload my notes, it'll be a lot more legible. Let's see here. Okay, so let's start with episode 1. First, we're gonna have big, overarching stuff, and then we'll have our episode-specific stuff. Okay, so for episode 1, our biggest thing that we are trying to figure out is we want to know, number 1... Okay, well, first big overarching thing. We're gonna go through the Tea Party here. I'm gonna try and write down things that we learned from the Tea Party stuff that was very much more... I don't want to say more... Yeah, no problem. I'm slow in the brain, or I have this inclination that I have to do it this way, so... How do I want to tackle this? Where do I want to begin? I'll start with the Tea Party. So, most of this is just reporting things. We know, at least from here, we have the bolt cutter in the boiler room. The only other thing that it seems that is present is the fire hatchet. We know they weren't killed by being hanged, blah, blah, blah. So, let me also... First we'll do Tea Party Ep 4. Stuff to remember. Okay. Number 1. Let's see. The big thing is that Kinzo is dead prior to the start of the game. This is true of all games played. Very important. Now, I don't know if there's any other massive overarching things that we need to look at. I'll pull through, because these are all episode related. Now towards the end. No one other than you. The only one alive on the island is you. Nothing outside the island can interfere. I want to go to the conversation. Okay, look, let's just do big overarching stuff. I don't think I needed to single out the Tea Party. This is true of all games played. Okay. The battler we are playing as... Let me even this out a little bit more. I know that's not equal, but it's close. The battler we are playing as is not the... is not the true battler. He is someone... Or I should say he is Rudolph's child. I should say he is one of Rudolph's children. Who has taken on Battler's name? Number 1. Pull this back up too. Okay. Okay. How do I word this now? I need to go back and honor my promise at the start of the stream to play the suspicion. Okay. So we need to think here about how exactly we want to go through this. So let's try to think, what were the big mysteries in episode 1? Outside of the alibi tracking, outside of the other things, what are some things that we can try to chew apart? The first one would be the garden storehouse. That would be the first mystery. What we want to know with the garden storehouse is, one, I don't even really want to put like who killed them, because that's sort of like a duh, like thank you, yes, we want to know who the killer is, congratulations. What is more important to us is who is in possession of the garden storehouse key. Oh, the other thing too that we should put here, this is a little bit less, the number of master keys / objects in the game. We'll say we'll just say keys / objects is not necessarily constant throughout the games. It's another important thing to remember. So 1 for this, we know that first of all, that the garden storehouse key was stored in the servant quarters of the guest house. It was one individual key. Okay. Fuck, I have like a really interesting thing that I'm thinking about now, just looking back at this. We learned in the fourth episode, that the garden storehouse has a window, which has a lattice like pattern that blocks it, but that you can still pass objects through. What that signals to me, I'm trying to figure out, so what this, not going to rule out the possibility of multiple suspects / killers in a given chapter. Number 1. I don't think it is always the same person in every chapter. In fact, I would almost guarantee it's not. That's one thing. My theory is, I think that Beatrice is one of the, we'll say one of the 17 now, is one of the 17 people on the island. In the literal sense. Not that, literal sense doesn't even make sense there. And her identity is known to us, but might even potentially be hidden. Fuck no, I doubt it's hidden to the person. We'll just... Okay. Okay. So let's go up to episode 1. I don't think there was a whole lot at the end of the tea party in reference to episode 1, but let's see here. The first claim is there's nothing strange about the murder of the 6 relatives who were found in the gardening shed in the beginning. The crime was possible for any of those who didn't have an alibi. The killer would have to have been knowledgeable about the fact that there, or I should say that the key was not on a master key loop and where it was being stored so they could steal it. That's number 1. Number 2 that I'm going to put here, which I know is going to sound a little bit odd here in terms of the garden storehouse. Also, this is going to be a little bit, I don't want to say not unreadable, but we're going to do it like this. Who is in possession of the garden storehouse key? So this is... Next, what I'm going to say here is I'm going to say... I don't think we can rule out that one of the people that is inside the storehouse dead cooperated with the killer prior to their death. My reasoning for this, we find out in episode 4, that there is a window through which a key or other small objects could be passed through. It is how George hands the key over to Goda in episode 4. It's possible that... How would they die? That's the only thing that's tough. How would the person inside be able to die and smash their own face? It's probably not likely. Probably not likely. The other thing too... Identity. There was no body double tricks. Okay, so first, how do I word this? I don't think this holds as much. I don't think this really makes sense. Because if the person had their face smashed and we know that it was done after death... Let's do this. I don't believe that key was ever returned, right? This doesn't mean anything. Ava and Hideyoshi, I literally do not give a fuck about. Bodies were likely done. Our bodies were likely mutilated / damaged post-mortem. Meaning all the people were dead prior to being moved. Well... Okay. Bodies were likely mutilated, damaged post-mortem, meaning all of the people were killed in a likely not gruesome way, or in a way that could be masked by smashing their face, meaning that somehow they killed something in some way with their face, and then the smashing afterwards hid the method of killing them. Okay. Okay, next at the top. Magic circle. Nanjo estimates that the bodies, or that the people were killed sometime between midnight to 2 a.m. Ava and Hideyoshi left the conversation about the inheritance that the siblings were having at this time. Okay. Okay, I'll put this here too. Shutter was locked when they approached. And the key returned. He confirmed them being dead, but the theory initially was that we didn't know if it could have been like a fake corpse. But I do believe in my goat, Nanja. I believe in trust in my goat, who does nothing every episode, but I still believe that motherfucker. Shutter was locked when they approached, and the key returned to the store box as well. So this is important to note. We know that not only it was only an individual key that could unlock the storehouse. The key was in the guest house, in the servants' quarters. Not only did the person kill, they knew where the key was, killed all the people, moved all the people into it, but they also then locked the storehouse and returned the key back to where it was. That's important. Next, emergency radio. New padlock was put on. Natsuhi then took possession of the key. So then we go back to here. Natsui took possession. That's one too many S's. Of the key after the bodies were discovered. Okay. Currently, we don't really have a lot to work with on this. I think we will come back to this, but pretty much all this means is that it literally could have been anybody. Literally could have been anyone. Higher likelihood that it was someone with knowledge of key locations. Servants slash Natsuhi slash Jessica. We're going to put there because we know that because Kraus, Natsui, Jessica all live on the same thing, we know they are going to have a higher familiarity with the layout of the island, with the happenings of the island, with things of that sort. We know that Kraus and Natsui in particular, had basically taken over total control of what was going on the island. Now, Ava and Hideyoshi, okay? Killed inside guest house room in the mansion. Stake driven in both foreheads. Hideyoshi in washroom. Ava in bedroom on bed. Once again, we know killer was in possession of a master key. Master key slash key to that particular room at the time of the murder. And they very likely cut the chain. Okay, again, this is where it starts to get weird. I don't know how to describe this. Or they were let in by Ava and Hideyoshi. This is less likely less likely, but possible still. Not going to rule it out. Okay? Chain was likely broken and then refused after they left, likely with an adhesive of some kind. Okay. So, the problem is I almost feel like I'm going to have to go through the episode again to, like, look at what everybody's alibi was. Let me close this and this and this and this, because we don't need them open. The problem is I do not remember everybody's alibi. I don't remember where everybody was. We'll worry about that after. So, when Cannon cut the chain with bolt cutters, he mentioned it was easier than suspected. Killer likely went after Ava first, then killed Hideyoshi after if he was in the shower. We'll actually put a period here. Likely he was taking a bath or something. Just a bath/shower. Potentially didn't hear the person break in. Okay. Again, there's not really too much to talk about in that particular episode. Because the other thing that's really weird about this too is that, I pointed this out when playing it, is that we know there was claws on Natsui's door. If you wanted somebody to believe... Actually, okay, wait, I think I might just had a little bit of a breakthrough. Again, you have to remember when I say this, we're operating under the condition that magic doesn't exist. I'm gonna give my one big theory about magic right now, and this is a theory that I hope is wrong, but I will say it now just because it kind of ends up being an explainer for a lot of events, but it's kind of, I don't want to say that it's boring, because it kind of then just means everything is as the game told us. I had this theory at some point in the game. I can probably find the exact phrase. So this was a statement that was made in what episode? This is probably episode 2. Oh, this is episode 3, really. So this was a statement that was made in episode 3 that I found very odd, which said there are no more than 18 humans on this Rokenjima. Now that we know this, and we know that Kinzo is dead, we can knock out the entire belief about there being more people. You know, we know that's not a possibility. But this is where we start to get to a little interesting theory. And I was calling it when I was playing kind of like the two Rokenjima, the two mansion theory, or like we'll call it the crossover theory, because that sounds better. We'll call it the crossover theory, okay? And all that the crossover theory was saying, in my mind, was that if we imagine... I'm actually going to open up MS Paint for this. If we imagine the two worlds, okay? Maria mentioned this, I think, in the second episode, right? That, let me do this. We have two worlds that are present in the game, okay? We have the witch world. / we'll call it like, whatever. Everyone knows what I mean. The witch world or the world of the dead. And then we have like, we'll just call it like the human world. Now, We were told over the course of the game that if you were to view the worlds like these two lines, right, that depending on the time of the year, these lines will move closer or then further to each other, depending on the time of the year. We know the game takes place in October, okay? Maria mentions that October, specifically around Halloween, which technically the game occurs a little bit prior to Halloween, but we know that Maria said that in October is when the lines are the closest to each other, when there is the strongest spiritual connection, when there is the biggest overlap. The crossover theory would say that for whatever reason, maybe it is during the twilights, okay? Again, we do not, I think a big thing, and it sounds kind of goofy, but I think one of the very big mysteries of this game is understanding what qualifies as a twilight, other than a really shitty movie and book series. When we find out what twilight means in this game, it's going to help us understand why the killings happened at those given times, okay? And the crossover theory would state that during the twilights, for whatever reason, we don't know the reason why, we just know that it's happening, that the human world and the witch world get so close to each other that parts of the witch world, which are closer to the human world, may overlap, and we might get a mixture of the both. I really should have done this in like a different color, such that maybe the human world and the witch world start to blend into each other, where it's kind of hard to distinguish them from one another. The reason why I came up with this theory, now again, I'm going to preface this one more time, I don't think this theory is what is actually happening. This would be like a magical interpretation. But if we were to buy on that there is a magical explanation to things that are happening, the biggest example of this was during the Goda, George, and Shannon scene that happened in episode 2. In that episode, one of the big things that stuck out to me while I was playing it was that Goda at some point tries to close the door when they are locked in the mansion and they're being chased down by, the demon servants and whatnot. However, when he tries to lock the door, every time he spins the mechanism towards the locked position, it springs back open for no good reason. We don't really have an explanation. And we know from what Beatrice has said at other times that there's no tricks, there's no other trapped, there's no weird mechanisms, or we also learned later on at a certain point there's no other doors that have auto-lock with the exception of Kinzo's study, etc., etc., etc. Because of this, my theory of it was that for whatever reason, whenever the twilights occur, the witch world and the human world merge together. And at those given times, there may be, if you think about it like this, let's say that there is 2 mansions, okay? You have the mansion in the human world, okay? And then you have the mansion in the witch world. Let's say that maybe there's certain rooms in the mansion that for whatever reason, at the given twilights, the 2 mansions don't exist as 2 separate entities, but they actually become a weird amalgamation of both of them. What I mean by that is that maybe there is specific rooms in the mansion that may be under the control of magic, or they may have a stronger magical influence where people would be able to operate in them. Again, I will preface, I don't think this is actually what's happening, but if you wanted to give a magical explanation while staying somewhat grounded, this could be the explanation, which would be the reason why when Beatrice casts magic on the door at that given point, it makes sense why the door doesn't lock, because then that world is no longer under human explanations. We're not working under a human understanding, we're not working under a physical explanation. We have some kind of weird mansion that is amalgamated where it exists in both worlds at the same time. And that is why sometimes we have certain things that feel unexplainable by magic, or by physical means, but that with a magical explanation would make sense. And the reasoning for that would be that at most times during the game, when it's not one of the twilights occurring, that the worlds are close, but they are distinct enough from each other that this doesn't happen, but that for whatever reason during the twilights, the 2 worlds merge in some weird way. Maybe it's only parts of the mansion, maybe it's only parts of the island, again, who knows, and that for whatever reason it allows magic to be used in very isolated incidents. Now, if that's the case, that would mean that some of the magical things that were given and were shown are probably just as they are shown. Well, yeah, that's why I'm saying that I don't think this theory is real. Like, I don't think this theory is true. But this would be the explanation if you were to throw out all the human explanations, but I don't think that's true. But this would be like my best case interpretation of the magic world example. I'm just going to throw this out now as being something so I can reference back to it without having to vaguely gesture at the idea. But that is of importance. Now, get back to this. One of the things that's really important, I think, about the claw... Oops, I just totally flung my mouse across my desk for no reason. One of the things that's really important about the claw marks on Natsui's door, which I'll go back to here. So, I have this whole section here. The reason why I brought this up before bringing up the claw marks on Natsui's door is that we have two prongs that we want to view this with. There's actually even more than this, is that the markings that were on Natsui's door were either to warn her, or it was because somebody was trying to kill her. If it was somebody that was trying to warn her, it would have probably been Kraus that would have done it. I don't think this theory really holds water anymore, but it would be Kraus that was trying to do it. Now, the thing that I posited, though, is that it wouldn't really make sense, though, right here, if the person was... Why are the markings only limited to the door? If there was so much blood on the person, right, that they were, like, screaming and clawing and, like, oh my god, like, trying to get to Natsui. Well, number one, why didn't Natsui wake up? That would be pretty loud. But the bigger defeater for that is, let's pretend that, you know, she had her fucking AirPod Pros in on noise cancellation. The better question would become, why wasn't there blood or other gore or viscera or anything that would have stained the hallway? We know the killer isn't opposed to gruesome crime scenes, you know? They're not opposed to brutally splaying bodies open, they're not opposed, they don't really clean anything up, etc. So then the question would become, if there was a person that was, like, damaged, you know, in some way, and they wanted to attack Natsui, why didn't they? Or if they were trying to warn her, and this was a person that was harmed in some way, there should have been markings in the hallway that would have made it indicative that there was somebody that was there that was bleeding. There's no way the person would have been able to clean up, like, every blood stain to the point where it would have been unnoticeable in the time. So now I'm going to get to my theory, and this is why, as I speak, I'm becoming more and more suspicious of Natsui and of Jessica in particular, of Jessica, Maria, and Natsuhi. The only thing is, I think Maria is going to be an integral part to the story. However, I don't think that Maria is going to be, like, the big bad. The only reason why I say that is sort of the same reason why I disqualify Ava. Like, right now, it's going to sound very weird, even though we quite literally saw Ava as Beatrice in episode 3. I mentioned this at the time, that the very fact that they were willing to dangle that in front of me leads me to believe that it is probably not Ava, because why the fuck would they, like, mask off the killer at that point? Yeah, that's what I mean. I think Maria might be working in concert with the killer. I don't think Maria is the killer. But I am not surprised at all if Maria is aiding and abetting the person. Especially if that person has some claim to being Beatrice that Maria believes. Now, the reason why I point out why I think the claw marks on Natsui's door are important is because of the explanation that we were given, right? If you remember in the first episode, there was 3 big things that were important that were brought up. Well, 2 things actually. 2 things that were brought up that were important. Like, I think Ava was the culprit in episode 3. I don't think she is the big bad. I think episode 3 is almost entirely a red herring. Although at the same time, the funny thing is, again, it's weird because it starts to... I would almost view it as though Ava in episode 3 that was like a timeline where Ava took over whoever the real Beatrice's game was, and not so much that Ava is Beatrice, but more so like, for whatever reason, let's say Beatrice, something went bad, something went wrong in some way, whatever it might be, and Beatrice started rolling with the punches, but it was more like Ava took the game hostage herself, and not so much that it was that. But regardless, let me get back to the Natsui thing. There's two things that get mentioned in the first chapter that are really important. So number one, we know that Natsuhi has a copy of the same type of mirror. No, you're good. Don't apologize. I agree with you. When we look at the mirror that Shannon destroyed, that was on the shrine, which apparently, allowed Beatrice, power and whatever story you want to buy with that. We know that Natsui has a very similar, spirit mirror that she was in possession of. George and Shannon look for it when they get killed in the one chapter. And the reason why I bring all that up is, if you'll recall in the first chapter, Maria gives gold scorpion charms out to Battler and to Jessica. In that very same chapter, Jessica gives her scorpion charm to Natsui, right? Everyone follows this so far. It all makes sense. Jessica gives her scorpion charm to Natsuhi because she's worried about her. Now, there's two things to bring up about that. Let's imagine, okay, for a second. Close your eyes and pretend with me. Let's imagine that you are a killer on Rokenjima, and you're trying to make it seem like magic is present, like something is going on with magic. You want to convince people that there is this witch that doesn't actually exist and whatnot. The killer, if we reject magic as a theory, right? If we throw magic out as actually existing, because if we believe that magic does actually exist, then the scorpion being a warding charm is the explanation for why Natsui wasn't attacked. However, if we view it the other way, if we view it as only a physical explanation, then the question becomes, or rather, the point becomes, the killer must have known that Natsui had that protection, and they wanted to give the image, in some way, that the scorpion charm actually protected Natsui. Because if this was a real magical murder, that's what would have happened. The scorpion charm would have stopped somebody from getting into Natsui's room. Then the question becomes, who are the only two people on the entire island that knew that Natsuhi was in possession of the scorpion charm? Natsuhi herself and Jessica, because Jessica gave it to her. Of note as well, this is another thing why I was saying earlier why I suspect Jessica, and I'll get into more and more why I'm getting more and more convinced that I think Jessica might be the culprit. What I mean more so is that, let's pretend that the scorpion charm doesn't actually do anything, right? Let's pretend it doesn't exist. It's not real. Or when I say it doesn't exist, I mean that it doesn't actually hold any real magical value. It is kind of what you're saying. I would word it a slightly different way. I would say that Beatrice is trying to give, whoever Beatrice is trying to give off the impression that those things do have magical power, even if they don't. They're trying to create an idea. Remember, the whole part of Beatrice is to make it seem like witches exist. So for her to believe that witches exist, or to put off the image that witches exist, she has to also, like you said, adhere to the rules of those little talismans and the magic resistance items, or the scorpion charms on Kinzo's door, because it makes people believe that, exactly, there you go, because it makes people believe that she's actually a witch, that she's actually a magical being, and that the scorpion charm actually protected them. But it didn't actually. The killer is just trying to get that message across. They are just trying to make it seem like that is what's going on. In reality, maybe they couldn't get into Natsui's room because they didn't have a key, whatever it might be. We don't know the exact reason for it, but the person very intentionally did that. And then the question becomes, who would be the people that would be aware of Natsuhi having the scorpion charm? Because this is the other thing too that we have to, I will say, this part that I'm about to say is a little bit of conjecture. We know that whoever killed them had knowledge of the storehouse key to be able to unlock and hide the bodies in the storehouse, correct? that means that person also probably would have known where master keys were stashed, or where keys to the other specific rooms in the mansion were stashed. Okay? Maybe Natsui had her key in her room, that doesn't really matter. Let's just say with master keys for the time being. That means if the killer really, really, really wanted to kill Natsui, do we really find it impossible to believe that they could have pilfered the storehouse key, killed 6 people, stored the bodies in the storehouse, locked the storehouse, returned the storehouse key, but that they couldn't steal a master key and get into Natsui's room and kill her? I find that just a little bit rich. My point being, there's only 2 people on the island, as far as we're aware, unless somebody else saw the conversation between Jessica and Natsui, that knew that Natsui had the scorpion charm. That was Jessica, because she gave her the scorpion charm, and it was Natsui, because she was in the possession of the scorpion charm. So it's heavy sus on Jessica, because she gave her the charm, so she would know to adhere to that fake rule about the scorpion being protective, or it gives Natsui cover for her actually committing the crime. It gives more and more suspicion to Natsui, because she could use it as defense to say, oh, like, look, it could be cover. The other thing, too, the only thing that I would say that kind of edges me a little bit off of Natsuhi is that I believe Genji was the one that woke Natsuhi up. Now, you could say the entire time that, oh, like, Natsuhi, she committed the crime, and then she painted her door or whatever with the paint, and then she went back into the room, went to sleep, and waited for Genji to wake her up. The only thing that I would say is, how did Natsui not have anything on her clothes, right? How did she not have anything on her hands either, too? That's the other big thing. How did she have nothing on her hands? Because she would have had to have touched the doorknob or done something in some way. I guess you could say she showered in her room, so maybe it's not. But so it's not entirely... It's one of those two, I would say, as far as like the specific markings on that door. Now, the other thing that I'm going to bring up about Jessica right now, which happened in the first episode, and I pointed this out, and I thought it was very, very, very odd, and I still think it's very odd. My thinking on this, number 1. Do you remember the scene when they were in front of the portrait? This was in the very first episode. It was the very first time that the characters read the epitaph. And the characters were joking, and they were talking about how much is 10 tons of gold? What does that actually equal to? And they start talking about like, oh, like how much is this? How much would certain things be? Blah, blah, blah. One thing that I find really funny, and I'll pull it up in my notes here now too, is when they are talking about it the very first time, I'll see if there's another, no, this is the only 2 times I put it. So you can cheat and get ahead of my my thought process. One of the funny things too is when they're in front of the epitaph and they're talking about the gold bars, they try and bring up like what a denomination of gold would be so that the numbers are more workable so they can talk about it. The funny thing is, Jessica threw out a random number. She goes, oh, let's say the gold bars were like, I don't know, 10 kilograms each. When that very first epitaph scene happened, Jessica guessed the exact amount of denomination that the gold bars were in. Who's to say that the gold bar wasn't in one big fucking cube? Who's to say that the ingots weren't 30 kilograms each, or that they were 1 kilogram each, or that they were 20 kilograms each, right? She picked out the exact amount of weight, and the reason why I remember this is because they were joking about how much Maria would weigh in gold. Okay? They talked about it in the very first thing. I'll pull this up on the, because I remember this very distinctly. This would have been Epitaph on the Porch. It would have been this chapter. Let's see. Oops. 10. Let's see. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it wasn't Jessica who brought it up. I could have sworn that Jessica was the one that brought up the 10 kilograms. I might be making demons out of thin air. Wait, right here. I think this is the line here. This is the whole conversation that I'm talking about is in this section right here. I could have sworn it was Jessica that said it. I might go back to my VOD and actually watch through this part. But the other thing that I want to remember, I'll say this as a point because this is definitely true. Somebody brought up that it was a 10 kilogram denomination. I was almost positive it was Jessica. This is also written in such a odd way because you can obviously tell these are people talking back and forth with each other, and this is not put in the exact correct way. Well, I can pull up the VODs because I went through all my VODs the other day. Actually, wait, I don't know how I'm doing at this. I'll go through my channel. And I'll mute so I don't have to hear my own voice because I'll fucking puke. Playlists. Umineko. Okay. I think it was in the second stream. Because I went through and I marked all of the Legend of the Gold. I missed something here in these. These don't make sense. Or is it... Am I having a fucking stroke? What chapter was this? Epitaph on the portrait. Maybe it was in the first. Yeah, it was. Sorry, it's right here. Okay. I'm gonna 2 times this. I was like near positive at some point. I'm actually gonna mute my game audio real quick. We're gonna listen back to this. Why is it not playing? Blah, 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 blah. I don't care about the history part. I want to get to the part where they're talking. Yeah, this is another thing too, which we'll come back to this. It's very odd to me, this specific 2 years ago. This almost makes me think when we were talking about Kinzo dying, that this was when Kinzo actually died, was 2 years prior, and that somebody took over for Kinzo 2 years prior. The only reason why I say that is it's just very weird that this is when the portrait got put up. If Kinzo was infatuated with Beatrice for like decades, it seems very weird that there was like this 2 years ago figure that he would just put it up then. Also, again, this is the other thing, too, that I pointed out. Epitaphs, and again, maybe this is like an English language thing. Epitaphs are what you put on tombstones. That's what you put when people die. Epitaph is a very particular word to use in that description, instead of just saying, like, message from the witch, you know? It's a very interesting thing to say epitaph. Okay, holy fuck. Okay, here we go. I think we're finally getting to it. Right here. She did, but that was like decades prior. Decades prior. Because Rosa was a kid when it happened. And we know Rosa is about 30. I think they said that it's about... that Rosa's like... 30 or 20 or something? She's like 35, I think, about. I did the math at some point. Yeah, right here. Boom. Okay, this is the line exactly. As for me, I think that the number 10 tons sounds totally fake. In the first place, has anyone other than grandfather ever even seen it? And even if some generous witch lent him some actual gold, wouldn't that 10 be right, but actually be mistaken for 10 kilos? Okay, shut up. Dumb fuck in the past, Connor. We already know. Even 10 kilos would be a pretty incredible son. Okay, Jessica's saying 10 kilos, right? It's a very interesting thing to point out. Let me unmute my game audio now. We might come back to the VODs in a moment, depending on it, if we need to. The 10 kilos, okay? Jessica brings up that 10 kilos figure. Now, actually, wait, I am trolling. We're going to go back to the VOD. I want you to pay very close attention to what is said in this next part of the scene. My ass is like doing math here. Skip past this. Okay, right here, this is important. Maria says, I weigh 28 kilograms, right? Everybody gets that? It's like, okay, sure. So that's, if you have to round up, we'll say 30 kilograms, right? 30 kilograms would be 3 bars, right? Everyone follows 10 kilos, you know, 3 times 10, 30, 30 kilograms. Okay? Is that, I agree with you, but that could be the total point. Although I will say, actually, that's a Higurashi spoiler. I won't say that. But so 30 kilograms, right? We'll say Maria's 28, basically 30 kilograms. Now I want you to notice something here, and I noticed this. I think I said it at the time. When we uncover all the people that died, wow, did I actually, shut up, old me. Okay, it's this chapter. He's gonna say what I said, because I'm him. That we skip 6 hours every time. Okay, so let's skip to when they find the bodies. Excuse me. There's some part here. Okay, I'm trolling. I'm never gonna be able to find it now. 3 gold. And it should. Okay. So, I don't know where it is in the VOD. You'll have to take my word for it. Because I don't want to sit here and like fucking watch through the VOD. But when they get to the chapel, okay, it's 3 gold bars that are on the table. Right? I want to see if I can find the exact part. Is it back here? Oh, wait. It might be right here. Okay. Gold ingots, 3 of them, weighing a full 10 kilograms each. Okay, we all see this. We can all see this in the game, right? We're all following. Remember how much Maria weighed? 28 kilograms. Round that up. 30 kilograms. Each bar being 3. And now you might say, oh, that's just a coincidence, right? Okay. Sure. Let's say I agree with you that maybe that's just a weird coincidence. It just happens to be 3 bars, right? I want you to look at something now. If we go to episode 2, and we execute all the people that died in the first thing. Welcome, Maria. Happy Halloween. Didn't I tell you bellies are full of candy? Everyone has a belly that's filled with sweet dreams. A belly could never be full of disgusting things. That's why we want to be simple and sweet like candy. So this dreamland is for you. Happy Halloween. So there's a message to Maria with her weight in gold in the messages here of the dead people. It's a Halloween party thrown for Maria. Interesting. All I'm gonna say. Seems like a very interesting conversation, and because who would have been the only other people, right? If we imagine, this is the other thing that happens in this game too, that it happened in Higurashi as well. And it's not the easiest thing to point out, but like, I'm gonna put a spoiler talk up. Have you ever seen Steins Gate? Or played Steins Gate? I'm just gonna ask first. And if not, I will use an analogy instead of talking about Steins Gate, but my point about Steins Gate being, okay, perfect, you played the VN. Now, I'm going to speak to the show. I imagine the VN is exactly the same. Whenever you have shows that have time loop things, one thing that is really common, which is a good idea, I'm actually going to get rid of the spoiler talk. I don't actually need to talk about Steins Gate, but you should know, or it'll click when you have the same sections that are looped over and over, you start to omit them in the future iterations, because you don't need to show something that already happened, right? What's the point? Why would I retread the exact same ground to type the exact same thing? So in Steins Gate, there's the one scene that happens around halfway through that may or may not have to do with Okarun trying to save somebody's life that always ends up in the same result. But we don't watch him take every single action in every single time that happens. Because why would you? My point being, when I point this out, and this was true of Higurashi, and it's true of parts of this game as well, that the game starts to omit certain events that we know happen every single loop. For instance, we know that we all came together on the plane. We know we all arrived on the boat. We know that Maria stays in the rose garden to follow her rose. All these things happen in every single thing. We know all the kids. That same conversation happens in every single loop as far as we are aware. Unless we are shown otherwise, it is to assume that the timeline is about the same up until the first Twilight. After the first Twilight, that's like the branching point. But otherwise, unless we are shown differently, we assume it's the same, because every other event plays exactly the same. The kids end up on the beach after they look at the epitaph. All these things are consistent. So we can assume that this conversation with Maria happened. Again, it's really odd. It's really odd that we bring up how much Maria weighs in gold. The kids, if you remember, in episode 2, they witness what happens with Maria. They witness what happens with her, being scolded by Rosa about her Halloween candy and wanting to have a Halloween party. They witness all that. They leave. Everything, goes hunky-dory as everything goes. All of a sudden, all the siblings get murdered. There's Halloween candy stacked up everywhere. The messages, although this is sort of like metagaming, but the messages in like the dead people's log is writing a note to Maria about Happy Halloween. Yes, that basically that conversation that they have about the gold, that probably happens in every single timeline unless we are to be shown otherwise. Because this is true of every timeline. We know that they're the general like events, they have to occur in a certain way. There's certain things that might be kind of different, but if something is different, they show us that it's different, because that's how you would show us that it's different, but otherwise we would assume that things roughly play out the same. For instance, in some of the later chapters, I think it's in chapters 2 and 3, when the family has the conversation at the dinner when Maria reads the letter, they don't show Maria reading the letter. We already know the contents of the letter, and we already know how the family reacts. So the only thing that we get shown is how it's different from every other time that we've seen it. My point being that Jessica was there for the conversation about Maria's weight in gold. We already know, too, that Maria has a relationship with Beatrice, right? The other thing, too, that the characters brought this up at like a certain point in the game, and it was kind of funny because I never really put much stock in it. I thought it was just like a silly talking point. But they say about how we know that Beatrice in the game is described as being in like her early 20s, as far as like the witch version of her, the one wearing the big dress. Jessica is like 16 to 18. I don't remember her exact age. I think she's 16. I think they say it in the first episode. That's not super close to, but like you could, there might be like 16-year-olds that could pass as looking kind of similar to somebody that's in their early 20s or is like 20 years old, right? Okay, sure. We could maybe buy that. What's the other thing about Jessica? Well, she has blonde hair. That's pretty weird because there's only 2 characters in the entire game outside of Beatrice that have blonde hair. Okay. She has blue eyes. Okay, that's kind of weird because Beatrice has blue eyes too. And she's actually, I think, the only character in the whole game that has blue eyes. A little bit odd that that's also an overlap. So think about it. Let's say that there actually is a silk dress that's hidden somewhere that Jessica knows about. Because remember, her family stays on the island. Her family's on the island the entire time. They would have a better understanding of things that are hidden on the island and where everything is on the island if Jessica dressed up in that dress and walked out and talked to Maria. Are you telling me that Maria would think otherwise? I don't know. I don't know if she would. Jessica would also be the one that would be as visually similar to Beatrice. So if we're talking about visually posing as the thing of the portrait, she is the closest in age, because the other thing that I was thinking about, and I noticed this when we were playing episode 3, even prior to like Ava Beatrice becoming a thing, was that, how do I word this? Exactly. Her having blonde hair. I think I pointed this out. I think it was my very first thing I said that Rosa and Jessica were my two highest suspicion because they were like the most similar in looks to Beatrice. Yeah, I mean, there is somewhat of that. I'm like semi-convinced, but the only thing that I would say is that it would have to be somebody. The other thing that we have to think of too, which again, this comes down to like, okay, I'm gonna say it. I am almost certainly convinced. We're gonna go through everything else, and I'm sure I can find other explanations, and I will go through everything else. I am relatively convinced that it is one of Rosa, Natsuhi, or Jessica. I am quite confident. I think it's one of those three. I think the claw marks in the first episode are like a very interesting thing. Now again, the other thing that we have to say as well, and unfortunately you can argue this for every single point, so it's hard to necessarily say. But let's also look at other suspicious things that happen with other characters throughout the thing, because to me, Jessica and Rosa are the two most suspicious characters in the whole game. The other thing too about Jessica, remember in episode 4, right? Jessica has knowledge about George's death, despite her leaving prior and not being able to see into the arbor where George was killed from the sight from her room. Battler testifies to that. So that's another thing. Now again, I'm not going to say that this 100% guarantees that Beatrice is Jessica, but I do think it means that Jessica may be working. This is the other thing too that we have to address, and again, this is sort of like I hate to do this because it's so wishy-washy, but I am like, it is equally possible in my mind that Beatrice is both, like, how do I word this? Think about it like this. What if Beatrice, well, I'll say the thing first. There's two possibilities that Beatrice is one definite individual. Now again, that doesn't necessarily mean that that person is the one that is responsible for every single crime constantly throughout the whole game. But, you know, that person would be Beatrice. Or rather, that Beatrice is another nebulous thing, such as, let's say, like a possession. Or maybe Beatrice is like a state of mind. And what I mean by that, and I know this sounds sort of odd, but Ava became Beatrice in episode 3 by finding the gold. Now, I wonder if Beatrice is something like a possession, or if it is something like a, like, let's just say, I don't know how to word this, and it's also hard because I'm trying to draw on certain things from Higurashi without spoiling. What if there is an idea that a person who becomes infatuated with gold, who becomes infatuated with the idea of becoming the successor to the head, what if that is what is like the beginning of the qualification to turn somebody into Beatrice? And that Beatrice could be a different actual person in every single episode. But Beatrice is something like a doubt, or she is like an emotion. She is like a possession. Think about it. Let's say, I know I don't really want to buy into like magical spirit things, but imagine that Beatrice was like, you can view it as a possession because it makes it kind of more easy to understand. What if Beatrice was like a possession? That every single chapter, there's a different person that gets possessed by Beatrice. And there might be people that work alongside Beatrice that might be, you know, like Maria. We know Maria no matter what. Like, I don't think Maria is Beatrice. I think Maria is definitely working with Beatrice. I mean, I feel like chapter 4 almost definitively said that Maria was basically, she's going to be aiding and abetting Beatrice. It also makes sense, too, why it was that Maria was the only person in episode 4 that was not killed in a violent manner. Everybody else was killed in some violent manner, in some really gruesome way, but Maria was just poisoned, and her arms were laid across like she was laying in a casket. That seems really goofy. The other thing, too, which the problem is like, I don't want to just start throwing out, like, because yeah, that's true. And that's what I was saying earlier about how Ava hijacked the game in some way. So Maria wasn't really needed in that case because we know that it was probably Ava that was committing all the murders. Now, the only thing that I start to wonder more and more, and it makes it a little bit like wishy-washy and kind of, I don't know how to word this. It's like I would want it to be definite. I would hope that it is just one person. But like I said, we know that there is some... Let me put this here too, just so that we can get past this. And I have to respond to a message real quick. Because this is the other thing that we need to try and grapple with, right? Is Killer was aware of Natsuhi being in possession of the Golden Scorpion charm. Killer made it seem as though they tried to get to Natsuhi. I want to make sure everything I'm saying is in the notes, so whenever I copy paste it, it's not just like stuck in the VOD. The killer made it seem as though they tried to get to Natsuhi. If we assume that magic doesn't actually exist, the killer was trying to keep the illusion up that the Scorpion Charm worked and protected Natsuhi. The only two people who knew, again, as far as we are aware, that Jessica gave the charm to Natsuhi was just those two. Natsuhi plus Jessica. Okay. What else was there in episode 1 that was like... I'm trying to think here. When Natsuhi gets shot at the end of chapter 4, or chapter 1, right? So we know Natsuhi gets shot at the end of episode 1. I keep saying chapter, I'm sorry, it's because in Higurashi they're called chapters, so I always call them chapters. Natsuhi gets shot at the end of episode 1. We learned from Tea Party, episode 4. We learned from the Tea Party in episode 4 that it was a homicide from a person holding up a gun and shooting her, not from a trap or the gun she was holding exploding or anything. So then the question would become with this is I would want to know the location. So we're actually going to go back to the VODs here. I want to know the location of everybody at the end there. I know that prior to the end, yeah, they were not killers, and it wasn't like a simultaneous killing. So it was, that's the other thing that we have to talk about. That was the other. It wasn't Maria, and it was, none of them killed each other, was the other thing. So the parlor killings, Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo. Maria didn't kill them. They did not simultaneously kill each other / kill each other in any order. It was all suicides. Or sorry, it was not suicide either. It was homicide. So the big thing about episode 1 is going to be alibi checking. For episode 1 at the very start with the garden storehouse, it's sort of impossible to know. There were so many people that were available. Everybody was kind of sleeping as though it was normal. Now we know, right, at this point, we'll go here, we'll say, Natsuhi kicks out Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo. Right? And Maria, sorry. Maria and Nanjo after a letter gets placed when they are hiding in Kinzo's study. Okay, number 1. We're going to lose our suspicion theme here, which is going to make me sad. But we're going to go back to episode 1, and we're going to specifically kill their face was smashed again, so it's hard for us to tell. They could have been shot, but we don't know because their faces were smashed. Well, this is the thing. Our suspect list is very short because we already know, too, that Beatrice guaranteed the identities of the corpses, that there was no body double shenanigans, right? She said that somewhere here. Which also means that we can't suspect any of the corpses. Let's see. Tea party, blah, 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 blah. Where the fuck is the episode 1 stuff? Stream is still good. I think it's your internet, although you wouldn't be able to hear me. I have not dropped any frames. I think I'm still good. Everything is showing good on my end. Unless Twitch went down, I'll type in chat. Okay, you're good. I was about to say. For the first thing, so let's read through these because I haven't really read through these yet. So, again, nothing strange about this. We don't know who it is, but no guarantee. To Ava and Hideyoshi, we don't really care about this. We talked about the extra person X, blah, 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 that one person was actually a corpse. This is where we really care about is these last 2. Maria, who was in the same room, did not kill them. Their 3 deaths were homicide. We can explain the one who carried out the murder being some culprit X, which this doesn't work anymore. Blah, 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 blah. I guarantee the identity of all unidentified corpses, therefore there was no body double tricks. So this is the thing where it starts to get confusing, right? If there's no simultaneous, right? And if she says that she guarantees, Beatrice guarantees the identity of the unidentified corpses. No body double tricks. Which means we have a pretty short suspect list. We have 4 people. And then the question becomes, it starts to get really confusing here because I'm trying to think. It would depend if when this happens here and they leave, do they split up? Let's go. That's a really long section. We'll get to the part where they leave the room, which is around about here. Ooh, and I fucking clicked through it because I was trying to click this. Well, all the bodies in episode 1 had faces smashed. Half face smashing you wouldn't need to be unidentified because you could see the other half of their face. The burnt body doesn't really matter too much if we assume that that's Kinzo. So it's mainly just the people that had their faces smashed. And every person that was killed to this point had their face smashed. These were all smashed. The only 2 people that weren't were Hideyoshi and Ava. But we already know they're dead. Which means, like, if you look at our suspect list, right? These people are already dead. He got killed earlier. She had half her face smashed. Yeah, basically. Like, every person that was already dead was dead. So this is our suspect list, right? Is this. Yeah, exactly. All the bodies are who she says they are. So if we say that this is the case, right? We have 4 people. The other thing, too, that is interesting to remember here, right, is if we remember the succession, if we remember, so this is what our standing point was. Yeah, we know Maria didn't kill them either. So we have 4 people. We're going to assume Battler didn't do it unless we're getting an ultra unreliable narrator, which means we're down to 3 people. The other thing that starts to get really confusing about this, that we want to remember, is technically, and again, this is where the problem is I don't necessarily know how this works, which is probably why it's part of the mystery. Kenzo is dead, right? Kenzo dies. Before the game starts and before Beatrice retakes being the head, whoever Beatrice is, let's pretend that Beatrice doesn't exist for a second, right? Let's pretend that we take Beatrice out of the succession scenario. That would mean that Kraus was the head. Kraus dies. When Kraus dies, Jessica becomes the head. The thing that starts to get weird is, like, are we going to get to the point where we have, like... Are we going to get to the point where they're going to start saying, like, oh, because of the name inheriting thing, like, technically she was the next person? Like, the problem is I start to get to, like, weird... I currently don't have a theory. I just want to see how this plays out. I want to see if they separate at any point from each other. I want to see what happens here, because there is some fuckery that's going on here. Like, does one of them run off ahead or something? But the only thing is, the bodies had to be prepared prior, because they're, again, this is the whole thing with the game so far, is that we're assuming when their faces are smashed, they were killed by some other means, and then they were smashed after they were dead to either disguise the way that they were killed. That's kind of what it feels like, but I feel like there's going to be, like, a Weasley explanation in some way. Like, as the game is told, that is kind of what it seems like. It's where it starts to get odd. So, for instance, like, I wouldn't take it past Maria to, like, put the corpses or the stakes into their body. The question would be, how did they die? This is where I'm starting to wonder if there was certain people who she didn't guarantee the identities of. Or if there's, like, there has to be, like, some loophole with this. I just don't really know what it is, but there has to be a loophole with it. The only other possibility I can think... She guarantees all of them, but what I'm trying to say is there might be a misunderstanding in the way that they're guaranteed. The only other thing that I'm thinking... The only other way that these people... I don't know how this works. Because then the other question, too, is that the murder of Natsui also becomes impossible at that point, which means that it almost feels like there has to be a hole in this some way, because somebody who we thought was dead has to not be dead. And the reason why I say that is there's part of this that just doesn't make sense, because the other 3 were also all locked up together, or the other 4, rather, were all locked up together when Natsui died, and somebody shot and killed Natsui. So obviously somebody else was alive. I don't know by what method or how these are... There has to be some... The other thing, too, it's weird when she says, like, unidentified corpses. Does that only mean the ones with the faces fully smashed? Because then you sit there and you wonder about Kraus and Shannon. What I mean is that, like, I think we're taking her statement too directly. I think we're taking it too literally. Because again, we got to remember that the witches play word games with the red statements all the time. Like most of the red statements are word games that dance around what the truth is. When she says the identity of all unidentified corpses, the only thing that this makes me think is that the only two that we couldn't, she only guarantees the identity of the unidentified corpses. There are two corpses that they identified because they could tell, which was Krause and Shannon. Now then, the only problem that becomes difficult with that is that how the fuck would they get out of the garden storehouse if they were the killer? Because that's the only other explanation that it could be. Because we know Natsui had the key. Because that becomes the problem then. If we, like, let's say we view this in the most generous interpretation, that we say that it was one of those two and Natsui had the key. Was there any time which Natsui could have snuck off, unlocked the thing, relocked it, and got somebody out? You would imagine it probably would be Krause. Like, it probably would be her husband, would be my thinking. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's like my gut feeling would be like, well, she'd probably do it to her. This is the other thing that I was trying to mention too earlier about Jessica. I don't think I brought it up, that it's pretty interesting that the two people who had their faces half smashed were Krause, her dad, and Shannon, who was her best friend. Yeah, I feel like I would remember it too if Natsui, like, disappeared for a little bit. I think we're gonna have to shelf this for the time being, but I think the theory is going to be, it has to be some way that she is dancing around this statement. Because now, let's look at episode 1, right? If we look at episode 1, which corpses were unidentified? There was only 4 corpses. There was only 4 corpses in the entire thing that were identified. The rest weren't. Those 4 that were identified were Ava, Hideyoshi, Krause, and Shannon. These were the 4 corpses who they were able to identify. Everybody else they couldn't, other than, but Cannon. Wait a minute, pause. But no, but they said Cannon's death was a homicide. No, because they could identify him. Never mind. Okay, look. We'll put Cannon as an asterisk here, but I think he was probably dead. But again, remember that the dyed red statements don't necessarily mean anything because they don't tell us about the time that the person died. That doesn't tell us at all. It doesn't help us at all. This is the same thing that happened at the end of episode 3. Just because she states at a given time that a person is dead doesn't necessarily mean anything. Now, I would agree with you about the Cannon thing. I don't think Cannon did it, but of all the corpses that they identified that they were able to 100% tell was who they were, is these 5. I don't think it's Ava or Hideyoshi either, because I think Ava and Hideyoshi were already dead, and I'm pretty sure they were red statement confirmed. And like you said, I'm pretty sure Cannon was red statement confirmed, which means it's Krause or Shannon. Because these were the only 2 that were found inside the first Twilight who didn't have their faces fully smashed. So they would have been able to be identified just from looking at them. You couldn't do any body double shenanigans because you could tell that they had their faces. They were still visible. But then the better question becomes, if we agree that, okay, let's say that we pretend that Krause and Shannon weren't actually dead, or one of them was like not actually, was fake, whatever it might be, or maybe those were fake corpses or something. Who knows, okay? I don't know. Let's just say we're throwing whatever it sticks. Let's just say those 2 somehow, by some explanation, one of those 2, was not dead. The better question then becomes, how did they get out of the storehouse? Because that's the better question then. And then we also have to remember that whoever gets out of the storehouse is probably the same person. But you gotta remember, they already said that when Nanjo examined the corpses, he can't guarantee 100%. Yeah. We don't know. Nanjo's things aren't infallible. Nanjo could be wrong. We also don't know if Nanjo is working with the killer, right? He very well could be. He was Kinzo's chess friend. He was playing chess with Kinzo. Kinzo was apparently dead from the start of every game. Well, what the fuck was Nanjo up doing there playing chess with people? My current thinking right now is that, this is my theory, whoever killed the other three, by the other three I mean Genji, Kumasawa, and Nanjo, whoever killed those three was probably the same person that killed Natsuhi at the end, is my thinking. My current thinking is that there is no way that it could have been anybody but Kraus or Shannon. And it almost certainly has to be one of the dead people, because the other people never left the group. So there's no fucking way that it makes sense. I would wager, if I had to guess, tippy top, if I had to guess, I would say Kraus. Kraus would be my prime suspect for the end there. And the only reason why is, one, he kind of seems like he doesn't really love Natsuhi, number one. Number two, they've kind of portrayed him as like a bumbling idiot for a lot of chapters, so I wouldn't be surprised if he was like more conniving in some sense. Number three, he would know where the location of the guns were, right? Remember, that's another thing that is really important about this whole situation, is that means that there was another gun, right? We got red statemented that Natsuhi did not get killed by her gun. That means there's another gun that was in play the entire time, which means whoever it is has to be somebody that knows where the guns are stored. Which means it was either one of the servants or one of the people who was familiar with the layout, aka it was one of Kraus or Shannon. And I feel like there were more guns in episode 3. Yeah, that's my point. That there's guns that are hidden somewhere. We know there was 2 guns in the first episode. Even though Natsuhi was the only one that had possession of the gun, we got a red statement that it wasn't Natsuhi. Like, she didn't kill herself. She wasn't shot with her own gun. Her own gun didn't explode. So somebody shot her. So it's somebody who had knowledge of where to get the guns, which means it would have to be one of the siblings, would be my guess, or it would have to be one of the servants. And if it was one of the servants, it's probably going to be one of Genji, Shannon, or Kanon, because I think Goda and Kumasawa are kind of like... How do you word this? I think Goda and Kumasawa are kind of like outsiders in a sense. Exactly, that's my point. I feel like when they show characters as being like bumbling and stupid, it feels like... And it's not like Kraus is like totally dumb, he's just like... The other thing too is Kraus is kind of like inconsequential. Hey man, I'm not trying to criticize the goat cooker. I'm just trying to say that like they don't have the inscription, okay? They're a little bit of outsiders compared to the other 3. The other 3 are like ride or dies for Kinzo. Where remember too, this is another thing that's even more so. They said in the game that Goda was more Goda's like the biggest dude on the island, right? He's like the biggest, toughest dude. We know that Goda is indebted to Natsuhi and to Kraus in particular because they were the ones that hired him. He was like one of the only servants that was actually hired by them, which makes me think that if you think like, let's say somebody was trying to kill him, who is like the one person that he would like maybe not defend himself against? Probably like one of the kids or one of Kraus or Natsuhi. Because he'd be like indebted to those people. So I'm going to write in the notes here because I kind of want to wrap up episode 1. Has to be one of the identified corpses then. Which this was. Kraus, Shannon, Kanon. Note, probably not Kanon, since he was red statemented to have been killed. So, putting this all together. Episode 1 theory. Oh my god, wait. Wait, holy fuck, is it all clicking for me? I wonder if in every episode there is like an agreement between the families to try and okay, I don't know how to describe this, and this is probably gonna be a crackpot theory, but first of all, we mentioned this earlier. There, I'm not ruling out the possibility of multiple people. Let me put this in capitals as well, so this is. What I'm thinking is, because if you think about this in a weird way, who is the focus in every chapter, right? Imagine, let's say that Kraus is alive, right? Like, just run with me for a second here. Through whatever means, let's say that Kraus actually lived there. Who is the family that was the centerpiece of the first episode? Jessica, Natsuhi, Kraus. It was this family. Who was the centerpiece of the second episode? Rosa and Maria. They were the two big centerpieces. Who is the centerpiece of the third episode? Ava and Hideyoshi. They were the centerpiece. Now, episode 4, I'm not going to give an affirmative on because I have no fucking clue. Episode 4 is hella confusing to me. We're probably going to be on that for like 2 hours trying to figure out what the fuck went on with it. But I'm starting to wonder if there is like a concert of murders within like one branch of the family every single time, or at least between like the siblings. So you could say that this was like a Kraus and Natsuhi plot in the first episode. Then maybe the second episode was a plot by Rosa. Then maybe the third was a plot by Hideyoshi and Ava. Well, we know it was Ava for this, right? And like you said earlier, and like what I've said earlier, and I agree with it, that there is, I'm pretty sure it is not the same killer through every episode. It would not make sense because of the order in which everybody has died, right? Like, again, unless we have to go through like the corpses or whatever and go through like the statements and, you know, be really browbeaty about exactly what it is. Poor Hideyoshi, man. He's just there for a laugh. Okay, so let's, for the episode 1 theory, I'm not going to give like a super in-depth theory because like I said, we're kind of like, we're kind of putting things together, but killings of this chapter were likely done by some combination of Kraus, Jessica / Natsuhi, I say with a higher suspicion. I don't know if I want to put a higher suspicion on any single one of them, but I think this is like my general, say maybe with help of others. Given the explanation from the clause on Natsuhi's door, as well as and the knowledge of the scorpion charm, it heavily implicates Jessica plus Natsuhi. How else do I word this? They're also the only family that lives on the island, so they would be familiar with servant schedules. Also remember too, I don't know what chapter it was in, but wasn't it in one of the chapters that Kraus changed the order of where the guests were staying? Didn't he like kick like almost all the servants out? Shift. Fuck. I'm positive it was in one of the chapters that Kraus changed the shift order. Okay. Yeah, right here. This was in episode 1. Kraus made all the servants save go to stay in the guest house on the night of the first day. Why would he? He switched from 3 people in the mansion and 2 in the guest house to 4 in the guest house and 1 in the mansion. And Goda was the one that stayed in the mansion. And Goda was hired by Kraus. Right? Like, this is all kind of lining up. This is all coming up Millhouse. Because if Kraus changes all the schedules, right, and Gota stays behind, and then they kill Gota so he can't squeal. Kraus switch the shifts of the servants, save Gota, to all be in the guest house. The only thing about this is this does kind of implicate, this is the other thing too, which again, I hate to do like a devil's proof meme, but the only other thing is that we don't know what happened at the storehouse after, right? We don't know what happens at the storehouse in the garden, right? There, like, I don't want to say that I hate this explanation because it's not concrete, but like there could be some way that if Kraus wasn't dead and it was all a fake job or whatever, right? That he found some way to sneak out of the guest house or break out of the guest house. Sorry, I keep saying guest house, storehouse. That he found some way to get out of the storehouse, or that somebody helped him get out of the storehouse, right? It's really hard to know, but, well, and the locations of the individual keys were things like the storehouse. Kraus switched the shifts of the servants, all Gotas to be in the guest house. And Gota is the only servant who was hired by Kraus / Natsuhi. So he would be more loyal to them and could potentially aid them in committing a crime. Okay. Let me think. What else? Is there anything else to add on to this? I think we kind of covered episode 1. I guess we don't really have an explanation for who the killer was. But if we imagine that Kraus... Let's say it's Kraus, right? Just for the sake of argument, because it makes it easier. Let's say that Kraus lived somehow. He wasn't actually dead in the storehouse and he gets out, right? That explains, too, he would know that the bolt cutters were in the boiler room. And that means that he would have been able to do this because he would have had... There wouldn't have had to be an alibi for him because he was dead. And again, I will say that like this entire theory is kind of built up on a very semantic point about her saying unidentified corpses. So it is a little bit of a needle in a haystack deal, but it's something, okay? It's something. He could have killed Ava and Hideyoshi. Recall, he and Ava fucking hate each other. If he wasn't actually dead. And he would know of the location of the bolt cutters / have some way to get into the room. The only thing that is like a little bit sus on Kraus towards the end, whoever killed Genji plus Nanjo plus Kumasawa was likely, I would say was very likely actually, was very likely the same person who killed Natsuhi at the end. I think the only person capable of doing this is Kraus. Plus, he hates, or I shouldn't say he hates, plus he's sort of a douchebag to Natsuhi. Maybe, fuck, it's hard to say. With this theory of Beatrice only guaranteeing unidentified corpses and not the identified corpses, the killer at the end could only have been Oh my god, wait, it even works more so too. Let's imagine a weird theory where Natsuhi is actually the criminal of the first Twilight, right? Let's say that Natsuhi is the criminal of the first Twilight. Let's say she tried to kill Kraus, right? Like, just a hypothetical. Let's say that she tried to kill Kraus. She thought she did kill Kraus. Kraus doesn't die somehow. He somehow gets out of the storehouse. He kills Ava. Rosa's already dead. And then he goes back and he kills his fucking wife at the end. And that would also give him a reason for why he would kill Natsuhi at the end, even though they're married, is because she might have already tried to kill him first, if that makes sense. Potentially, Natsuhi tried to kill Kraus in the first Twilight. Say, let's assume Natsuhi is the culprit to that point. It's true, right, exactly. She said she had a falling out with Kraus in the episode, and I agree with Natsuhi. She was the only person who truly embodied the thing. They talked about how she had the one wing in her heart and everybody else had it on their body, that she was maybe more deserving than anybody else. And that could even be more so, that could be proof, because we know Kinzo's already dead, right? So Kinzo didn't actually say that to her. That could be proof even more so that Natsuhi had like a delusion of some kind, where she was having, I don't want to say like having an episode, because remember too, Natsuhi also has headaches constantly. That was another thing that I brought up as well. That is 100% going to be something that comes back. Natsuhi always talks about having these splitting headaches. Oh, honey, go lay down, you have these splitting headaches. Oh, honey, these headaches that keep coming. Oh, honey, these headaches. And it's like, that just seems like such a weird thing that never, ever, ever gets mentioned, that never gets expanded upon, just that Natsuhi has these like chronic headaches that never go away. Maybe she has visions, maybe she sees things, you know? Because it even makes more sense why Natsuhi would be so scared and paranoid throughout the episode. Okay, I'm banking. This is, okay, we're calling our shot like Babe Ruth. Natsuhi is the criminal for the first Twilight. She kills the first 6 people. She thinks she kills Kraus. She doesn't. In some way, somehow, some fashion, she didn't kill Kraus. Kraus survives. Somehow he gets out of the guest house, okay? To this point, we still have no fucking clue how. Somehow he gets out of the guest house. He exacts revenge on Ava because they have their old blood feud. And then he kills the other servants who might still be trying to help Natsuhi because they're under the impression, blah, 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 whatever. She's like the ringleader at that point. And then at the very end, when the kids are all shelled up into a room and Natsuhi goes out to see what happened, Natsuhi gets gun shy and she gets cold feet and she can't kill Kraus when she sees him again because she thought she already killed him and she thinks he's like a dead man walking. The other thing, too, of note is that all the other killings were done. The thing is, if we buy into this theory, too, that would also mean that Kraus has to have knowledge. I'm still super suspicious of Jessica, by the way. She's still not slipping under the radar on this. We could put Natsuhi / Jessica as the killer at the start. But I feel like it leans more towards, more likely to it being Natsuhi. I'm gonna put Natsui / Jessica. I think it's actually fair to say it could be either of them. Yeah, I'm gonna rock with this. That's gonna be the thing for the first episode. Let's move on to episode 2, fucking finally, after like an hour and a half, or if not more. Okay. I feel comfortable enough. I'm sure almost all my theories are going to be wrong. It was the same way in Higurashi, but I feel confident at least having a theory to at least have put up on the board, you know? Because then it still explains at the end why Natsui would be so surprised by everything that's going on, even if she wasn't the killer. Then she was just actually surprised about the killings. And then she gets, like, terrified that Kraus is still alive. The only thing is, why would Kraus kill her at that point if it wasn't her that did the first 6, which makes me think that it probably was her. But I'm happy enough with that theory, at least to this point. What else? True. Maybe Kraus he's just lying in wait so that nobody knows. Okay, that's our first theory. So now, the only thing that becomes, like, odd about this is that what happens if this entire time there could actually be, like, a third option here that I wasn't considering? What if this entire time Beatrice actually just doesn't exist at all either? Although I would still wager she does, but I feel like, to be fair, we're running literally every opportunity. That is true, he did. You're right, I forgot about that. If we want to consider that as a possibility. Or at least as, like, something to his character. Okay, let's go to episode 2 now. So, how did I set this up? Okay, so let's set up the big mysteries of episode 2. The first thing was the first Twilight killings in the chapel. That was one of them. The other was, we'll call it human Beatrice. Let's go back down. Let me get rid of this. And let's go back to playing my little track, okay? Because I promised to play... Oops, not config. That's the wrong button. The picture box, wow. Okay. Where is it? Okay. Get our thinking caps back on. So now, let's look at episode 2. We had the human Beatrice of episode 2. We had Rosa's letter. Okay. The good thing is, we're not going to have to do this for episode 3, really. It's just going to be Nanjo. Episode 2. Okay, well, first things first, I'm gonna go to the tea party, because the tea party had, like, a big overview of the events, and then we can... After the crime was over, from the time Maria... I was typing so fast, I was typing. From the time Maria received her key to the instant Rosa unsealed it, the key did not pass into anyone's hands. Okay. There's a possibility the door to the chapel has an auto lock, blah, blah, blah. No door with an auto lock exists other than Kinzo's study. Okay. The victims locked the door from the inside. One of the 6 was the culprit. This person killed the other 5, pretended to be dead. Nope. The 6 were already dead by the time it was discovered. All were homicides. All were pure victims. They didn't take part in a mutual murder. There was no simultaneous murder. Okay, this is actually really important. We'll come back to this, but that's good to know. They were pure victims. Pure victims. They had nothing to do with anything else. There existed humans with no alibis at the time. Kumasawa, if we assume that such a person killed the 6 and was hiding inside, there's no problems. No one was hiding in the chapel, therefore your killer hiding in the building locked room scenario does not hold. So someone wasn't hiding in the chapel. The food they were given... Okay, this was stupid. I'm not even reading that. Jessica and Kennen, the culprit was one of the servants. They could have used the master key. It's not even a locked room. Nanjo and Kumasawa being sliced. This is the one that I get really confused by. And I think it's more likely to me that... we'll come back to this, but if Cannon's death was declared with red, I don't know why there's an M here, there's no way he was alive, therefore there is a chance that it was someone else in a disguise that would make it seem, blah, blah, blah. They would never mistakenly think any other person was Cannon. That was the other thing. So the murders of Nanjo plus Kumasawa in the servants' quarters. Just like the heredity of Kinzo's name, there's a possibility that Cannon's name was inherited. We know his name wasn't inherited. Do that. And then, at the end, for episode 2, when the 6 were murdered in the chapel, the culprit was inside. Only one person goes by Cannon. And the Master Keys never left Rose's control once they got it. True. Real. True. Real. Where's the fucking cinema emote? It actually was just fucking, wait, fuck, I gotta find it. It was bombs. Cinema. I'm gonna grab a drink. 1 second. Episode 4 is gonna be, these 2 episodes are gonna be fucking hard. Thank God episode 3, there's pretty much one mystery that was already solved, although my sinking suspicion is that because episode 3 seems so cut and dry, it will be like the most complex of all of them, but I'll be right back. 1 second. Okay, sorry, I'm back. I'm also baking, well, not baking yet, but if you heard a bang like a minute ago, it's because I was taking dough out of the pan that I have it rising in because it filled up the thing that it's in, so I had to move it to a bigger thing and I knocked something over. Okay. So, episode 2 is tough. Let's go back up to our episode 2. Which is up here. Okay. Also, real statement here. Real and true. Contrary to popular opinion, thus far it is confirmed Ava is a rude bitch. Real. No lies told. Okay. There's definitely some heavy sus on Shannon in this chapter. But let's recall, the first Twilights was everybody but Rosa. So, we're gonna start writing some things down. Victims was everyone but Rosa. Of the siblings / spouses. All were pure victims. Whoever the killer was inside. Whoever the killer is, they were inside the chapel when the people were killed, they were not hiding inside the chapel when the bodies were discovered. Okay. We follow so far. Let me go back down to the... Okay. Whoever the killer is, they were inside the chapel when the people were killed. They were not hiding inside the chapel when the bodies were discovered. Okay. Okay. This follows so far. The chapel, much like the garden storehouse, only has one key. This key was inside an envelope, which Beatrice passed to... Okay. I'm still so fucking pissed off that I don't know the identity of Rose's letter unless I am being, like, really slow. The other thing, too, here is that Rosa saw Beatrice in the rose garden, which I'm going to put down here. This will also come back later for the fact that Rosa saw Beatrice in another chapter. Yes. Genji and Kiri also did. That's the human Beatrice part, which I think unraveling the mystery of the human Beatrice is going to be interesting. Because we know, right? We know now that if Beatrice is anybody, she is somebody in disguise. Oh my god, dude, the other thing too, think about it like this, okay? I know this is total conjecture, literally nothing behind it right now. A lot of this episode was based around Beatrice, like, kind of shit-talking and, like, teasing Canon and Shannon. Can you imagine if my, like, overarching theory about Jessica being Beatrice, at least as of right now, unless I change my mind going forward, is right, and that she was taunting her best friend about her love with George, and she was most familiar with that love, and then she was also making the boy she loved fucking beg and, like, plead for his, not technically his real sister, but his sister's life. How fucking cruel that would be if it actually is her. Like, if she was dressed up and done up. So, it would be so terrible. Again, I'm not saying that is what happened, but holy fuck, if that was the case, that is so insane. So the first killings here. Secretly borrowed Maria's key. From the time Maria received her key to the instant Rosa unsealed the envelope, the key did not pass into anyone's hands. Okay, well, if we follow this statement, from the red statement, that the envelope did not pass from anyone, or did not leave Maria's hands. Oh, dude, more and more, I'm sorry. I think Rose is the killer in this chapter. I think we were onto it. I think Rose is the killer in this chapter. I don't have anything to back it yet. But I don't think Beatrice was actually there. I might be wrong. I might be misremembering. And we have to remember, too, that anything that shows magic is not necessarily real, but if Kiri saw that Beatrice, the human Beatrice, that means it could be somebody that was dressed up as Beatrice, right? That could be somebody that entered the game dressing up as Beatrice, whereas, like, the Beatrice that we see in a dress may not necessarily have to have been there, if that makes sense. Although I know this is sort of like a It's sort of like a half and half where I am assuming at other points in time, like for instance, Beatrice in the dress is the one that meets Rosa and Maria. But like Rosa and Maria both have a letter, so they have something physical to at least say that they met Beatrice or that one of them was posing or faking as Beatrice. But I always spell received wrong at first, and then I always correct myself. So from the red statement, we know that the envelope did not leave Maria's hands after she received it. However, this doesn't exclude the following two possibilities. One, Maria worked with the killer and unlocked the door. Or two, I think the second possibility is not necessarily true, but I think this is much more likely, is that Maria worked with the killer and unlocked the chapel. If Maria had the chapel key, remember, we went over this, I'm going to find this, no auto lock, no one was hiding in the chapel. We don't care about the bomb theory, so no one was hiding in the chapel. It wasn't simultaneous, they were all pure victims. The door has no auto lock, and it did not pass any hands other than... It didn't pass hands after Maria received it, which means it could have been used before Maria received it. Now we're going to go up and we're going to read the red statements that Beatrice gave at the time, because the red statements have to agree with each other to some degree. They have to. So we have to be able to find some way that the statements of the chapel fit together. So, where did the red statement start about this? Okay, here we go. Statement of truth from Beatrice. She didn't red statement it. Regardless of whether or not they were alive or dead, the six definitely entered through the door. This is weird too, I agree with this. It's like, it sticks out to me. It feels like a very weird qualifier to say. Like, I don't know how to describe it, because I know it wasn't a red statement, because I always mark it down if it was a red statement. But anytime there's like any wiggle room in this game for something, whenever a character says something like, oh, like, no red statement, they definitely went in through the door, it's like, it almost makes me think it's not true. So, there is only one key to the chapel, no duplicates. So again, we know there is only one chapel key in this episode. Again, remember, this isn't necessarily true for every other episode, but it's true at least for this episode. There was only one chapel key. Impossible to unlock it with anything but the chapel key. When the door to the chapel is locked, it prevents any and all methods of entry or exit. Every time she mentions magic sun, red. The six definitely entered through this front door. Okay. This morning, Rosa definitely took an envelope out of Maria's handbag and from that obtained the key to the chapel. So all this did is just prove to us that we know that Maria was in possession of the key. The key to the chapel truly was the object inside the envelope, so it wasn't swapped. And I said, while it is true that Beatrice used the key to the chapel to enter, and that the envelope given to Maria contained the key to the chapel, the envelope did not remain in Maria's possession the entire time after she had received it until Rosa took it from her bag. 3 gold bars are shown. I don't know if this just skips far ahead. Yeah, so this goes on to the Jessica murder. So, as I recall, the way that it was described in... The way that Battler described it... So let me mute the game real quick. I'm going to see if we can just skip through. See, this is why I'm very glad that I added the chapters the other night, because this would have been a pain in the fucking ass otherwise. Okay, so we're going to click about here. Windows aren't broken either. Get to the part where you're talking with Beatrice, old me, you dumb fuck. God, listen to this guy. Who would listen to this fucking guy? What an annoying bitch. I must have, like, just woken up. My voice sounds fucked in this. I don't know why. I normally sound 14 years old. Crazy to be 25 and sound 14. Okay, here we go. Okay, get to the point where we start having red statements, bro. I don't give a fuck about this. Their faces are crossed, the identities of the corpses can't be confirmed. Therefore, the possibility that fake corpses have been prepared to create an alibi cannot be eliminated as long as that, blah, blah, blah. And then I think she... Oh, wait, you're right. You can't because I have the audio muted. It's fine. Hey, that works even better. Good, that means you can't hear old me. Oh, wonderful. Ready? Because I can do this and then you'll hear it. Good at all. If you have enough space time to... If you have... But, nope, muted. You guys aren't hearing that. Not allowed. Only I get to hear old me. Okay. Sorry, this probably sounds really odd because I'm just sitting here. Where the fuck is the part where they talk in... Oh, wait, here we go. Look, I'll unmute it so you can hear me, but I'm going to turn it down a lot so it's quiet. So that you can't get confused which is which. How did they get those 6 in there? And how did they kill them? We've been confused by the 6 deaths, but our parents said you unlocked it. By the time I fully exhaust those theories, you tell me to show you how I open locks with my power. What are you trying to pull again? A locked room again? Are you trying to say that you unlocked it with the power of magic? I'm not that stupid. You tell me to show you how I open locks with my power, then I can show you. But that will not make you surrender. These explanations of humans you talk about. By the time I fully exhaust those theories of yours will be the time of my victory. Good point, old me. Destroy it. If it was a human, what trick could they have used to defeat it? Is useless. True. Huh? That again? There's not enough information to wait and see. The information is uncertain, so it's impossible to reason. Huh? Those are always the excuses you humans use to stop thinking. What is this pretense, you lowly human? Are you saying that unless you're like Laplace's demon, you can't even think, you incompetent fool? And you speak as though a lack of information is disadvantageous to you, when it's actually the complete opposite, you see? The more information you're given, the more it will pain you. It will only cause the strength of the compressor squeezing you to increase. In that case, let me say this. It's impossible to verify that this is even a locked room in the first place. We're talking about demons, I've got one for you as well. It's possible to prove that this isn't a locked room, you just have to show how someone could go in or out. But it's impossible to prove that it is a locked room. You can't deny the endless set of methods of getting it. In other words, this is one of those devil's proofs. The definition of a locked room is in fact impossible to prove. So after you stop thinking with a lack of information as an excuse, this is what comes next. Oh well. If that's your move, then I will accept. Continue. First up, yeah, guys, we're just watching episode 2, okay? You know, deal with it. I'm just plugging my own YouTube channel in a very convoluted way. At what point do they start talking? Aha, that disposition is good. So I had a thought. I think I'll add a new rule to this game between you and me. A new rule. I'll bet it's a rule that will give you an advantage, right? When I do that, I'll give you the thing that people like you never cease to demand. The reason you incompetent fools always stop thinking and then moan about it is lack of information. If you are then given information, you start doubting whether the information is true or not by denying the basis. Aren't those convenient? What clever little words to hide your own incompetence. I shall eliminate those convenient excuses. You should thank me. You said they entered through the door, and I denied it, saying that it couldn't happen. Are you saying that's an evasive answer? That's right. So from now on, when I speak the truth, I will use red. Okay, we're gonna write this down. Hey. First time the red got used. You can always keep running away by repeating lack of information and denying the basis. Even though I would still win in the end that way, it would be extremely boring. So I'm glad they never. But in a game, the rules are sacred. Those who take them lightly, I'll repeat it again. So, definitely entered through the door. Okay. So they were liable to the 6 definitely entered through the door, regardless of parts in addition. Is there any proof? Stop. I will supplement the rule. When I speak the truth, I will use red. And when I do not bear the responsibility of establishing that by showing proof. It is simply a fact and the truth. The reason is simple. I carry out all the crimes with magic. So for any impossible crime... of course. She was right, man. She carries it out with magic. How come I didn't know? Hey, old me, shut the fuck up. I'm talking. Only one key exists. Okay, we knew that. Oh my god, bro. Look at this guy's internet. He's streaming. The door to the chapel is locked. It prevents any and all methods of entry or exit. I'm pretty sure this only means through the door, by the way. So this is another, just a little asterisk that we'll keep to the side. But they did say they entered through the door, but just, you know, for future reference. You didn't say that it was this front door. They might enter through another secret door. You talk too much, you incompetent fool. Let me advance more on my earlier move. The 6 definitely entered through this front door. There you go, because she confirmed it afterwards. Okay, once again. Okay. That's screwed up. The door was locked. It was impossible to unlock without using a single key, and 6 people entered through the door. How did they do it? Quantum tunneling, bro. True. This guy's right. Expose the human's limits. Then shout resign. It is customary to lick my shoes. Quibbling about details and get to break the lock or to bypass the door. Damn, this is quite disappointing. Lucian, my king, running away until he goes. I can see myself flip it over. Surrender is but a momentary shame. After that, there is only the pleasure of letting it all go. Once more, I won't resign. We're continuing. I'm resuming the game. Oh, very well. It is your turn. I was making the mistake of thinking that this rule you made was your own weapon. However, I realized it can also become a weapon for me. Yeah, because you should corner her. You should force her. You should be able to reveal the method by which she got in. You might not be able to know the exact type, but for instance, let's say that like she killed somebody with a weapon. You could ask in such a way that you're playing like a Guess Who game and be like, well, did you use a melee weapon? Did you use a ranged weapon? And she's like, oh, I use a melee weapon. Oh my god, this guy is so smart. How does he know this? 3 inches in length or something. And
she goes, yes, it is. Okay. And then, you know, you can like narrow down and whittle down, so you can start to box her into her having to give you an affirmative on how she's.
It's kind of almost like he understands the red rules.
That way I think he was no good. It's no good. It's no goddamn good at all. Flip over the chessboard. Maybe the real question isn't who we should be worried about how they got in. But what would the other question be? Like, how did you kill them? How did you get birth to a century ago?
Yeah, I wasn't cooking there.
It's something like this. We've been under the impression that since midday yesterday the key was unusable, therefore we've been under the impression that it was locked from midday until now. But if you disprove the fact that that was a key, or that, you know, something, I want to clearly state that this isn't just an impression but a fact. Interesting.
I don't know what the fuck I was cooking there either.
Received an envelope from you. Maria didn't open it, but she might have felt it and learned the key inside. Also, how do we not know that at any point she could have swapped the envelope?
Okay, there we go. Now I'm cooking. Now I'm cooking.
Like, it would have been very obvious. Like, if an envelope has something inside, fuck, you can tell when envelopes in the cards have money inside them. That's way more thin than what a fucking like ornate key like that would be. But it's not as if she could have checked it was definitely the key to the chapel. Also, we still know that there's two envelopes. Rosa had an envelope too that we didn't really get touched on at all.
Thank you, old me. I still don't have an answer to that. I want to know. I need to know.
Maria contained a fake. I waited all that time for that nonsense. This morning, Rosa definitely took an envelope out of Maria's handbag, and from that obtained the genuine key to the chapel. That doesn't answer the question at all. That's totally sidestepping. I'm gonna write this down, but this is totally sidestepping the question. The question isn't whether or not at the time that she took it out. That doesn't mean anything. The question here is whether or not you swapped the envelope at any given time, and whether or not at the time you didn't tamper with that envelope from the moment that you handed it to her midday yesterday. I'll still write this down.
True. He's right, you know. God, it's like this guy's me. We're on like the same wavelength.
This doesn't mean anything. Like, this is a totally useless statement that kind of does nothing for us. So the real question here that we're trying to know is, did she swap the envelope at any time? And was, I guess the next question, if you want to phrase it in such a way, was the envelope, did the envelope that Rosa took from Maria's handbag, how would you phrase this in like a succinct way to say this? You're basically trying to say, is that envelope, was it untampered with and did it remain in Maria's handbag from the time that it was given to her in the midday? It wasn't fake as you say. I know that much. I'll continue. So when Maria received the envelope inside, was there definitely that same key to the chapel? You're still leaving her open too much. Oh. What I mean is basically this. Midday yesterday, you gave Maria an envelope with a key inside, and you told her that she mustn't open it. Maria probably realized that there was a key inside. And because later on, Rosa used what was inside the envelope to open the door to the chapel, we thought that was the key to the chapel. This is the suspicious part. So this is what you're trying to say. Then when I entrusted Maria with a key, that key was a fake. It doesn't even necessarily be that it had to be a key, but that it was a fake, that you could have swapped out the envelope at any given time. And then by the time Rosa obtained it,
True. See, like I was already cooking, bro. I was onto her ass.
You could have a fake key, but I don't think that even matters. I don't think that's part of the equation here. The question is whether or not at any given time we know Maria would be willing to go along with Beatrice at any given time, right?
True, old me. True. We're saying that right now. We know that she's gonna be complicit in anything.
We absolutely know that Maria is Beatrice's messenger. She's willing to go along with like, anything that Beatrice wants her to do. If Beatrice approached her at some time during the day and said, here, swap your envelope real quick. I'm gonna go do this, bing bang bong, kill everybody in that 6-hour time frame when she was at night. And then when she was done, resealed another envelope, gave it back to her. Yeah, that's it. What's wrong, Beatrice? Looks like you haven't been feeling good for a while. Those close to me sometimes call me Beato. Beato is fine. I don't know how they say this.
This guy's cooking. Who is this guy, man? I should watch the stream.
I did not mean to right click. So I fucking punched my thing of Aquaphor.
Jesus!
Okay, damn young man, I hear you. Satan.
Why was I doing that? Okay, I was just being slow. Okay. Key to the chapel truly was the object.
That's what you should be asking next. Unmodified. If it's impossible, then state that you decline.
Wait, what did he say?
Possession unmodified until Rosa grabbed it. That's what you should be asking next. Unmodified, unmoved, like not swapped, nothing. I'll chase you. Can you repeat it in red? The envelope was completely under Maria's supervision. Thank you. This is the correct question. If it's impossible, then state that you decline. Check. I decline.
Okay, now this is interesting, right? So she said she refused to admit, but we got a later statement down here. Which is another example that she was playing possum here. So at that point, she refused to say whether or not the key had been passed. So we went down the belief that somebody knew that Maria had the envelope, which would probably implicate Rosa at that point, because Rosa was the only other person that knew she had an envelope, and that they came and they took it. What's more likely now, and what I'm going to wager, I don't think I need to watch much more, is probably this. It's probably that Maria worked with the killer, and Maria probably unlocked the door for the killer. We know that all the kids were sleeping in the guest room. It would have been possible for Maria to sneak out. So whoever the person was came up to her. It would have had to have been Beatrice. Because this is the thing. If she said it did not pass into anyone's hands, this pretty much, it narrows it to one option. If the key did not pass into anyone's hands, and you need the key to open the door by way that they entered, and you say that they entered through that door, Maria was the one that had to have opened the door. Now, there could be some other... The other thing that I'll put down here, there may be other ways into the chapel. However, as far as we are aware, are aware / are told for this in particular, the victims all entered through the front door, as stated in red. Now, I don't really care to watch the rest of this part, because we don't really... This is pointless, because most of this theory doesn't make any sense anymore, or it doesn't really hold much water anymore.
Again, you are asking the shittiest question.
The envelope I handed over to Maria. Okay, let me pull this back. I'll make sure, but I'm...
By making Auntie Rosa use them the next morning, they created the illusion that there was a locked room during that time. You can't deny the possibility that during that time, the culprit took the key from Maria's handbag, used it, and returned
So we already know this is fake now.
it to the handbag by morning. Can't you say it in red? Repetition requested. Say it if you can. It's check again. Hold on. I'll remove the check. The envelope with the key in it should have been sealed with wax. Rosa took it from an unopened
We
envelope.
already know that doesn't mean anything because you can reseal envelope wax, blah, blah, blah.
My expectations. It's no good. It's no goddamn good at all.
So what was the envelope I handed over to Maria and the one Rosa opened are the same thing. Okay, that doesn't mean anything at all. And then I think she resigns, and this is the end of this chapter. Yeah. Now there is one thing that I do want to see, right? And it's actually here at the end of this chapter. It seems like almost all of the siblings that were killed in the chapel talked with human Beatrice.
There's nothing so boring as a game you can't lose, you see. Use salts. I'm expecting a good fight from you. Entertain me.
Right here. For whatever reason, there's a meeting in the chapel.
Ooh, wait, this is new CG. Let me just write this here.
Okay, blah, blah, blah.
Natsuhi, choose your words more carefully. She's the family's most on. Natsuhi and I accept. I can't believe it. I don't.
Exactly. So they're making some deal, I think, to allow themselves to be killed. So we're going to say current working theory. For whatever reason, people, the siblings, were invited to the chapel by human Beatrice. This person made some deal with them, which we'll let it play out here.
That is reality, isn't it? Natsuhi, choose your words more carefully. She's the family's most honored guest. Ooh, we accept it too. There's nothing more to say. Yes, I accept it. I have absolutely no complaints. I can't believe that you really. I have to honestly respect you. Me too. Incredible. I genuinely respect you, so I have to accept it.
So this is another interesting thing here too. I'll put in note. Rosa is shown distinct from human Beatrice in this scene. This is important because if we were under the belief that Rosa was the killer, that she was the one that was masquerading as human Beatrice, I don't think you would show Rosa separate in this scene. Rosa would probably just not be included in this scene. It could be that the narrator is unreliable, but again, so far to this point, I am not entirely under the assumption that there is an unreliable narrator if we don't have magic present.
Still can't believe it, but what can you do?
Because I currently think that this human Beatrice is actually like a human, but it's just one of the other people dressed up.
Devils. You win.
You've proven devils.
I genuinely respect you, so I have to accept it. I accept it too. Still can't believe it, but what can you do? You've proven devils. You win. Devil's proof was a convenient excuse that you like to use, or that you like using to show that something was impossible to prove, but now it's become your mortal enemy, has it not? Don't torture me, Great Witch. I've already accepted you. I resign.
Notice how they say resign too. Right? Okay.
Yuri, do you still have any objections? I must have everyone in agreement. If you alone will not accept my existence. As the witch laughed boldly, the siblings started to panic. They were afraid of displeasing the witch. Kiri lightly closed her eyes, and after keeping silent for a while, opened her mouth. My apologies. I resign. Only Kiri had faced the witch with stern eyes until the end. However, she had only been able to resist acknowledging the truth for a short time. The reality, the being that was before her eyes, couldn't be denied. The devils had already been proven. I also accept it. You are Beatrice. You assure me a family alchemist, and a user of great magic. I must accept the fact that you are a witch. Okay, so this is also in some weird section, which looks like a church. The 6 siblings, or I should say the siblings, this might crack here. Siblings plus spouses agree that Beatrice is a witch and user of great magic. We did not get any reasoning as to why they accepted this.
True, we didn't.
That was just a panning shot of a bunch of different locations. It has struck midnight and the game has begun. Three, 4, 5. Oh. Interesting. I was trying to count if it was going to do 12 things, but it didn't.
This might be important to note here too, so we can see everybody's location. Okay. All the siblings and
No, there's
spouses
6 people.
are in the chapel.
No, it's 7. I think
Canon
it's
is patrolling the mansion. Okay. Goda is in the servants' quarters.
7 people that were down in the church. Nobody.
Genji is...
I think this is the
They're in the guest house, so Genji's in the guest house. Okay.
storehouse. Not storehouse. Sorry, the guest house.
Maria, Jessica.
These are all together.
So all the kids are together.
Kenzo's in the study.
Kenzo, we don't care. You don't exist. Die.
Beatrice is in her room.
Human Beatrice is here. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
don't know the significance of showing where everybody is, or if it's just like an artistic thing just to show, but.
Okay. So I think we're going to say right now, whoever human Beatrice is. Oops. Did I? Yeah, I deleted that. If we go here, I think that human Beatrice was the culprit here, and Maria aided this Beatrice in her crime. Now, we're going to go down to here real quick. These two will be kind of together. Episode 2, I feel a little bit like I'm pulling blanks on it, to be honest with you. Feels not super obvious. We're going to go back to here. What I want to check in particular is right here in the Guest of Honor chapter. Actually, wait, I can probably just check it in my notes. I have somewhere in my notes in episode 2, saw Beatrice. This should ding on something. Oh, here we go. Okay. People who saw Beatrice in the last chapter. So this was people who directly saw human Beatrice in the last chapter. I said in the last chapter, in this episode. In this episode. Kiri, Rudolph, Shannon, Cannon, Rosa, Maria, Natsuhi, Kraus, Genji. I don't know why I have kind of Gota / George here. Oh, because it was the it was because of the murder scene. Potentially Gota / George, given the Twilight killings of them. But no guarantee. That's the other thing too. So we have another murder that we actually have to put down here, which is murder of Shannon plus Gota plus George. Another important thing. In Natsuhi's room. Okay. So, human Beatrice, the people who directly saw human Beatrice in this episode was this group of people. And as I noted here, Beatrice disappears from the game after the first Twilight. This becomes sort of interesting. Why did she disappear after the first Twilight? Because she didn't need to show up anymore. Why would she? She has no need to show up at all. Call magic. Look for semantics. Yeah, this is just talking about that. Okay. True. The two-mansion theory. Who is Beatrice? One of the victims earlier in the game, I actually disagree with this. Does she restrict herself to impersonating the same person in every game? This is also true. I think this is sort of a backwards way of saying, is Beatrice the same person in every chapter? Holy fuck, what was this block I wrote here? I think the way this game is playing out is that all of the events of the game are physical, meaning there should be a natural physicalist description of everything that is, or I should say, that has happened. It seems that like a chessboard where witches are the players, all the pieces belong to the physical and operate on that. It's harder and harder to deny there's a supernatural element as witches get introduced more and more. The character tab seems to indicate that the servants who wear the golden wing are those that are furniture in the truest sense of the words, meaning they're summoned tools by a mage. Again, this doesn't really mean anything. Ken and Genji Shannon in this sense are no different than the Seven Stakes, except in the regard that they were summoned by Kinzo. This is the other funny thing too. I could almost even buy onto the fact that there are like vessels, that they are like vesseled people. But it's weird. I would almost like be able to agree that they were like created humans, that they were like homunculuses, but I wouldn't buy the ability of magic. I don't know. I just don't buy magic. I don't know, man. I'm sorry. I'm an anti-magic person. When I play Dota, I play anti-mage, okay? I'm just not a fan. Ken and Genji Shannon in this sense are no different than the Seven Stakes, except in this regard they were summoned by Kinzo, whereas the stakes were made by Beatrice. High innate magical defense, blah, blah, blah. This is all boring. Sequence of game boards. I said like artifact. This is an odd reference, but I get what I was going for there. is someone in the game. She's masquerading herself. She see. I don't. Yeah, I think this was me describing the two witch theory or the two world theory, the crossover theory. But let's see. Okay, I think I'm just gonna put it here. I don't know if there's a whole lot that's worth to speculate because once again, this kind of just feels like it comes back to me doubting Jessica again. But that's now I'm starting to feel that it's kind of just my bias to doubt her. Um, hmm. I also really don't think. Ba 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 ba. The only thing that makes me wonder too, right? And I was gonna say this earlier when we were talking about people pretending to be Beatrice, like somebody dressing up as Beatrice. The more and more reason why I'm starting to get more and more convinced that it's Jessica is you could make any of these people look like Beatrice in the sense of like making them wear a wig, right? Dressing them up in Beatrice's dress. You could do all that. The only thing that starts to get weird, and I don't want to be ageist, but like I think it would be pretty hard to mistake most of the siblings who I believe are somewhere around their mid 40s to 50. I think that's about their age range. I think they're about their mid 40s, I would say. I remember there was one part in the game where you could kind of like, you couldn't get the exact ages, but you know that Kraus and Ava are 2 years apart from each other. Rudolph is a little bit away from them, and then Rosa is like over a decade away. And so I think if you were to look at it, it was like Rudolph is the youngest of the three of the older siblings. He is probably in his like early 40s. The other two are probably in their mid 40s. Rosa is probably in her early to mid 30s. If she's 10 years after Rudolph, I think it would be pretty hard for a mid 40s woman to pass as a 20-year-old. They could look younger than they are, but I don't know if you could pass as a 20-year-old, right? Which makes me more and more think that like I get suspicious of Jessica more and more. I don't like that I doubt her so much, but I'm starting to like really circle the drain on her a lot. The problem is it's like I almost don't have anything that like concretely links her to it, but there's just like so many little suspicious things that are kind of like lining up more and more with her. I think human Beatrice is likely one of the people in the game dressed up, and after the first Twilight, they had no need to use the disguise anymore as it served its purpose. More suspicion on Jessica again, as I feel like she is the only person that, even if that looks aside, would fall in the same age bracket that Beatrice is described as falling in. The other thing too that it gets hard to know is we don't know what it's gonna sound sort of a weird thing to say. We don't know what Kinzo's first wife looks like. It's hard for us to know when he talks about Beatrice, right? Oh my god, dude, I'm remembering more and more shit. Dude, I'm sorry, I'm getting more and more convinced it's Jessica as time goes on. I'm starting to think back to they were talking about how Ava was trying to jump Kraus in the familial lineage by having a kid first and using that as a way to say that she was like better served to be an heir. And they were talking about how Kraus and Natsuhi just, were having such a hard time having a kid. Is there like an odd chance that Beatrice is like that, like the Beatrice of the forest? This is the other thing that we have to remember though, right? Because there's a discrepancy. This is some of the other things that we're going to get into with like the general theory, because we're going to go through the episodes. This is taking way longer than I thought it would. We're going to go through the episodes, but then we're going to get to a point where we have to gauge some of the bigger questions. So for instance, if we assume no magic, which is going to be like the first axiom of every single point that I make when we play this game, if there is a Beatrice that existed at Kuadorian that was approximately 20 years old when Rosa was young enough that she snuck into the woods, and again, this is assuming we trust Rosa's story. She could have lied. I don't think she did, though. But let's say we do believe her. That would mean that that Beatrice, whoever that was in Kuadorian, in present time would be like the same age as the older siblings. That person would fall in like the same age bracket. But more what I'm thinking, is there, because we got a red statement that I'm pretty sure that Beatrice died. That Beatrice died on that beach. Okay, yeah. Because I'm thinking here about, I'm just trying to think how it would be possible that if we say that Jessica is Beatrice, right? In the same way that if we believe like the Kinzo theory about like the Kinzo title being passed down and whatnot, if we buy that, we already know that's a thing that exists with Beatrice. That like the next witch will become the next Beatrice, etc. The only thing is like, what I'm trying to say is I wonder if there was like a Beatrice that existed in Kuadorian and that Natsui never actually gave birth to Jessica. If maybe Jessica was not like a legitimate kid, if I want to suspect Jessica, and that maybe there was like a bastard child that they basically passed off. Especially if Kinzo was dead too, because that could be part of like their way to fuck the whole like thing. Oh god, this is just so, I'm like heavy sus on Jessica. Like she's definitely top of my suspect list right now. I do still have some suspicion on Rosa because Rosa seems to continually be around very important events. Like the other thing too that I mentioned earlier about Rudolph with the code is there's going to be something to do. Yeah, she said that she like never accepted his feelings. She never had any love for him, but that he was like a really persistent man. I'm just trying to think how it would be possible. God, I don't even want to get into like the dark possibility, but like let me just say this, okay? And I don't want to, you can fill in the gaps. What if that Beatrice that lived there had a child before she left that Kinzo was secretly raising in Kuadorian? Or she had a secret child and that child was passed off as being Jessica. I'm not sure, and I don't want to fill in the gaps of what Kinzo would have had to have done for that to be a possibility. But there's a lot of bad things in this game. I would not put it past him. He seems like a pretty terrible person. What I'm trying to say is I think that maybe the baby was conceived in less than consensual means. I think it was a bastard child that was maybe not consensual, and that because Kraus and Natsui had pregnancy issues, it was passed off as their kid. If I'm trying to make this fit. Now again, this is total like armchair quarterbacking, random ass, like this could be totally wrong. So I'm not saying this is right, but like if we're trying to make the puzzle pieces fit together, that's the only other thing that I could think. I don't think the sentence I wrote makes sense. More suspicion on Jessica again, as I feel like she's the only person that, and I should say, comma, looks aside, would fall in the same age bracket that Beatrice is constantly described as falling in during the events of the game. Because if we think about it, right, let's say we're like going off my, I sound like a fucking elite from Halo. Let's say we grant my estimates on the age. Like it doesn't really have to be right. Like plus or minus a few years, I'm probably still okay. Rosa's in her early 30s, right? Let's say that she met Beatrice in the woods when she was like 10 or something, right? Around that age, maybe a little bit younger, maybe a little bit older, around 10. That would mean that, close to, depending on how old Beatrice was at the time, if she was like early 20s at the time that she died, 20 years about, 15, 20 years, Jessica's 16, it kind of lines up, right? So, hard to say, but again, the fact that they put so much emphasis on like the pregnancy issue makes it a bit weird to me. The only thing that, and I don't think we're going to get an answer to this because I'm sure there is some fucking way that you could like gigabrain look into a crystal orb and like figure it out. I don't think we're going to be able to understand the Battler sin part, but there definitely is more to Rudolph for sure. I'll get back to that at the end though. I want to go through all the episodes first. I don't think episode 3 and 4 will take too long. Episode 4 is going to be very confusing. I'm going to be honest with you. I just don't think I'm going to have many theories for it. I'm going to have some conjecture to put forward, but episode 4 was very much like throwing so much at the wall that it's very hard for me to like. I've been thinking about it for however long it was since it finished, and it's hard to find a through line on some of the stuff. And I think that at least from these first 2 chapters, I'm getting more and more confident that I have enough legs to stand on about who it is, even though I can't necessarily fit the peg into the hole on what's going on. Let me think here. I'd have to think about the Battler sin thing. I'll say right now, because I sort of like edged about it earlier, I think the Rudolph code thing, I think that code was supposed to be a message in some way to the current Battler that would talk about his sin. Since we know that Battler has subsumed the identity of somebody else, and by somebody else I mean, Battler, the fact that he subsumed the identity of Rudolph's other kid, we know 100% that we know right now this Battler, our current Battler, the guy we play as, he is Kinzo's grandkid, meaning he is almost certainly Rudolph's son, because that would be the only like lineage that he would be able to go through. We know that Rudolph has a cheating problem. This isn't anything new. The thing that makes me wonder is that if the Battler died, the other Battler, the true Battler, died however long ago, I think that code that was given, the 8-digit code, when he was saying like, when everybody saw the code for the first time in episode 3 or 4, whatever it was, I think it was episode 3, they all mentioned like, read statements from the flashback and indeed was back in 1967, meaning that's when the other Beatrice was, right? So it was like 15, however. Wait a minute. Wait, pause. Wait, you're actually right. Wait! Dude, wait. You actually might have just... What year is the game in? It's 86, right? So Rosa met Beatrice in 67. The game takes place in 86. Which would mean if that Beatrice had a child around that time, that kid would be around 21. Wait, sorry, can I not do math? Oh, you're right. The kid would be around 20. Be 19 years old. Depending on birthdays, could be a little bit... Oh, God, stop. No intro, please stop. 19 to 20 years old. I mean, you could pass as being 16 if you were 19. So if there was a kid that existed at that time... There was a bastard child. There's something. Also, did I mute this game? Because I don't hear any audio. I did, yeah. Okay, that's why. Okay. Let me save this real quick. Rosa and Maria both saw Beatrice in the rose garden when they were given their letters. Don't need a double bell. Unless it was passed off as another. I have a message. God, I'm telling you, it's always. Okay, let's get to the murders because this stuff is. Maybe we can start to narrow down some things. So, Shannon, Goda, and George. This was the one that was really confusing to me when I was playing the episode because this is what I was talking about when I was coming up with like the two mansion theory. That it was also Jessica dies. Again, this is the other thing too. I said this before. I would not put it past Beatrice to potentially, like, whoever Beatrice really is, I would not put it past her to die in the game. We already know there's a weird looping thing. This fuck, okay. The problem is I literally can't talk about this because it's like an essential Higurashi spoiler. But everything in the game could be physical, and there still could be the one element of looping that remains magical. I'll leave it at that. I don't want to get into more than that, but there could be very light magic elements, not so much as like the actual kinetic events that are happening in the chapter, but the very meta-narrative stuff could be witch influenced. Like Lambda Delta in Burn Castle, that stuff could still be real. The Beatrice that's in Purgatory could be real, but that doesn't mean that they have any effect on the game. But that does mean that like whoever the witches are, because it seems like Beatrice doesn't even know who her own identity is, right? That sounded like something towards the end. So my point being that there's some possibility that Beatrice might, like, it could be like a split personality. It could be that she doesn't always know that she is Beatrice. I don't really know how to like word what I'm trying to say, but you'll just have to take it on my Scout's honor that there is potential for magic to exist, but not so much in the events that are happening, but just in the overarching meta narrative. If you played Higurashi, you know. The one thing that we need about this is that, let me find the actual. Also, was it in this chapter? It was Jessica and Cannon. So, Jessica and Cannon murder. I'm pretty sure at the time I had an explanation for this. And it had to do with a semantic game that the witch was probably playing with what a hidden room meant. So let me go here. So, there are 5 master keys in this episode. We know this for a fact because it got confirmed later in the tea party. Each servant held one. Now, this is going to sound really goofy, and I could be totally missing the mark on this, I'll be honest with you, but I kind of got married to this idea when I was playing it, that when she said, there are absolutely no hidden doors, this door meaning the door to her room, Jessica's room, is the only way in or out. The only way to lock this door is with her single key. Okay, Jessica, single key, was inside her room at the time. Okay, only one of which is held by each servant. The window is locked from the inside. The last time it was locked was not by a master key. She refused. This was the only thing that we can't really get an answer to. We don't know how it was unlocked. This was like a kind of a dumb reasoning because he said, like, was the door last locked by a master key and she refused to accept it? Again, that doesn't necessarily mean that it was. She just refused to accept. So we don't know, but we know the door was locked somehow. When locked, it does not permit any entry or exit. No trick could have had the effect of locking the door from the outside. Big notes. I think this was actually sort of a stupid point. I know they come back into the room later. This is the canon in red thing. I'll come back to this, but I want to go back to okay, here we go. So the reason why this is important is these two things are kind of connected together. I think this actually happens later. Yeah, this happens after, so let me get the order back correct. Although technically if I care about order, this would be this way. But let's put this down here just for a second to get it out of the way. That here, after this thing, because she gives confirmation here, there's only 5 master keys. This is where it starts to get confusing, okay? Because we start talking about the servant room. And in the servant room, we start to hammer out her definition of what a hidden door is, or a hidden exit, or whatever. Because I'm going to get really semantic here, but to be, again, I know I've said this like a trillion times, but that's like the witch's game in this, is like playing with words. She says, she didn't repeat that anybody was hiding in the room, in the servant room, right? Beatrice states, a hidden door refers to an entrance or exit that cannot be recognized by those who do not know of it. Now, I might be really fucking stupid, and I think I said this at the time. When she says there's no hidden doors, all that would mean is that there is no exit that the people would not know about. But again, this is where it starts to get funky. Because I believe she says, there's somewhere, fuck, I hate that I'm gonna have to go back and find this exactly. She basically proves at some point that there's no way that there was an exit to the outside, right? There was no door that people didn't know about that they escaped through. However, she did not rule out the possibility, and this is where we start to get into like goofy semantics. Let's imagine that we had a room that had a bookshelf in it, right? Let's say that if you moved the bookshelf out of the way, there was like a closet that you could hide inside, right? That was indistinguishable. Well, that's not an entrance or an exit, right? Because you're not entering or exiting the room, you're just hiding in a place in the room, which is very specific of why she said she wouldn't repeat that nobody was hiding in the room. So this would be an example of a locked door where somebody hides inside the room, because it doesn't matter, because it's not an entrance or an exit, it's just a hidden room. So now this is what I said. Batley reasons there may be hidden areas the killer could hide in, like a fake bookshelf leads to another room but does not exit. This is the very important point, does not exit. They could hide in this area until everybody came and went and then leave afterwards, meaning that they locked the door inside. Then, this is what she says, and this is where it starts to get weird too. I'm going to open up Paint for this, because this is sort of a weird explanation. That is, oh, it's a KTC monitor. That is not at all what I opened. I think I opened pictures, not Paint. Let's imagine we have Jessica's room, right? Or just any room. Let me actually use the square tool instead of... Let's say we have a room, okay? And it looks like this. Now let's say that we have a door that's right here. Draw it. I'll draw the door in a different color. We'll draw the door in gray, okay? This is the door that leaves the room, and then you can draw like the, because the door swings open. And you enter through here, okay? This is the door. There's a window that's over here somewhere, okay? But the window is locked, okay? It's locked. You can't go through the window. And this door, it was locked when you came through. Okay? Perfect. Now let's imagine that for whatever reason, this here is disguised in some way, right? Bookshelf, closet, something. The question now becomes, at what point does this become a hidden, section? Or at what point does this become a hidden room? So, the way that you could break the example that Beatrice gave here, and this is going to sound really goofy, is she says no one exists in this room except for your group when she's talking about the servant's room, right? Now, if we said something like this, let's say it was like a closet, like a hidden closet or something, right? You probably wouldn't call this a room, right? You would say this is like a hidden compartment, it's a hidden area, a hidden section, something like that, right? Sure. Awesome. We agree. Which means that at least as far as the servant room goes, there was nothing like this. However, what happens now if instead it looks like this? Let's say there's a hallway or something that's disguised. And then let's say on the other side, I know this is going to look kind of bad. Let's say there's like another room that's like this. A smaller room, but a hidden room. Maybe it's even underneath, Maybe this is like a spiral staircase or something, right? Maybe this is a staircase that goes down like this. So this is actually underneath this room, if that makes sense. It's kind of hard to describe without drawing it out visually. But let's just say there's a passage of some kind. But the big thing that's important,
is that there's no exit in this room, right? There's no way to get out inside this room. This is just a blocked off room. The reason why this is important is that if there was a way to get out, let's imagine there was a door here or something, right, that you could leave outside through, well, then this wouldn't work because this would then count as a hidden door. This would be a way that you could exit through. You could walk out through here and leave. But if this was just a blocked off room, right, like this, I'll get rid of all the X's. Let's say that this was just a blocked off room, like a hidden room that you could hide in. Then when she says the statement here, where she says no one exists in this room except for your group, and I think this applies for both of them, right? Because she says here, for Jessica's murder, at the time of Jessica's corpse discovery, only Battler, George, Maria, Rosa, Genji, Goda, Shannon, Kumasawa, and Nanjo were in her room. Jessica is also included. But again, if we consider this, you would call this another room, right? So if you're saying, like, this is where the dead person is, like this person's dead here. Fucking, oh no, they're sad too because they died. If this is the dead person here, and we have our whole group is standing, like right here, but that's my whole point, brother. Welcome to the witch's game. The witches cheat. That's the whole point. She's playing word games the entire time. Look at what happened at the end of episode 3 with Nanjo. That was a cheating move too, to declare that all the people at the time of the game were dead, but in reality there was a person that was probably not dead at the time that they killed Nanjo, but then died in between the time of killing Nanjo and then her statement. That's a fucking cheating move too. Witch is going to play dirty, man. They never said they're going to play fair. My point being that if we had the killer, and the killer runs off and they hide in here, the evil killer, ooh, they're so scary. Look at them. They're so mean. Actually, they're not mean. They're happy, and they even got a scary little tooth because they just killed someone, and they're hiding inside a hidden room. Well, if the group is standing right here, and then Beatrice comes and she gives a statement, right? And she goes, let me put this in big font because it's Beatrice, and she says, oops. Okay, it didn't increase. Oh, there we go. She goes, lol, dumb fucks. You're the only ones in the rooms. In the room, right? But if she's just talking about this room, and this is technically counts as another hidden room, well, then this guy just beat her red statement. You know? This was my theory for this episode, and I'm still going to rock with this theory because I think it's the only way that you can thread the needle that it makes sense. We get back to this. No method exists by which the doors can be locked from the outside. Well, but see, that's the thing. That would be the distinction, right? Is that would you call this? I think you wouldn't call this a hidden room. Or sorry, you would call this a separate room if there was a door here. Let's say there's a door that you could enter through here. If I connect this, and let's say that there is like we'll do the typical like this to show that there's a door. If there was a door here, I think you would call this a hidden room. You would call it a separate thing, right? Like if you, well, actually, no, I actually don't even necessarily agree with that. I think that even if there wasn't a door, you could say that this was still a hidden room. For instance, if you're in your house, right, and you have a kitchen and you have a living room, a lot of times your kitchen and your living room, if they're connected to each other, you're not going to have a door between them. At least I know. Exactly. That's what I mean. He didn't get precise enough a definition about a hidden room or a hidden exit, which was why this is my theory. If she shut down this theory, I'd like throw it out. But my thinking behind this is like if you think about like your kitchen or like any other room or even like my bathroom, right? My bathroom technically has a door, so I would say it's like another room. But let's imagine that you have like a kitchen in your house and you have a living room and they're joined together and maybe there's a free passage in between them. You would still call that a separate room. Again, then you start to get into the semantics of like, okay, well, is it the same room because it's connected? What is the defining characteristic? You know, what is the defining characteristic that separates one room from another? It's really obvious if we have two rooms that aren't connected in any way. Like if we're talking about like a hotel, right? Like in hotels, it's really obvious. You know, the rooms are separate from each other. You need a separate key to get into them, blah, blah, blah. But if this had a door, and let's say that even this door had a lock on it or something, or, you know, it had something, you know, we don't know. But let's just say it had something. And there's a door here. Well, man, this is a different room. This ain't the same thing. The only thing is, the big paramount point of this entire argument that I'm making is that this
room is not allowed to have an exit. It cannot have an exit out into the mansion or in some way that they could get out. It is effectively just a hiding space. If you've ever played Minecraft, this is like the equivalent of when you have your home. Look, we're going to do a nice drawing up here. Let's say this is, I always used to build my houses like this in Minecraft. You have your house up here that's up on the ground, and then down here, if you go down, you have like another room that's below your house. But, you know, you don't have like a passage out from here. You just have a door that's like right here where you go in and out of, like this. The problem is that Battler, I kind of said this throughout the whole game, and to be fair, like, I don't want to like schmuck the game for it, because I think it's literally the point. I think it's the point of the mystery, is that the witch is going to be imprecise about her definitions, because if you were to nail her down very specifically on her definitions, I think you would probably not have a game, or the game would be over in the fourth tea party, you know? Obviously it's not. And again, I'm not even saying this is entirely right. I'm just saying that at least with the current description that we've been given, this fits. I can force this square peg into this round hole with the definition that she gave, because her definition did not disqualify enough. The only thing that she disqualified is there was no hidden exits. But that doesn't apply if this room doesn't exit, right? And then we get down to the point, what qualifies as a room? Okay, well, I mean, she's not going to say that. Exactly, she has to play with tricks. If she wants to pretend that magic is real. The other thing, too, that we mentioned about this, and all the characters in the game said this, too, there's a good chance that there are sections of the mansion that nobody else knows about, right? That maybe only Kinzo knows about. There's probably somebody here that is very... I mean, for instance, look at the passage between Kuadorian and the main mansion. We didn't find out that existed until episode 4. Nobody fucking knew where Kuadorian was. But there was a passage in a well behind the mansion that led to the other hidden mansion. But nobody knew that existed until that point. There could be other rooms that are hidden inside the mansion. Like, we don't have a floor plan of the mansion to look at. We don't know enough about the entire, like, top to bottom layout of the mansion to say, you know, for certain what's going on in the mansion, that there's not a hidden room somewhere here. So that would be my only thing that I would say, is we know there's parts of the mansion. We don't have the mansion fully mapped out. So we can't be confident that there is not hidden sections of the mansion that we don't know about that they could hide in. Now, again, I will say this is a very easily disproven argument, because sorry, I was taking a drink. There's like an easily disproven argument, depending on how you approach it. Sorry, my girlfriend's messaging me. We know there's parts of the mansion that we don't know about. Now, this is the better part, that it's hard to know who the people are that would have killed in this scenario. I'd have to go. I'm gonna unmute the game. I'm gonna go back. I think I've sufficiently proven. I'm gonna save this. Is a good image. I'm saving this image. Let me hide this for a second. Ooh, just in case I don't want to leak anything. I don't think there's anything that's to be leaked. Yeah, no, I'm totally fine. Hidden room theory. Okay, boom. Now let me minimize this. And let me unmute this. And now if I click on... we have audio again. Okay. So now back to the theorizing. So great. We've explained, at least for these two cases, okay, for these two sections, Now, the only thing that becomes difficult about this is now we have to start nailing down, like, who it could have been. So for this, we're going to say the hidden room meme can also apply in this case, as outlined above. So I'm not going to type it again. Because, see, this is the other thing, too. She has this red statement, which seems like it disproves what I'm saying, right? No one is hiding. Yeah, no one is hiding in the room that they're in. It is a cheap solution, but I don't know any other way that you could describe it. I mean, I would argue that the example that we gave in the first episode for being the theory about one of Krause or Shannon not actually being dead is as much of a cheap trick. That's the entire point. The witches are going to use cheap tricks. Time of corpse discovery doesn't say anything. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying this is 100% correct. I'm just saying that until she can provide a better definition of what a room is, I'm rocking with this. Okay. Okay. The only other way that this again makes it true is this doesn't even necessarily disprove like a hidden compartment or a hidden room theory. What it also could just mean is that I'm gonna put a spoiler talk up here, but I think you said that you played the Danganronpa games. Have you played Danganronpa 2? I know we talked about it one of the times that you were in here. Regardless, spoilers for Danganronpa 2, I'm going to talk about one of the cases. Or just a broad thing that happened. Okay, perfect. One of the things that happens a lot in Danganronpa, and happens a lot in mystery games in general, is that the discovery of the corpse is a really important scene. And so, a lot of times in the Danganronpa games, in many of the cases, the killer is one of the people that initially discovers the corpses in the group of people. The only other explanation that kind of gets rid of my hidden room theory, such that even if there was a hidden room, the person wasn't hiding in it, is the second part that I had here. Because the hidden room theory only works if somebody was hiding and waiting for them to leave. The only other thing it could be is that the person was in a spot in the room that they didn't notice. They thought the person was always in their group, and then the person joined the group right here. So the killer could have hid inside the room, waited for the people to come in, and rejoin the group without anybody noticing that they weren't actually a part of their group. Because if the person, let's say that, I'm gonna open up Paint again. Let's say, let me delete all this. Let's say like the same theory again, like this. And let's say that there's a closet that's right like here or something, right? There's a closet that's here. And the door is right here. Like this, so you can come in through here. The dead body is here. The person's dead here. And then when the whole group runs in, and let's say the whole group is standing like right here, and they're all looking over the body, and they're like, oh my god, what's going on? The killer is actually hidden, let's say in like the closet like here. I know this doesn't really make sense in the layout because this would technically jut into the hallway, but you know what I mean. I needed to draw this more like that. But let's say that the killer was actually hidden in here the whole time, and then they come in and they're like, oh my god, Jessica's dead. And nobody else is, because they're all looking this way, right? They're all paying attention in this direction. And so because of that, the killer can join the group, and the person doesn't know. Also, I can get rid of the spoiler talk. It would make sense why, or how the killer could do that. Because then, this also holds true for the same statement, because she makes a statement somewhere here where she says that nobody is hiding. Where is it? No one exists in the room except for your group, and no humans exist that you were not aware of, right? If we make those two systems, if we make these two cases fit, if we make these two statements fit, there's only two possibilities. Either what I was just saying prior, that there's a hidden room and the killer hid, and the room is not considered the same room, or the killer did this and they hid somewhere in the room, but at the time that the body was discovered, the killer joined and re-entered into the group, and so the group thought that they were with them the whole time, but the person wasn't actually with them the whole time. They slipped into the group and we didn't notice. So then the question would become, if we look back over those cases, what is the group of people that show up? Is there somebody that shows up later? Because that would be the biggest suspect then. If there's somebody that shows up to the group later once we are in the room, because then it could still hold true when Beatrice makes her statement and she says like, oh, there's nobody in, there's nobody in the what do you call it? There's nobody in the, nobody hiding in any section or anything. Because at the time that she made the statement, it's another situation like the Nanjo death statement, where she's playing around at the time that she says it. Where she says, oh, you don't know, there's no humans that you don't know of, they're all right here. And it's like, well, yeah, because the person, now you know them, because they kind of revealed themselves and they hid in your group and you didn't realize it. The only thing is, like, I would have to... I'd have to go through exactly again, and I don't know if I really care to go through it all. Might have to, though. Again, the good thing is episode 3, we don't really have to worry about that. Because episode 3, I don't even think I need to... I think I kind of already talked through it. I don't think there's anything... I'll think about, like, big points in episode 3. The only thing in episode 3 that's, like, a little bit that I would want to know about, the only thing that I would want to know about is, one, how it was that Rosa put together where the gold was. I think Rosa is also going to be a big player in this. Because we know that Ava and Rosa both solved the hint. However, it was Kiri that gave them the initial, like, breadcrumbs that helped them discover what was going on, right? Because of that, it then makes me wonder which of those would be the most guilty. Obviously, Rosa and Ava had enough knowledge in episode 3. Excuse me. They had enough knowledge in episode 3 with the hint that was given to be able to solve the puzzle. They know where the gold is in that episode. Kiri, however, was smart enough to be able to drop a hint. Now, did that mean that Kiri was giving them a hint so that they could find it? Seems kind of unlikely. I don't know why she would do that. So then the question becomes, what was the hint? The only reason, I'm going to be honest, I don't think I'm going to try and solve what it is. And I might later when we're in the answer arcs and it starts to become more apparent, because obviously they will reveal how people find the location to the gold. I'm sure there is a way that you could do it, but I have a sinking suspicion that it's like a Japanese language meme, because that whole section was a Japanese language meme when they were talking about it with Kiri and Rosa and all of them. And I don't speak Japanese. I can't read Japanese. I can't read fucking kanji. I can't read any of it. So there's no way that I'm going to be able to put together like a language meme based off like kanji, and it's just not going to happen. Yeah, so like when Ava and Rosa talk about it, they start talking about like what the characters in kanji or in hiragana or katakana, I don't remember which one it is, that with the epitaph that there is, when they solve it, that there's like a hint, and then Ava goes to the archive and she reads a book and she finds out a way to figure it out, and it all starts to make sense for her, right? But a lot of it was based on like Japanese language stuff. I don't think there's any way that I'm going to be able to put that together. I don't speak Japanese enough to, or even read it enough at all, even to understand to put that together. So there's no way I'm going to be able to put that together. But I want to try and like start drilling down a bit quicker on this, because I also don't want to fucking be here all night. It's already 5 hours of a theory stream, And we still have episode 4 to go through, although I think episode 4 we're going to be striking out pretty fucking hard. I think episode 4 we're just going to be throwing shit at the wall and seeing if there's anything that sticks. Okay. People of the Ushirimiya family, I wonder if your attempts at solving the epitaph's riddle in the gold are reaching a climax. Solving the riddle of the epitaph is a single method by which you can all stop me. You will not be able to stop me or the ritual by way of any kind of method. I ask all of you that you take care not to mistake your goal. Attempting to search for me is useless. Attempting to escape from me is useless. Attempting to deny me is also useless. Beatrice the Golden. P.S. I borrowed the 2 bodies for the ritual. I'll return them later on. Please accept my apologies. Entry is impossible except for the single door and single window. This is just going over all the same shit. Murders of Nanjo and Kumasawa. So, game initially described it as red-eyed cannon. You can talk about it, it's fine, you can bring it up. If it's all stuff that's contained in the first 4 episodes, it's fine. As long as it doesn't... I don't care if you figured it out from rewatching or anything. Doesn't really mean much to me. As long as it's not from the last 4 episodes, which you've said you haven't seen, then I don't give a fuck. No different than shooting out any other theory. I'll probably be streaming in the early AMs for me. Like, I'm probably going to go to bed and I'll play it when I wake up. I'll probably put a big dent into it. Because I don't want to fall behind Joe, especially when it's in the answer arcs, because I'd be afraid of getting spoiled, so I'm going to make sure that I stay ahead of him. So I'm probably going to try and goon through it pretty quickly. Especially because as much as I am enjoying this game, I do have other games that I want to play too. Okay. Okay, you can tell me what scene it is. What scene do you think it was? I have notes on probably almost every scene in the game, so I can see what I have on it. I think I did mention multiple times there was stuff of 6 years ago. First stream of episode 3. Let me mute the game audio here for a second. I appreciate suspicion, but it's...
what do you call it? Because you don't get to check all of them.
This is Higurashi spoilers. Last part on the beach. We talking like the last section here, or what do you just mean here? Oh, I see what you're saying.
We're spending a lot of time. Like 4 hours about, I think, if not more. Okay, I know this is sort of short. We're doing one more chapter and that's it. The only reason why I want to reset my sleep schedule, and I want to make sure that I'm full attention devoted because I have a funny feeling this chapter's gonna be fucking peak. That's all I gotta say.
It was peak.
I mean, 6 years. That's like the whole elementary school. Also, another thing too that I noticed when I was going back through comparing the translations. I have it in my notes somewhere too, but I still need to know the importance of the 6 years ago and the 2 years ago. Like why he put the portrait of Kinzo being key in this scenario. Why was it put 2 years ago? There has to be something behind it, but I don't know. That's like the whole elementary school, isn't it? It's pretty unfair to ask me to remember, don't you think? I agree. Especially since we were so young, we've grown a lot in these 6 years. Actually, if we hadn't been introduced, maybe we wouldn't have been able to
Wouldn't have been able to remember you because he probably doesn't look like the original Battler.
remember you. You think? I knew it was Ballard right away. After he opened his mouth, I was even more sure. I met him for the first time. Don't know about 6 years ago. That's natural. You're only 3 after all. When you say it like that, I'm the same. I only remember you when she was 3 years old, and since she's grown so big, yeah, no wonder I didn't recognize her. After lunch, we'd all gone out to the beach to walk around, talk and take it easy, enjoying ourselves. This is the same scene from episode 1. Our parents appeared somehow on edge and seemed to have things to catch up on, so we decided to leave our seats. Just as you'd expect, since it had been 6 years, the conversation focused on me. Still, you've really grown taller. I won't call myself short.
Your height surprised me.
But anyway, your height surprised me. Again, I don't know how tall this dude is. Like, how tall? Didn't he say he was like 5'10"? Although again, I don't want to be the racial profile. I guess it is like maybe kind of tall in Asia, but like not 5'10" short here. But like big dog. It's nothing to be like bragging about. That's right. I remember well what Battler was like 6 years ago. It's the other thing too that I was wondering about the furniture. And Shannon, because I was gonna
So she knows Battler 6 years
Thanks,
ago.
too. Although Jessica looked the same in the flashback of Shannon. I think it was in. Shannon looked exactly the same. And this was apparently 6 years prior or something, or like a really long time prior. But Shannon looked about the same. I don't know if the furniture aged, is what I guess I'm trying to get at. Like, when he made Shannon. Like, because Genji's old, right? Like, do the furniture still age even though they're not human? They just, like, are very similar to human. But Shannon has a heart, so she is more human. I don't know. Again, I don't know if this all get explained, but. Totally. I can never imagine this from how Bally looked 6 years back. I'm surprised I ever remember so much about 6 years ago.
When says look a look.
Not surprised. I mean, you seem to take a while even remembering us. And that hurts a bit, you know? Poor Jessica.
Hard time remembering us.
Come on, this was 6 years ago, right? The one thing I will say about this cast, too, is besides me, like, dogging on some of the characters, I don't know if there's any character that I really, like, dislike. I should on Goda a little bit. Goda kind of redeemed himself a little bit with some of the events of the last chapter. I'm gonna keep calling him chapters, I'm so sorry. I don't know, it's burned in my brain from Higurashi. From the last episode, rather. But, like, I like Jessica. George I still think is kind of like a. I don't know, like a know-it-all. He's like just like the perfect like golden child. I'm still.
Okay, shut up. No one cares about your theory, bro. Let's go.
Said 6 years ago, don't you? Things that happened 6 years ago very well. I can remember as clearly as if it were yesterday. Okay, we got your furniture, though. That's because your memory is good, Shannon. I bet you remember well what kind of things Battler did and said 6 years ago, don't you? Come to think of it, that's right. Shannon's memory is surprisingly good when it comes to certain things. Ugh, I'm crappy remembering. Remembering fun stuff well, but horrible at boring stuff. Ugh.
Okay.
We all laugh saying that everyone was like that. Shannon, by the way, what was Battler like 6 years ago? Remember any interesting episodes? Yeah, like episode 1 and 2 of Umineko. Let's see. I'm sure. Okay, the music cutting like that very abruptly. Insane. Chill. I'm sure that he said something like this when he left. I'll be back. See you again. I'll come for you riding a white horse. Ah.
Riding a white horse. That's kind of an interesting thing to say. The only reason why I say that, and I think I know what you're going to say now too, if that's the very exact same statement that you were talking about, is that now I'm going to make a big leap here. And you can tell me if I'm on the same wavelength as you. He's trying to invoke the idea of being like a white knight. However, if you want to talk about biblical things, which is quite interesting that there's 7 deadly sins in this, which is a predominantly biblical thing. The white horse rider in the past, in the Bible, my understanding, is the horse rider of death. So it's kind of funny that he'd say, I'm going to come riding in on a white horse, meaning that he would bring death to the island, which is exactly what happened. However, that doesn't really implicate too much about his sin, but that is an interesting point.
Jill. I'm sure that he said something like this when he left. I'll be back. See you again.
Riding a white horse is pretty crazy. Like, I'm going to make sure I'm right on this. I know they say a pale horse, but... Oh, sorry, he rides a pale... Fuck off. Same shit. The one that rides it is technically Conquest, but... Whatever. Fuck off. Close enough.
Don't, so embarrassing. I bet he did, That's exactly what he was like 6 years ago. He was always full of those stupid lines.
All those stupid lines.
You're trying to steal my girl, bro. Really, that sounds like something Bally would have said back then. Ugh, embarrassing. Yeah, horribly embarrassing. Maria, I'm sure that when you were in middle school, you'll want to say embarrassing things like that. This guy pretends like he is any different. He was literally in the other episode. Okay, I almost don't even want to like reword it because it's actually kind of vile to say to someone of her age, but he was literally, you know, I'm not even gonna say it. Okay, just do the tea party episode too. Okay, bro made a very insanely vile comment to Maria. Okay, we'll just leave it at that. I'm sure that when you're in middle school, you want to say embarrassing things like that. And that happens right on the back of some leaflet first, and read it 3 times before you decide to say it out loud. If you don't, you'll definitely regret it. So everyone has to pass through that painful period. That's right. That's how you know your place. Learn shame, become an adult. Yes, this is a memory I want to disappear. The bittersweet kind of thing that everyone does in adolescence as they transition to becoming adults. Ugh. You see, I tend to let my mouth run wild without thinking too much. I don't remember all the details of everything I say, but when the contents are recited back to me afterwards, it's always something extremely embarrassing. In recent years, I finally come to understand this weakness and have been working hard to refrain from such careless outbursts, but it seems I was just born with the habit of speaking without thinking, and there isn't a whole lot I can do about it. And do you remember any other embarrassing things? Yes, well, I remember various other things, but since it looks like the person in question wants to forget them, I think I will refrain from saying anymore. Aw. How nice. To be blunt, there's nothing else I remember. Please don't remind me. Ugh, Shannon's bullying Battler. Ugh, bad. Bullying is bad. She doesn't really bullying him. Let's leave it at that, okay? But Shannon, you'll have to tell me all about it sometimes, or sometimes Battler isn't around. Sounds pretty interesting. Yeah, certainly. Oh my god. No, you can't, Shannon. For a while, George teased me by pretending. What about you, Battler? Have you got a girlfriend? If there was like a diversion of her behavior, because I don't think she would care too much. Because if she's not using George's run goals, she's not worrying about like debuting status.
Okay, let me get back to this because I don't want to waste too much time watching old VODs of myself. No frauds or tricks, no secret passage, no place to hide. So this is not Tahi's, so... Okay. Okay. And then this is just the end. No frauds or tricks, no means of a secret passage. We go amend the lock, spring back in the open position. You can tamper the lock. So it's possible that the lock was tampered with, but locked from the inside. means probably not. No frauds or tricks, no means of secret passage, places in which to hide. Her key was in George's pocket, locked inside the room. That leaves only the 5 master keys, and Rose was holding all of them. While I'm at the parlor is the same. The key to the parlor itself is sealed away in the servant room, so unlocking it with anything but a master key is impossible. The locked room definition of the room is the same as always. I don't know what this is referencing when it says the key to the parlor. I don't think there was anybody that was in the parlor, right? This is episode 2, yeah. This is the end of episode 2. Okay. It's also interesting that at one point we have all these like biblical references. We have the 7 sins. We have potentially that white horse comment. We have George at a certain point mentioning how Maria that was written on the magic circle might not have been a reference to the Maria we know, but like the Virgin Mary. I don't know if anybody else has ever made like a biblical reference at a given point. I don't know why I don't remember the parlor. Let me unmute the game audio. Yeah, Maria said that in episode 4 as well. She said that a few times. She said it was the bad witch that takes over her. Okay. Again, pierced with a stake. Out of the people that died in this room, is there any of them that died in an odd way? Doesn't seem like it. Hmm. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm still not... This is why I'm getting more and more convinced that I don't know if Beatrice is necessarily always the same person. Rosa has more contact with Beatrice than anybody else. That's why Rosa is at, like my top... I think I put that in my notes at some point. That's why I have Rosa near like the top of my suspect list, because she constantly has these run-ins with Beatrice. She's the only person that saw Beatrice, other than presumably Kinzo, at Kuadorian prior to her death. Rammed into her back. I think I posed at some point that if Kinzo actually did have like some magic blood or something, that it wouldn't be surprising. Like, how would it skip a generation to go to Maria? It would mean that Rosa would at least have to be a carrier of some kind, even if she's not like fully tapped into it. Like, how the fuck would Maria tap into it so hard if Kinzo... Now, I know in the game they talk about like the power of belief, but if we imagine that magic is something that's like latent to people, it'd be really weird why Maria would have it, but then Rosa wouldn't. Okay. I actually do want to check one more scene in episode 2, which was whenever Nanjo and Kumasawa die. I want to see that scene. They're already dead at this point, so I think it's around here.
Question, should we do? She told me that clearly. Damn, what a person. Genji, what should we do? Do we also not need some kind of weapons? I can't believe it's so sudden. The Rose would do something, like... Genji, it isn't a question of what we do. Whoa. He knew because he was a doctor. Kennen should have been expected to fall unconscious after losing so much blood, and yet somehow he preserved his awareness so clearly.
See, this is the thing. Obviously, this didn't happen. There has to be some...
Or tenacity. Sometimes the power of human life did surpass common knowledge.
There has to be some lie going on here.
When they stopped the bleeding to make sure there was no foreign object inside the affected area, Nanjo had groped around a bit inside the bleeding hole with tweezers, and the great depth of the wound had surprised him. The wound had certainly reached his...
But it's like... He's like groping around with like tweezers. Is that really faking? Like...
Yet. No, on the other hand, the fact that he's alive is fortunate. But Kennen had spoken clearly. He had hatefully said the one named Rosa had created this wound and was repeating curses and enraged words. Oh, they're showing him now, though. Whoa.
I think it's too obvious that you would... I don't think Rose is innocent, but... She wants to kill everyone by any means necessary before the typhoon passes, that she can have the Master's Weld all to herself. Normally I would agree with you, but I'm pretty sure we got red statemented at this point that Kennen was already dead, so it couldn't have been
She
him.
told me that clearly. Damn, what a person. Genji, what should we do? Do we also not need some kind of weapons? I can't believe it so suddenly. That Rosa would do something, like... Genji, it isn't a question of whether you believe or not. She told me. I heard it. Why won't you believe me? Notice how the text is now in the witch text? He's possessed or something. Don't get up. You're worse than your wound. Kennen sat up on the bed and spoke to Genji, who was making...
That's why I'm like confused on the whole... This whole story about Kennen, whether like... I don't really know, because like if we assume that Kennen is dead, which I think we have to because of the statements from down here. That... Where is it? In chapter 2... All master keys were under, blah blah blah. This doesn't really matter at all. It's all garbage. Episode 2. Here we go. Who cares about this? This is the chapel shit. If the culprit was one of the servants, they could have used a master key. It's not even a locked room, so this is true. Yeah. Moving to Nanjo and Kumasawa being sliced in the servant quarters. If Kannen's death was declared with red, there's no way he was alive. Therefore, there's a chance that it was someone else in a disguise that would make the group that was attacked mistake this person for Kannen. They would never mistakenly think any other person was Kannen. Then, just like the heredity of Kinzo's name, you could suppose that Kannen was killed, and a different person assumed his name. Now, normally, that would have held true, but I think Lambda Delta said at the end here. Actually, no. No, there's no... I don't think there's anything that necessarily... Actually, wait, no, yes, there is. Because she made a statement. She made a statement, it was when Jessica died in episode 2. She said that Kannen had died in this room. And that was before any of this had happened. Kannen was 100% dead. I'm, like, positive she said it. Died in this room. Really? That doesn't show up? In this room. Beatrice would not agree that Kannen's corpse was in the room, but did say that he died in the room, in red. I wish I would have put the statement there. But if she confirmed that he died in that room in red, I'm assuming that Beatrice is not going to give us red statements of events that have not yet happened yet. She is not a clairvoyant. So because of that, this means that this scene with Kannen has to be bullshit. So then the question is, we know that Nanjo and Kumasawa die in this scene.
No effort to believe Kannen's story.
And the only people that are in this room at that time are all the servants. It's all these people. But Kannen is dead, so let's kill Kannen. Let's just pretend that Kannen is dead. And let's kill the people that would have been dead up to this point. These are all dead. Jessica's alive. So this is the current state of affair. And of course Kenzo, but that doesn't really count. So this is our current state of people that were alive at this given time when this happened. Now, Rosa is with all these people because I believe at this point she had already confiscated the master keys. So everybody, Rosa was with all the kids, and they were together, and you had all these people together. We know that Nanjo and Kumasawa now die. So these two are dead. Meaning we have 3 servants that were present in the room when this happened.
She surely killed all the people in the parlor by now. If we don't kill her first, it will absolutely be us who are killed first. Just like how I was killed first. Everyone else will also be killed first. Kill or be killed. Kill or be killed. Kill or be killed. It really isn't a big deal. It doesn't hurt at all.
Blah, blah, blah.
It isn't a deep wound. Switch. Up to the base. He slowly pulled it out in exactly the same way. The fingers he pulled out were stained a sticky, solid, deep rope. Even after she saw Cannon stand with fresh blood, her impregnable expression didn't falter. Hey, Nay-san, where did you go? I'm on the verge of death here. Where'd you go? Well, I went to the boiler room, looking for something. More importantly, I want to check. Are you really Cannon? Huh?
When she says she went to the boiler room, are you really Cannon?
So they couldn't understand the meaning of Shannon's question. When they looked, they noticed Shannon was pulling
And this is where she gets the spider webs, which I never understood the significance of. But she gets a spider web and apparently dispels Cannon. Because something about spider webs being good against spirits or something. I don't remember why it was important, but I remember her saying that.
handkerchief in her hand. It was filthy and looked like she had wiped up some trash or dust. While holding that, she approached Cannon and drew close to his legs. I thought you might the thing Shannon was holding. And his arm drew trails of some kind of afterglow. And Nanjo and Kumasawa's throat arc, and where they traced across. And they were
The only thing is, so we know right now that for the first set of murders, my suspicion is on Genji. The only reason why I say this is that if we look at the through line for the first episode, we know that Genji lives in episode 2. He survives until the end, right? That's number 1. Genji survives until the end. Number 2, we know that this room was not a locked room to any of the servants because they had a master key. Well, Genji's the head servant. He could get his way in. Cannon would probably also not attack Genji, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't win. Number 2. Then, when they're all in this room, right? Again, I don't know the reason or like why. My better question for this would be, why would Goda? Let's say Genji did kill them. Let's say he killed them in that room. Why would Genji, or why would Shannon and Goda cover? But then the better thing is, Shannon, Goda, and George all die right after. My theory is I think it was Genji. Because I think it's the only through line that makes sense. I think this is another scenario where there was a group of people that was working separately. Somebody posed as Beatrice for the first set of Twilights. The person that posed as Beatrice killed the people of the sixth Twilight. They agreed to be killed by her, it seems like, for some reason. They agreed to be killed. They die. Okay. And then if we follow every other murder, it sort of, kind of, a little bit makes sense. Not exactly. Jessica and Cannon were isolated, so they go after them. Jessica's realistically no threat, it's just Cannon. Genji is the best furniture of the thing. He could kill Cannon. If Cannon was dead, Jessica got stabbed in her back. There's also some very tiny belief that we could say, and I don't necessarily buy it. It is possible that Cannon killed Jessica. I don't think this would be good. Let's say that Cannon found out that Jessica was Beatrice somehow. He kills Jessica. Genji sees that happen. He kills Cannon. Maybe this... The reason why I find this really suspicious is the fact that if you look at the people that were alive in the servant room, it's these 3 after it happens. And then who just so happens to die in the next set is these 2. These 2 just so happen to die. George dies alongside them. Right? He dies alongside them. Rosa starts to suspect Genji at a certain point. Right here. Servant's room that we stand in. For Jessica's murder at the time of the corpse discovery. Again, this doesn't really mean anything if we talked about the hidden room theory before. In both cases, blah, 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 blah. We don't care about any of that. Didn't consider there may be keys on the bodies. Genji willingly stays behind alone. Interesting. I don't know. I must have said this somewhere in the VOD. Genji. Once this loads, eventually. How's a transcript take? This usually loads like instantly. I know this is a long video. Okay. Genji. Also, in this story, Genji is the one who fights them off. Oh my god, I said Genji that many times? 139 times? Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing that I don't understand is, like, why would Genji do it? But not knowing the motive doesn't necessarily mean that he didn't do it. It just means we don't know for what reason he did it. Although that's a very weak reasoning. I would prefer to have a reason for why he would want to do it. The only other thing that I could imagine... Wait, it actually kind of makes sense. Wait. Okay, no, actually, I have a gigabrain theory, okay? And it's probably wrong. Exactly. No, you're onto it. You're onto it. You're onto what I'm going to say. Episode 2, theory. Jessica is Beatrice. She poses as human Beatrice. Somehow gets the siblings to admit or to offer to be sacrifices. The only thing that we don't know is this next part. For some reason, Rosa is saved. I'm going to say likely because she has no one to be paired with, and Jessica needs Maria to be dude, I'm fucking railing on Jessica. I'm so sorry, Jessica, if you're not the killer. I'm fucking... Just wait. Okay, let me cook for a second. Let me cook. Likely because she has no one to be paired with, and Jessica needs Maria to be alive to aid and abet. I think that's how you spell that. I'm gonna check that. Okay, it's just one T. Okay. But get this, ready? You have to remember, I'm not saying this to you, just generally, the you in a general sense. We know if Kinzo is dead, right? Kinzo's out of the picture. Let's pretend he doesn't exist. Who do the furniture serve next? Who is the other second master? It's Beatrice. If Jessica could confirm her identity as Beatrice, they would listen, especially Genji, would listen to any order that she gave. Okay, so this is my theory. The other thing too, which I want to check here, at the end of the second chapter, you gotta let me cook for a second. I'm cooking here. I think I'm cooking. Is if I go all the way down here, I want to see the order. Okay, they died in the second Twilight, so we can't tell the exact order. It would make more sense. It would make more sense if Canon actually died first before Jessica. The only thing is, Jessica she was staked in the back. But we know that Beatrice is the second master for all the servants. And Genji is the head servant, most loyal to both Kinzo and Beatrice. With Kinzo dead, I don't know how I always mistype Kinzo. It's gotta just be how I press the letters on my keyboard. With Kinzo dead, this is a little bit of a crackpot theory, I'm gonna be honest with you. This one isn't... I feel way more confident about my episode 1 theory, but we'll let this work. She poses as human Beatrice, somehow gets the sibling, to offer to be sacrificed. For some reason, Rose is saved, likely because she has no one to be paired with. By this, I mean she doesn't have a spouse. And Jessica needs Maria to be alive to aid and abet in her climax setup for the chapel and envelope memes. We know that Beatrice is the second master for all the servants, right? And Genji is the head servant most loyal to both Kinzo and Beatrice. With Kinzo dead, they would answer directly to her, assuming she could prove that she is her. She is her. He is him. Next, after the first set of murders, and after Canon and Shannon are, I don't want to say like tortured, kind of. Tortured by Jessica. The other problem is I don't really like this method. I don't want to say tortured by Jessica, but are like, I'll say instigated. Also, oh my god, dude, it makes so much sense, too. Why is it that Beatrice doesn't appear past the first Twilight? She got everybody to get together. She herself gets killed in the second Twilight. She doesn't appear for the rest of the fucking chapter because she's dead. So that's why human Beatrice doesn't pop up again. Because she's dead. The only thing that's weird about this is when we look back at, like, Beatrice later on, like, at the very end of the tea party mentions, like, who am I? She's, like, confused. She doesn't know who she is. And I don't know if that's, like, a facetious thing or if she's, like, baiting Battler. Or if it's truly, like, she doesn't know who she is. That could be the only other way, but I don't think that makes sense. I think she's definitely very... Unfortunately, I'm just not very trustworthy of Beatrice, so I don't necessarily buy that. But she gets uncovered. Yeah, it's very possible. She could have said, like, maybe Jessica, because this is the other thing that I'm trying to balance in my head. Maybe Jessica doesn't know she's Beatrice at all times, right? Maybe it's like a split personality thing. Because if you think about Rosa, the way that I view the Rosa thing, when we were talking earlier about her being a witch, and, I have it in my notes a few times about Rosa being a witch, and actually, I'm going to go back to the music. I don't think I need anything else for episode 2. We're going to get our suspicion back on, okay? When we talk about the witch thing, to me, the way that Maria describes it, and again, this is sort of what Angie talks about at the end of the thing, is that Maria started to develop a belief to preserve her own happiness and to pull away from the actual reality of the situation. If you look at it with, like, the very, like, physical actual description lens, which was that Rosa was running off with her boyfriend. She didn't really want to be around Maria. Not that she necessarily hated her, but she was running off around with another dude. And so any time that Rosa would have an outburst, which was actually just that Rosa is probably mentally unstable. Some of it is probably, I don't want to say it's a good reason. Her actions are not good, but it's understandable why Rosa feels upset in certain scenarios. But Maria needed to have an explanation that a 9-year-old could develop, that would map onto Rosa's emotions in the situation. So when Rosa flips on a dime, and I don't want to say this because it sounds kind of bad and it's kind of ableist in a little way, but let's say that Rosa had, like, borderline or something, right? That she could flip on a dime, or that maybe she has, like, a split personality or something where one is, like, a really rude one, or it could just be maybe she has really bad anger management issues. It could just be something as simple as that. And every time that she gets really angry and she takes it out on Maria saying, oh, like, the witch is taking over Rosa, It's not that there's literally a witch that's possessing her, although, again, just because of how this game is, I'm not going to rule out that possibility. But let's say that she's just using that as a descriptor for Rosa having one of these outbursts. And then Rosa comes back to her senses, she calms back down, she realizes, oh my god, I'm going crazy, this is fucked up, blah blah blah, I shouldn't be doing this, I shouldn't be hitting my kid, I shouldn't be acting so angry. But this is Maria's description of what Rosa's behavior is. But what happens if Jessica is kind of the same way, but that for some reason Jessica has had her knowledge of her being Beatrice suppressed, and maybe she comes to remember that she is Beatrice. Now, it could also be that she's just a really good actor. Maybe she flips it on and off. I don't know. But maybe she uncovers at some point in episode 2, Toucan says, hey, I love you, blah, blah, blah. Somehow reveals she's Beatrice. Again, there's so much missing fog of war shit here. Reveals that she's Beatrice. For whatever reason, she gets attacked and gets killed by Cannon. Or, again, the order of death doesn't really matter. Maybe she kills Cannon. Maybe she orders Thing to kill him, and then maybe she orders like a 12-step insane gigabrain play where she says, Genji, you gotta remember too, if we believe like the magic claim, if we listen to, but you gotta remember though, if you view it as like a split personality, not as like Jessica acting, although again, I don't know what it is. You can view it either way. I guess it's sort of like a, whatever fits the argument better. If it's like a split personality, it could be her acting as like a totally different person that she doesn't know that she's Beatrice. And there could be a realization in episode 2 where Jessica realizes and she puts together like, holy fuck, that's me. Maybe there's something that happens off screen that we don't know about. She comes to the realization that that is her. She realizes all the shit that she said to Shannon. She realizes everything, right? Maybe then she asks Cannon to kill her or something. Genji then carries out the order. You have to remember too that if whoever Beatrice is probably also believes in magic. I don't usually like the split personality stuff in general. It also could just be that Jessica's just a really good actor. It could also be that Jessica's faking it. It could also be that she is generally just a twisted evil person. So that is also the other possibility. Again, this is all based on the fact that it is Jessica. We could be totally off base. It could not be Jessica. But
let's just say that it is Jessica, by whatever means we don't know. She gets into an argument, she reveals it, maybe Cannon gets angry, whatever happens, she dies. The thing is, whoever Beatrice is, Beatrice probably believes in magic, right? I don't think the witch herself would believe that she doesn't have magic. What that also means is that the witch is going to revive no matter what at the end of the Twilight. You gotta remember, that's one of the Twilights. That's one of the memes of the Twilight, is that Beatrice the witch revives, right? She probably believes that is the case. Now, whether or not that will actually happen or not doesn't really matter. As long as Beatrice believes that it will happen, it makes sense. Now, then if you think about it a little bit further, let's say that she says to Genji, picture this scene, right? Cannon is dead in the room, and Jessica is there talking to Genji, and she says, I want you to kill me as a part of this. I want you to kill me. I'm out of the game. I'm dead. It removes me from the suspect pool. I'm going to revive at the end of the game anyways, because she believes in the magic, right? She believes that it's real. I want you to kill me as a part of the game. It removes me as a suspect. I'm actually dead in the game. You carry out the rest of the killings, because then it all makes sense, right? He kills Nanjo and Kumasawa in the servants' quarters. Goda and Shannon, right, for whatever reason, are sworn to secrecy. Why do they listen? I don't know. Maybe for whatever reason they don't say anything, right? And then it makes, because this is the thing that kind of makes me feel like it has to be Genji, and I know it sounds sort of goofy, but I'll go to chapter 2 one more time, is that if we look at the people that are all dead, so if we, I wish there would, can I press like E? Does it just, I wish there was a keybind to kill them so I didn't have to go back and forth like this every time. If we see all these people are dead, right? Holy fuck, my roommates are like, I don't know what the fuck they're doing upstairs, but they're fucking slamming and banging shit. So look, these people are dead now, right? We just killed Nanjo, we just killed Kumasawa. All these other people are together, right? These people, they're all, well, actually, sorry, she's dead. Oh, am I? Are we good? I don't know if you can still hear me or not. Okay, I think we're back. I think we dropped for a second. Is everything good? If you can hear me, give me a thumbs up or say something. Okay, because my Twitch chat just said disconnected, timed out, reconnected. I think Twitch had a hiccup. Because my internet's fine. Nothing else went down. Whatever, it doesn't matter, we're back. I'll repeat what I said. If we look at the group of people that are dead at this point, right? These are the surviving members. We know that these people are all in the parlor together, right? George eventually argues his way out because he wants to be with Shannon. And Rosa agrees to it. She's against it, but she's like, whatever, like, you're an adult, you can make your own choice, you can leave, right? He leaves, but we don't even worry about that right now. Let's say that right now in the servant room, Genji just killed Kumasawa and Thing right before their eyes. Then, these three all group up. Isn't it really interesting that the next set of people are these? And then the only ones that are left is this? And these are the surviving people? It just seems really odd. It seems really odd that these are the next two people, the two people that would be witness to Genji's crime. They would have been witness to him killing Kumasawa and witness to him killing Nanjo. And that also makes it so they can't squeal on you. It's the exact same thing that happened in the first chapter, where, what was our theory here? That, well, actually, it's not really the same thing, but that, literally, bro, I'm buying into this, okay? This might sound a bit crazy, but I'm buying into this. I played Higurashi, okay? I know how this guy writes mysteries. I know how this goes. She gets uncovered, and through whatever means, whether Cannon kills her and is then killed, or... Exactly, that's the thing. Genji is a tool. Genji has no personality. He just listens. And you gotta remember, too, that if we believe the whole, like... I don't want to buy into the magic thing, but, like, I'm pretty sure Ronove is supposed to be a representation of Genji. Guy's literally a demon. Bro is evil. He's crazy, right? Like, I don't know. I'm not... Again, to be fair, like I said, there's so much fog of war in this right now that it wouldn't be surprising to me if I'm totally wrong and I'm just, like, making the square peg fit through the circle hole. But at least with the facts that we're currently given, I think it's true. Now, don't get me wrong, we could play the answer arc and, like, instantly it's like, boom, you are dumb, you are stupid, this is wrong. But for the time being, okay, you know what? I'm rocking with it. Regardless. through whatever means, we don't know. She gets uncovered / remembers who she is. And through whatever means, whether Kanon kills her and is then killed by Genji, or if she kills Kanon and then orders Genji to kill her, you might be right. What chapter was that in? Was that in episode 2? I don't think it was episode 2 because Ronove didn't exist yet. I think Ronove showed up in episode 3. Okay, even more so then. It makes me even more, like, convinced if Ronove is supposed to be the representation of Genji. Which I think it is, given the events of episode 4. Also, it makes more sense again, too. This is the other thing that I... No, don't apologize. You're good. This is one of the things that I wonder. I'm going to put this in the... Oh, you remembered incorrectly? Okay, that's fine. Either way. Yes, you are right. I remember what you're saying. Ronove killed Genji, but that could be suicide, right? That could be a representation of him killing himself. Never know. Depends on the order that they attacked, though. But I'm pretty sure Ronove killed them first. Did they... Also, again, if Ronove is present in the scene... Yeah, exactly. Genji seems like he is the strongest by far. At the same time, George forces his way out of the parlor and leaves. He meets the group, where Genji kills Shannon, Goda, and George. I do want to make sure that this is the correct order that makes sense. Although it doesn't particularly matter if I have these two orders of events backwards because it would just be the exact same thing. You would just swap. But I'm pretty sure this is the correct order. I'm pretty sure Nanjon Kumasawa died first. Let's see. 7th and 8th. I might have the order backwards, but even still, it actually changes nothing. If the order is backwards, it could just be the exact same thing. But actually, it can't be, because Shannon was present in that scene. She couldn't have died before that scene. Regardless, it doesn't matter what the order is. It would just be either he killed these, and one of these two was present, and he killed them, or vice versa. It doesn't change the calculus of it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. I'm telling you, more and more. Okay, I think for the sake of brevity, because we are literally going on 6 hours still, I may skip episode 3. I think episode 3 will touch on a little bit with some big questions. Genji is the killer for most of this episode. Jessica may have been the killer at the start. Maria likely aided Jessica in her killings at the start. Yeah, for the sake of brevity, I'm going to skip episode... No, I'm not going to skip episode 3, but, like, we'll just go through it. We're going to go through episode 4. I think episode 4 will probably not take that long either. And then what we're going to do at the very end is we're just going to go over, like, some very broad things that aren't really particular to any specific episode. And I'm going to assign a suspicion rating to every single character. And we will see what's going on. Are you... I don't really want to ask. It feels improper. Do you live in Turkey? Because if so, I can see why it would be late for you. It'd be past midnight already. I know you I know you said that you spoke Turkish. I imagine that you're from somewhere over there if it is late for you. Oh yeah, there you go. Look at that. Okay, so let's see here. Killings at the start, and was part of the reason
why she plus Rosa were left alive. Okay. That sort of lines up. Genji's the killer for most of this episode. Jessica may have been the killer at the start for first Twilight. Jessica dying in the second Twilight also explains why she was not present. Why human Beatrice was not present once the game started. Jessica was not alive for most of the game since she died relatively quick after the first Twilight. Okay, that's the episode 2 theory. We'll go to episode 3. I'm not going to go point by point on episode 3. We all kind of agree. The only thing that we don't know, I'm just going to do the big questions for episode 3. Big questions for episode 3. I'm not going to go point by point because I don't think that there's really a whole lot that there is to be solved. And, I could be wrong. And, maybe during the answer arcs, if this is anything like Higurashi, which I don't think it will be, because Higurashi, you kind of like, for one of the chapters, you replay one of the old games, sort of. I don't think that's going to be the case for this, but I'm just going to write down the big questions for episode 3, which number 1 is, what is the code that Ava plus Rosa both figured out to solve the location of the gold? Branching off from that, what is it that Kiri said that tipped both of them into the right direction? This one isn't so much like a surprise. Like I don't know how to describe it. There's like an explanation in the sense that there was enough time for something to happen, but how did Ava kill Kraus plus Natsuhi in that period of time? We don't know. We assume she did. It would line up if she did. The better question is, on the murder of Nanjo, which of the 3 people... Yeah, I don't want to be like sexist. I wouldn't even really call it sexist, but like my definition of a witch too in my head is that it has to be a woman, right? Which I know the game doesn't necessarily... Genji in the dress, yeah, man, he would slay. I guess it doesn't necessarily... I don't want to necessarily entirely rule it out, but like to me, when I hear witch, that's like a female magic user, right? It's a pretty like gendered role or like name for like a magic user. It'd be pretty weird if you called a man a witch. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it would be a little bit odd. Which, it also then just like whittles down like half the suspect pool, right? Which, not to say that it couldn't be. That's why I'm saying that like I think there's people that are aiding Beatrice, or there's like other murders that are entirely entirely indistinct, like from the Beatrice things, or they might be like in service to Beatrice, or they might be helping. But like I don't think that necessarily means that. Again, I'm not gonna give spoilers for Higurashi. There was times in Higurashi where like murders happened or deaths happened, and it was not because it was a part of the big overarching plot of the game. It was just things that happened, and at the time it seemed like it was all part of the same thing, but it wasn't actually. But I'll leave it at that. Which of the 3 people in the parlor killed him? I would say likely Hideyoshi, given his allegiance to Ava. Yeah, that's kind of my thing too, right? Yeah, like, how? The only one I think that would make sense out of that group would be maybe Kraus or Nanjo. But I don't... like Hideyoshi and Goda I would almost just exclude on its face, which maybe is wrong of me. It doesn't mean that they're not loyal to her. Other question. Rudolph, maybe. The thing is, I'm not... Rudolph is still very sus to me, and so is Kiri. Even though I think they're both good, I think Rudolph is actually going to be the center point of a lot of like the mystery coming undone, and I'll get to that when we get to the end here with the big overarching mystery stuff. Other question is, who killed George in the room with Shannon? Like episode 1, we assume that whatever the person who was yeah, exactly, right? Like episode 1, we assume that the person that was not actually dead in the lobby of Kiri, Rudolph, and Hideyoshi is the same killer of George. Sort of unlikely in this case that it is Hideyoshi for that, though. We'll come back to that. I want to dig into that a little bit more and try and think about it a bit, but I want to try and get to episode 4. Those are like the big questions. The other ones I think are like kind of easily explained away, and maybe I'm like overlooking them because they feel like they're easily explained away, but episode 4, let's get to this. Episode 4 is going to be really hard because there is just so much shit. I almost don't even know how much I'm going to be able to grasp off of it. So, the other thing is too, a lot of the events of this chapter were really like shortcut because we had a lot of Angie sequences. So, let me go to chapter 4 characters because this will be important. First thing first is we want to have... So the big things about episode 4. 1, who was actually Kinzo at the start of this game? If Kinzo was responsible for the killing, what person See, this is another thing where I start to suspect Jessica again, but this time it's very tenuous and I don't have anything to base it off of. The only thing that I say is that the only reason why I say this is that when we said that like the next person that becomes the head of the family gets the title of being Kinzo Ushirimiya, if Beatrice, which would be Jessica in our theory, if she takes over, she also becomes Kinzo, right? Because it doesn't follow... I said voice crack, I'm 14, sorry. That if we... Real voice leak. That if we follow the way of succession, normally it would have been... Yeah, normally it would have been Kraus, but you gotta remember that it never passes to Kraus. Because Beatrice gets the family ring. And she says, I am the rightful inheritor. Kraus would be the next in line if we just followed the line of succession. But I don't think it's as simple as just following... But I don't even mean find the gold. Think about it like this. If Jessica is Beatrice, right? If Jessica is Beatrice the entire time, right? Let's just like rock with it. Like, again, total assumption. Then that would mean that if Beatrice is the rightful heir, Beatrice says in the one message, let me find it here. I can probably find it through the one tips thing. I think it's in episode 2 or 3. Right here. If a person appears with skill enough to solve the riddle of the epitaph, I will give them all the gold of the Golden Land, the Ushirimiya family headship, and all of my power. This means that Beatrice is already in possession of the headship, because she has the ring. Kinzo throws the ring out of his window, right? And Beatrice gets it. Whoever Beatrice is already the head because she has the ring. Which would mean, in my estimation, Jessica is already the head, which means that Jessica could technically pose as Kinzo. Now, I'm going to say, my confidence level, I'm like pretty confident on like episode 1, 2, 3. I would give them like 70% confidence. This is like a 10% to like 20% confidence statement. I feel like I have a little bit of like something there. Well, the other thing too is that if Jessica lives on the island, right? She could have already found the gold to begin with. Right? Also, we have to remember too, this is where we start to get really weird topics where... Let me get rid of this image that we drew. if we think about the line of inheritance, not of, so let's say the title of Kinzo, right? This also doesn't mean that the person necessarily has to go by this name. This is gonna sound really odd. Let me check real quick too. Alias. I did have this. When was this that people could be assuming? Okay, this was in chapter 3, I believe. I don't think she ever confirms that people are not operating under an alias. But so think about it like this, right? We know that. Let's take. You're gonna have to rock with me for a second here. You gotta let me cook for a second. If we assume that you have the title of Beatrice, right? And you have the title of Kinzo. If we assume that Jessica is the bastard child, like we were talking about earlier, right? That's what I was saying earlier, yeah, that we already know that Beatrice is the other master of the house. Genji would listen to Beatrice if Kinzo was not there. In fact, I think they even serve Beatrice more than they serve Thing. But so, if the title of Kinzo gets passed down from person to person, that means that whoever becomes the head, right, they can also call themselves Kinzo. Now, I don't think they ever said at any given point that they have to go by the name Kinzo. It could be an alias that a person has. So they could be both Kinzo and they could be both another person. Let's say, for instance, it was Kraus, right? Just to throw out an example. Let's say that Kraus inherits the headship. That means that he could go by Kraus. He could also go by Kinzo. Both would work. He has an alias that he can operate under. But what we're imagining in this game is at the start of every single game, Kinzo, as we know him, as the grandfather, he passes the title on to whoever Beatrice is, right? Whoever the Beatrice of Rokenjima is in the events of the game. We also know with Beatrice, whenever she goes on, that every single successive person is another Beatrice, right? I'm not going to type in the name every time. But you had Virgilia. She was originally Beatrice. She passed it on to the current girl, to the current Beatrice, right? She became Beatrice. Then the Beatrice that we know, when she passed it on to Ova. Ova became Ava Beatrice, right? If you think of somebody that's at the middle of this, let's say that Jessica's a weird bastard child, somehow she is Beatrice. Again, I don't know the whole exactly how it happened. This is just the theory when we were talking about like Rosa in 67 and with the 86, blah, 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 whatever. And then maybe Jessica's lying about her age like a year or two, right? If Kinzo returns the ring to Beatrice, this means that whoever has the ring means they both have the title that they can operate as both Beatrice, they can operate as Kinzo under that title, they can also operate as whatever their actual name is. So let's assume that it was Jessica, right? That Jessica is Beatrice. That means she can operate under Beatrice, she could operate under the name of Kinzo, and she could also operate under her actual real name. So none of the kids were present for the family dinner, right? That's just been the rules this entire time. If we say, who is actually Kinzo at the start of the game, if Kinzo was responsible for the killing, what person who had inherited the person, I should say the person, not the person who had inherited his name. So if we say that that's how it makes sense with how Battler was arguing. And again, this could be wrong. Again, we're operating on maybe faulty info, just throwing the theory out there. If we say that the person that killed all the adults in that room was Kinzo, but not literal Kinzo in the sense of grandfather Kinzo, but the person who inherited the line, we know that at the start of every single game, Kinzo throws his ring out the window. That's a terrible color to use for this. Can I change the color here? I want it more like... We'll use orange, even though this isn't really gold. He throws his ring at the start of every chapter out the window, right? And we know Beatrice gets it. We know she gets it because she uses it to seal the letters that she sends, right? Perfect. Everything makes sense so far. So Beatrice is now the new head, which is why she says that if somebody finds her gold, she will also pass off the headship. So we know that Beatrice and Kinzo are one and the same, as far as they could use either name. They could operate under both names. It would work. They also have their actual name that they could work under. So if we assume that it's Jessica, right? That could be Jessica that was at the start. The other thing, too, is that all the people were sent away. Now, again, I don't know what Jessica's alibi is for episode 4. I'm going to say my episode 4 shit, again, like I said, it's not super set in stone compared to the rest of it. But there is a possibility. Well, the thing is, when Kinzo turns over his ring to Beatrice at the start of the game, this is where we start to get to, like, the start of the game memes, right? Is Kinzo dead when he throws the ring, or is this a symbolic thing that never actually happens and Beatrice was in possession of the ring the entire time? You know,
It's like, I think it's kind of impossible to know, but regardless, by whatever method he does it, we know that whoever is operating under the name of Beatrice ends up with the ring. They get the ring no matter what. Who cares what the actual image is? Who cares about what way it happens? I don't need to know how exactly it happens, but we know that whoever the fuck Beatrice is, whoever is posing as Beatrice, or whoever is Beatrice, Beatrice has the ring. Because she's using it to stamp the fucking seals when she's sending the letters, all that shit, right? So we know that's her. There's some fuck shit going on. We know that. So Beatrice is the head, and that's why also Ava becomes the next head after she finds the gold. That's the stipulation of the epitaph, right? The epitaph comes in, and it says, if you find the gold, if you find my ugly little gold bars here, that you then get the head. You also then become the next Beatrice. You get both if you find the gold. You become both the head and you become the next Beatrice. It's because this is the same person the whole time. There's no difference. Kinzo and Beatrice, at the start of this game, are the same person. Yeah, I think there's going to be something about it. We were talking about it at the start of the stream that there definitely is like some covering up of his death. And the other thing too that makes me wonder is like, how do Kraus and Natsuhi not know, right? Because like they would be the ones that would know the most. The only thing that they could like, the only thing that would like maybe make sense is like if they knew that Jessica was Beatrice, but I don't know the motivation. I don't know why they would do it. I know they said they hadn't seen Kinzo in many years. There's definitely something about like the Kinzo being burned alive that there's more to it. I just don't know what it is, and I don't even know if I can speculate on it because it's just so beyond the pale. But well, that's the thing, right? The three that are inscribed, I think they would listen, but I agree with you. Like Goda wouldn't, Kumasawa wouldn't, Nanjo wouldn't. The other thing too that I'm confused about, I'll get to this at the end here because I'm just gonna like probably gonna skip through chapter 4 a lot. Because again, like I said, I don't know how to like prove a lot of the things, right? I don't even want to say that I'm like giving up on chapter 4. It's just like really hard to put it together. Especially because it was bouncing between like Angie's story and the shit that was happening. There's like a lot less info to work with in chapter 4. We don't get as much. This is the other thing too, is that, you know, the 200, 300 years younger. This is a weird statement. I do wonder if Beatrice, this is the only other thing that could be a possibility. And this is like, this would be a boring answer because it would invoke magic again. But that if Beatrice was actually a shapeshifter and she had the ability to like change her form. I don't know how that would fit in with everything else, but I would not want to buy into that. Okay, so so then the other thing too is, well, so this is the weird thing too, where like I can't really comment on it too much because it's Higurashi spoiler stuff, but like Angie actually having magical powers, or like for instance Lambda Delta and them existing, I would almost guarantee that Lambda Delta and Burncastle are actually real witches, but the difference is that they don't interact with the game. Even when we talk about purgatory, right? When we talk about like the game world that we witness everything happening in, I think it's possible that Beatrice does exist as a witch in that world. I don't think any of the witch's powers extends to
extends to the actual like Rokenjima 2 days that are rotating, unless, we have like the crossover theory that we posited earlier. Fuck, I'm trying to remember. So in the first Twilight, what were the big mysteries of this? One would be, so who was actually Kinzo at the start of the game, because they were responsible for killing everybody. Number 2 is, how were all the people captured and transported to Kua Dorian? How were all the people captured and transported to Kua Dorian in the time that was given? It wasn't enough time for the time that had elapsed, and everyone's watches matched. By that I mean, when those captured called the guest house, their time was in sync. Only possibility is that all the clocks were tampered with prior. Seems a little bit much, but it's very likely it was a group effort. You literally type it as X. It was very likely it was a group effort. Seems like there's multiple people that were acting in this chapter, right? Because if they, let's imagine they did it one by one. They couldn't transfer all those people in that time. You would imagine they would have to do it in one trip, which would mean you probably have the same amount. The other thing that sounds really bad here, and I don't want to shit on my boy Nanjo, but like, Nanjo's a big boy, you got big bones. Like, who the fuck is carrying Nanjo, right? Like, that's difficult. I think what's more likely, I actually believe that all the clocks were tampered with. I think this is more likely than them, like, because this is the other thing too, is that if all the clocks were tampered with, you could have an explanation that it was one person. So for instance, let's say this is gonna sound really weird. I don't know if we necessarily have a timeline. The problem with that episode too is it jumped so much between Angie's timeline and the time that we were playing in the game that it's kind of like mush in my brain. But my thinking here is, if this makes sense, let's imagine, well, you've played Danganronpa. I'm going to throw a spoiler talk up real quick again. Spoiler for Danganronpa 2. Do you remember the Funhouse killings in Danganronpa 2? The entire point of that was that they fucked with the time by altering the clock in the rest area, by making it seem that the crime happened at a different time that it did. There's not that many clocks that exist on the island. Now I can get rid of this. Let's imagine that whoever the killer was, yep, that's right, the Mekamaru case. Let's imagine that somebody went to the guest house, or was already in the guest house earlier, tampered with the clocks, right? Winds the clocks back. It could have even been the servants. You gotta remember too, the servants are going to serve whoever Beatrice or Kinzo is. At least, Genji, all them, whatever. Let's say they go back and preemptively they turn the clocks back a few hours. Let's say 3-4 hours, right? Then when everybody wakes up, the clocks are tampered with in the mansion already. Everybody has the timeline wrong. When they wake up, the clock's been tampered with. The only thing that I wonder is, they would have had to have knocked the people out. The clock would have had to have already been tampered with in the guest house. And then they would have tampered with the clock in the main room after everybody was knocked out, to make it seem that even though a few hours had probably passed, because they would have to take each person, if it was like one person, let's say it was one person that was doing it, maybe it was two, we don't know, and we're going to say they use the Kubadorian secret passage, and let's say it takes them, 30 minutes. I think that's what they said it would be. Generously, if they had to carry the person the full 30 minutes, and then let's say they sprinted back, I think they said it was like 10 minutes if you sprinted back, so it's 40 minutes for each travel to go drop the person off in Kuadorian and to then run all the way back, right? If that's the case, you're going to need a few hours to do it. You're going to need like quite a bit of time to do it. Now, if there's more people, you cut that time down like in half or even less, because then, you can do it at the same time. But I think that the clocks were probably tampered with, and then people were knocked out and carried via the secret passage. And when they awoke, the clocks lined up, making it seem like only minutes had passed, In reality, it was probably hours, and gave the illusion that the killer did it, or the killer, or that the culprit, I'll say culp because I didn't kill anybody. Well, no, the killer. That the killer did it in far less time. I think that's kind of like my general idea. Again, I don't know how they did it. I have no fucking clue. That's going to be my current belief on that. The other big thing that we want to know, and this is like the other thing that I truly just don't have an explanation for it. I don't. I'm not even going to try. Is how can we explain all the people seeing magic? How can we explain Canon cutting iron bars, you know, in front of everyone? The only thing that I'm going to say to both of these, and this is a really cop-out answer, and like you, I don't want to buy into any magic existing. We have said, or they have said, yeah, it almost seems like she said that on purpose to make him question it even more, right? Like, oh god, like just accept that it was real. There's no way it could be real, right? And it's like, They said over the course, yeah, exactly. That's what I think. I was actually thinking that's what we were talking about it. What if the killer was like, well, the problem is though, if they knew that, this is the weird thing. If Kiri knew that she was going to be killed, right? Let's say the killer was like in the room with her and was telling her to say that, right? Like she's standing in front of, the killer is standing in front of her and threatening her to say like, you know, tell him the magic is real, tell him all this. If Kiri knows that she's going to die, why would she not just tell Battler anyways? If she's going to get killed anyways, you might as well tell him like who the culprit is, that it's bullshit, you know, like, you know, so that's the only thing that makes me think that it was drugged is more like that. The only thing that I was thinking is like, is there some way that they like shot, this is a bad explanation, I don't buy this, but let's say they shot like LSD or something, or they doped the food that they were all eating, right? Is it possible that they were like tripping balls and they were seeing things that wasn't actually happening? That's the thing. I agree with you. I think Kiri's the smartest person on the whole island. I refuse to believe that she would comp to that, right? That corrosion on the island has expanded, and that's why more magical shit is happening. Only applies in the crossover theory, which I kind of reject. Now, the other thing that we need to know, this is another interesting little theory that they brought up in, I'm gonna go to here real quick. Characters. Exactly, yeah, like she said it as like a red herring because she knew that it was so obvious that it's like there's no way that he would do it or that he would comp to it. The other thing too is that like all the corpses, well, okay, so I think that's the big ones. We don't care about Kinzo. Kraus had his head smashed. Natsui had her head smashed. Jessica had her head smashed. Ava had her head smashed. You had your head smashed. You didn't, though. You had a hole in your head. The only other question that I think I'm going to dive into, there's two questions. One, again, I think for episode 4, I don't want to like say I'm going to throw my hands up, but like there was so much random shit happening in episode 4, I genuinely don't know how to parse it. I feel like if I sat down and I really like dug into it, maybe there was like things I could come up with. But all this comes down to is like, this would be Jessica. This is the explanation for this. I don't know how to explain this. I don't, because it's multiple people. Almost all the corpses had their face smashed so they could be identified, so she couldn't use the thing about saying unidentified corpses. What's more interesting this time around is the handful of victims that are not killed via that method. So all of these were killed with either a hole in the forehead or, in the case of Maria, poison of some kind. There's two other mysteries that are like physical in nature that were interesting. One, how did Jessica have knowledge of George being killed despite her leaving prior, plus not having his corpse slash fighting, or I should say like slash, corpse visible from where she was? You're right, too. I forgot about that. How did Jessica know she was going to die? And not only know that she was going to die, but also the method and way that she was going to be killed. Okay, this is the other thing too, right? Makes even more sense too why, this isn't so much because this could fit for anybody who is Beatrice, but the fact that Maria was specifically not killed, I would say the fact that Maria was given a gracious death, unlike episode 3, indicates it was either Beatrice or Rosa that killed her. Could be the same thing if Rosa is Beatrice. And what else? There was one, oh. Who put the cover on the passage to Kuwadorian? And who made Cannon's corpse disappear? To be fair, though, I don't think Cannon's corpse actually disappeared. If I remember, it was that Cannon died trying to leave out of the exit, and then the exit, like the passage was barred. Yeah, exactly, right? Because how could she be that Beatrice at that point? The only thing is, though, like, almost nothing makes sense. Okay. I don't think we're ever going to be able to answer some of these questions. I'm sure if you're like a gigabrain god, maybe you can. My voice is really starting to hurt, and I don't want to keep rocking this for too much longer. Let me read some of the episode 4 shit. This is the other thing that's weird, is that I will now kill you. There's no one other than you on this island. Thank you. The only other thing that's possible, okay, I'm going to give you a crazy theory, right? The only thing is, this theory does not work. Actually, this might be stupid because I don't know if, oh, wait. I want to go over the 6 linked lock rooms in episode 3. I'm going to open up. I think we can get the explanation for this pretty easily. I'll go after that in a second. Mainly just so that we know it wasn't Kinzo, because my theory initially was Kinzo. I just want to revise that theory. That'll be the other last thing that we do. Because so for episode 4, we have a few questions. I'm going to be honest with you. I have no clue how to answer them. I think there's like too much info that is not given. I'm sure if you're like a genius, you could figure it out. Unfortunately, even though we've been able to put together theories for 2 of the episodes, those feel a lot more grounded. Episode 4 bounced around a lot. I think it was really hard. But we get a few things that start to... Yeah, I think Battler's thing is basically what I would have said as well. I'm going to go over it again just to make sure, but now that we know that it wasn't Kinzo in terms of being the grandfather, I'll read through his thing and then I will make sure. So, let's see. The fact that Maria was given a gracious death indicates it was either Beatrice or Rosa that killed her. Could be the same person. Who put the cover on the passage of the Kuwadorian, and who made Cannon's corpse disappear? I'm actually going to get rid of the Cannon's corpse disappearing because I'm pretty sure he was in the passage. It's just that the passage was sealed off. It happened after those who escaped from Kuwadorian exited, and Battler could not get the cover off. The only thing that I could think about this is that maybe Maria was acting after Jessica died for her. And Maria dying in the chapel is pretty big. Okay. So we have all that. I'm going to open this up real quick. I'm going to open up I'm going to cover my display for a second so I can open the Kinzo image. And then I'm going to read Battler's theory because I'm pretty sure he was right. And then we're going to just do a little bit of a something on it. Where the fuck did I save it? Oh, here it is. Desktop. 6 locked room theory. Okay. Display back up. Okay. So, of course here we go. Okay. So this is what we're working with right now. And when I had this thing, I'm actually going to do this with snipping tool so I can alter it. So, let me close this now. We have this here. I'm going to get rid of this. We're going to open up here. I'm actually going to move this over a little bit so it's all visible. Let me save this real quick on the odd chance that I close it. And we are going to read right here. For the 6 linked locked rooms, there are plenty of people who could have committed the crime beside Gramps. He could even claim that all the adults who were in the middle of a family conference at the time were all in on it, committed the crime together. They were killed with poison gas. This is probably troll. Even if a key couldn't pass through, gas could. That's kind of troll. That's stupid. This is more. All them fatal wounds that looked like gunshot wounds. Murdering them from the outside of the rooms would have been impossible. I shall say more with red. I shall say more with the red when the 5, other than Kinzo, were killed. The killer was always in the same room as them. There were no suicides. After the murder of each person in their respective rooms, the culprit constructed a linked locked room, but there was no way for the culprit to return the key for the last room. This means the chapel. This means that after they went to the chapel, there was no way for them to return it, right? They couldn't put the chapel key into the chapel because there would be no fucking way to get back into it, right? They had to put the chapel key outside. All this does now, when we look at this, let me see. After the murder of each person, blah, 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 blah. But there was no way the culprit to return the key to the last room inside the locked room, but they did manage to return it. The first person to discover a corpse just had to pretend. Exactly, yeah. So the thing is, we have no clue necessarily who it could be, but what we do know is that Kinzo's body, he's already dead, right? I think what the killer did, as far as all of this goes, I'm going to be honest with you, I might be totally crazy. I think this theory is still literally exactly correct. You can just erase Kinzo's name, and you can just fill it with whoever. I think the order is still correct, unless I'm misremembering. The entire point of the chapel is that there's only one chapel key. This is something that's been true in everything. There's only one chapel key. Master key numbers have changed from thing to thing, but the chapel key has remained consistent. And the reason why this is important is that the chapel key would have had to have been present for the people to activate this. When we thought that it was Kinzo that was committing it, well, we find out that Kinzo is dead. All this means is that whoever it was had access to Kinzo's body. They were able to place Kinzo's body into this and then put the chapel key on them. And this is also true what he's saying in this, that when you're talking about the last locked room, whenever they had to figure it out, to be fair though, I don't necessarily, his argument is true, it just depends on the order of the rooms, but with my theory, I believe, unless I'm misunderstanding something, you literally don't even need to do that. Because you could just place the chapel key onto Kinzo's body. This would be the very last body. So let's say you're with Cannon, you kill Cannon, right? You use the chapel key to get in here somehow. You killed Cannon. The other question that would be interesting about this would be, who would Cannon go to the chapel with that he would trust enough? And this is where I was once again. To be fair, to me, it's like everything's turning up Jessica for me at this point. But to be fair, it could be any of the people that would be... literally, it could have been anybody. But so, whoever it is, they go in, they kill Cannon, right? The thing about this is that we know, because of the key to the chapel, because of how the chapel works, there is no fucking way. These already had to be on Cannon's body when they left. They could not return to the chapel after they did it. So his body had to be placed with what it had on it. And then Cannon's body, I don't even know why I wrote this, the first floor parlor key, this is where Shannon was, and then it follows down the chain like this. So if we were to write the order of which it follows, if Shannon was dead, the very last person, when you have the boiler room key, this would be the one that would be interesting. Genji would be the one when we were talking about like the boiler room key, because the rest of these I think could all be set up in sequence. I think they would all make sense. And then you would have to just drop the boiler key, like Battler is saying, on the very last person. I think this is the only one that would make sense. The chapel key is the interesting part of this case. So when I read this is the thing, it doesn't really matter the order in which they're placed. All it matters is that Cannon is definitely placed, and whenever the body is placed on Cannon, the person has the chapel key. It doesn't really matter too much. They take Kinzo's body, they throw the chapel key on his body, they put the envelope on his body, which, once again, with Jessica, it makes it seem like it's Jessica because of my theory about her being Beatrice and everything, yada yada. Also, it would make sense why Cannon would go to the chapel with her, because they would trust her, right? Or he would trust her. So then they drop Kinzo's body, they throw the chapel key onto Kinzo's body. Everything makes sense. Cannon's body is already locked in. Cannon's body had to be locked in already. Because after Cannon's body, it doesn't really matter the order. Again, this is where I'm saying that, like, the order doesn't necessarily matter. The only thing that matters is the very last person that they go to. Because this is what he's saying. There was no way for the culprit to return the key for the last room to the inside of the locked room. So the way that you do it is the chapel key is separate. You have all of this set up, and then whoever the person was that was the last in the chain, they do what Battler said. And the rest of this whole theory still holds true. They killed Genji, right? They kept the boiler room key on them, right? Keep the rest of this true. So when I say this, like, when you have this with the boiler room key, I don't know how to word this in a way, but I really don't think any of this theory changes. You just change the names of who this is, so it wouldn't be Kinzo, it would be somebody else. Let's just, because I'm a cuck and I'm hating Jessica today, we'll say it's Jessica. Jessica goes, Cannon gets killed in the chapel. She already has access to all the keys. Let's assume that all the people were dead prior. Again, it literally does not matter at all. But once Cannon's body is placed, can't go back. So all this was already in their possession. But this isn't really too surprising. All that matters is that they would want to make sure that Kinzo appears as the last in the chain because he has the chapel key. And because the master key doesn't work on the chapel, you know the chapel is like the most integral part of this entire scene. So because they know that this is going to be the starting point to find everything, and the fact that this links back to here, all this means is that when they got to Genji, all they had to do was just drop the boiler key into his pocket and be like, oh my god, look, the boiler room key. Or whatever, right? And the rest of this still holds. I don't want to say like I'm hand-waving, but it feels like literally nothing in this theory changes. You can just swap Kinzo's name for whoever. And it also makes sense. Battler is actually right for the most part. The person kills the people in each of the rooms. They get dropped off. All of this plays out exactly the same. The one point that Battler makes about how the last locked room wouldn't make sense is true. And then they kind of fit together. I don't think there's anything that really disagrees with it. Because the killer was in the same room when they killed the person, which means the killer had access to the chapel already. The reason why this doesn't really change anything is because now that we know that Kinzo is dead, and that Kinzo's body could be used at any given time, like he was in the previous episodes, it doesn't really mean anything. Kinzo's time of death doesn't matter, right? He was already dead. Whether he died 5 minutes before the start of the game, whether he's been dead for 5 years before the start of the game, it doesn't really matter. His body is like a total smoke and mirror to throw into the game to, distract people. Okay. So let's leave it at that. I'm not going to fill in this in. If you were here, you heard it. Okay, now that we're finally basically done, we're going to do the last part of the theory, which is just outstanding questions plus suspicion list. I did this in Higurashi. So for the outstanding questions, if we go back through, most of the questions are going to be for episode 4. There's a few things. The big one here that I'm going to say for episode 3, we'll go part by part. So for episode 1, the question would be, who had possession of the other gun plus, if our theory is correct about Shannon / Kraus being the person at the end, how did they get out of the storehouse? The other thing too that I wanted to go over actually very quickly, sorry, I totally cucked, was actually the Goda and the Kumasawa. Hanging. Yeah, see, that's the thing. If that statement is true, it has to be one of those two, because there's nobody else that can work. Because otherwise, like, that's what I think. I think it's more likely to be Kraus, would be my estimation. I'm gonna feel so sexist when I'm doing the suspicion list, because every woman in the game is gonna be getting like a semi-high suspicion rating just because of the fact of it being a witch. But I feel bad. Okay. So who had possession of the gun if our theory is correct about Shannon and Kraus? How did they get out of the storehouse? This is gonna relate to the Gouda cheese. The Goda and Kumasawa hanging is that Goda had the key. Goda had the key in his pocket when they were locked in. We know the key could be placed through the window if someone entered. So let's say if Goda passed his key outside, let the killer in, and they killed him, how did they not only lock the shutter, but also return the key to his body? So that's the first question that's kind of important. This is the most confusing part about this to me. I was thinking about this earlier because I brought this up at some point and I stopped myself because I was thinking like, oh, well, Goda could have like passed his key out the window. The killer could have came in. The killer could have killed both of them, set up their bodies. Then the killer could have locked the shutter and left. The problem is the key was still on Goda's body, and the shutter was locked when Battler came up to it because he had to cut his way into it. If the shutter wasn't locked when Battler came up to it, it would be super easy. We would already have the description. So then the only other thing is that Goda and Kumasawa, I don't really buy this because this is sort of like flimsy and I feel like it doesn't really make sense, is that Goda and Kumasawa set themselves in the hanging position first and were killed afterwards. I find this really unlikely from the window. That would be like the only, but I don't really buy that. There has to be something that's going on. The only thing that's possible is, since we know key amounts change per episode, is there some chance that the garden storehouse, I don't know if they said the garden storehouse has more than one key. Has more than one key? I'm not sure. That I'm not sure. I would imagine this is probably not true, because generally that seems to have held. Let me see. Was there anything else about them? Okay. The other thing as well in episode 2 is it makes me wonder. That's true, you're right. I want to check, is this episode 4? Yes, so They themselves put their necks in the nooses. The only way is that there was somehow... Because the thing is, the game hypothesized that they were shot and then strung up. It could potentially be in the reverse order. But there's not really any way for us to know. It also seems kind of unlikely, but that's sort of the only way that it would make sense. Because they're not, like, hanging. They were standing on the ground, basically. They had slack in their legs. They were able to... This is the other thing, too, right? Notice this. Jessica yelled at the Chester sister when she was running out for her test, right? Apparently, where 4-5 was hiding, when she pops up, she says, "Oh my god, she yelled exactly where I was." How did she know exactly where I was? A little bit odd. I just thought it was a weird point. Jessica has so many of these little weird things that you're just like, huh. Like, it's just odd. This is another thing that's really odd here. There's 100% some kind of code breaking that has to do, I think, with these postal codes. I know these are, like, made to be... I just don't know the... I don't know the significance. Yeah, I don't... This one's kind of tough to me, but I'm trying to figure out what it is that I'm missing. The only other thing that I could expect is, like... You look up, like, a lattice window. It's usually just, like, a little fucking metal or plastic thing in front of it. Is there a way that the person could just remove the lattice, climb through, kill them, exit, replace the lattice? Like, that doesn't seem like the biggest... That doesn't seem like the biggest thing on the planet. That'd be, like, quite normal. We know that there was a method of passage through the window. So I'm going to wager that the person got in through the window somehow. The other thing, too, as well, remember when Goda and them were caught up in the storehouse, Jessica was the first one that went out. She would have had time alone by herself. She would have been able to go. She wouldn't have had any alibi. She would have been by herself. To be fair, this is true of all the people afterwards. He didn't mention it, but, like, there's a lot of things that we're assuming that aren't mentioned. I'm not saying this is definitely true, but I'm feeling like the person got in through the window. I just don't see any other way that they would get in, because even if they were let in, there's no other way that they could have returned. The only other way, this is like the other impossible case, is it is exactly as what I was saying, where the person got given the key by Goda, the person walked in, they did everything, they set it up as it happened, they killed them while they were inside, they exited and locked it, and then we're saying, like, did the killer go and, like, throw the fucking key through the window and land it in Goda's pocket? Like, that's pretty unfucking believable. I'm pretty sure the killer went through the window. I'm just gonna say, I don't know exactly. Or at the very least, oops, that is not what I meant to do. At the very least, the killer likely exited through the window. They may have let themselves in. No, they couldn't. They couldn't have let themselves in because they would have had to relock the window. That doesn't make any sense, no. Killer likely exited through the window. They entered and exited through this. There's no... Because I couldn't... The chain of actions doesn't make any sense if you do it like this. Okay. Is there any other outstanding things before the general questions? I don't know if there's a whole lot left. I feel like it's mostly described. I mean, there's like a little bit of gaps where like we don't know, but I'm filling it in enough that I feel like it's okay. Episode 4 is going to be the big things, and then some of the questions with episode 3. For episode 2, I would say, what was in Rosa's letter? Let's do it like this, actually. And then what was in Rosa's letter? What did Beatrice make the siblings, or I shouldn't say, what made the siblings agree in the first Twilight to likely be the sacrifices? Yeah, exactly. Like, but that's the thing is like I don't think they didn't share it. That's the thing, right? Rosa didn't share it, but she didn't open it either because remember, Beatrice or Maria said at some point they were in front of the portrait when they were talking about it because Rosa was saying like, oh, I'm just gonna peek and I'm gonna open it up, and she said no, like don't open it up until they say you can. But then we never saw Rosa open it because we just saw Maria open hers, and then everything kind of kicked off after that. So it makes me really confused. Like again, unless I missed the point where it happened, or unless there was like some other like I feel like it was never revealed what her letter was, and I feel like that's probably pretty important. Um, it could have been something like "Do as I say or I kill your daughter." You know, like it could have been a threat to Rosa in particular. What made the siblings agree in the first Twilight to likely be the sacrifices? Is there anything else in episode 2? Uh, I was about to say I don't remember Rosa sharing it. Okay. I don't really think there's a whole lot else for that. Episode 3. What was the key to where uh again, the only reason why I'm not trying to solve this exact thing is because I don't speak Japanese, and I have a very funny feeling that episode 3. Yeah, there is some possibility with the whole like Beatrice and with Kinzo and blah blah blah. The only thing is that whoever Kinzo was, that's the one thing that I was saying earlier, that whenever they say Kinzo in red, I'm pretty sure they're referring to the actual Kinzo. Um, but there is definitely some possibility. What else was there in I don't think episode 3 was really that. Oh, what happened in the parlor? Or not the parlor, sorry, in the banquet hall. I think I put parlor up here, and I did not mean parlor. In the banquet hall. What happened in the banquet hall? Afterwards, one gun went missing. Which of the 3 was not dead? Likely killed Nanjo. Okay. Episode 4. Um, Okay. The other thing too is it's almost certainly likely that his mother is not Kiri. Kiri states how it's not his mom or whatever. And we already know that Rudolph has a cheating problem. So, Battler had an explanation that kind of made sense for Jessica, that like she got attacked and then she passed out and then the killer came back because maybe they heard her talking. But with how suspicious Jessica's been, I don't. I guess this is gonna be another thing that I'm gonna say here. This is sort of a tiny thing. Okay. And well, again, see, this is one of the things where it starts to get really iffy, where I can't really guarantee, like, I can't really, like, when I say that Ronove is Genji, it doesn't always mean that whenever they show him that that's necessarily what's happening, right? Like, Genji was dead, for sure. Just because it's the representation of, like, for instance, we still see Beatrice show up in, like, her silk dress form or whatever in episodes where Jessica's dead, if we're correct about Jessica being Beatrice, right? It's just another unreliable narrator meme. Well, exactly, yeah. It could just be an unreliable narrator. It could also be that if there is, like, a magic world that is separate from this one, that, like... Again, the fact that he said that Genji was his vessel makes me, like, almost guarantee that they are the same person. Okay, I forgot that I didn't click off this. Okay. Now I'm going to do a very short thing here of general questions. These are just very big things that are not... One, are there people... this is sort of a stupid question, because we kind of already know the answer if it's true. The servants and Maria are probably working with Thing, at least the ones that are inscribed, with Beatrice. General questions. Okay. If the crossover theory is real, then we throw out like fucking everything about it being all physical. This is also another episode 4 thing. I'll put the Battler's Sin stuff in the general questions category, but this is another one is... What I mean by this as well is that the letters were sent to very specific spots. I wonder if, because we didn't get all of them, right? But we know that there was like families of the surviving people. There would be no Ushiromiyas to send anything to, but Kumasawa's son, right? You would have Nanjo. There's other people too. I don't know if there was... Angie got one, we know, but Angie didn't remember the contents. So there's at least 3 letters that we know about that were given to locations. What happens if it was like those 3 letters, right? Let's say it's those 3. Okay, let's just say, you know, it makes sense. We have 3 letters. Angie doesn't remember the location, but we have the location of one, which was in Hokkaido, which is in the north. They knew there was one, I don't remember the name of it. It was somewhere over here. It was something island. Where was it? It was something island. Right here. Yonaguni City, sorry. Westernmost tip. Right? Let's say that Angie's was in like the easternmost tip. Is the center of the triangle point to a very specific location? Maybe that has something to do with solving the puzzle. We don't know. But there's something going on. Why were these all linked to the same central bank, you know? Like... I don't think Beatrice gives a fuck about doing the right thing. You killed off like their whole fucking bloodline and you give them like 100 million yen, like congrats? I don't know. I think that it probably has some significance, maybe to potentially unraveling her identity. The other thing that I was going to mention too, this was my theory early on when I was talking about the code with Rudolph that I like cucked about and didn't really talk about. I think this code, we already know that 0715 is the Battler in the game's birthday. I have a funny feeling this is the original Battler's birthday. Is what my initial suspicion was. Because when Battler reads the note in the first time in episode 3, I'm like near positive he says, this doesn't belong to anybody in my family. Meaning it's not Angie's, it's not Kiri's, it's not Rudolph's, and everybody says the same. But we know that this, which would be July 15th, we know that's Battler's birthday. If this is to send a message to someone, let's say to Rudolph or to Kiri, probably be more so to Rudolph. If that's the case, is this to let them know that they know about the real Battler? Because we know it's based around the original sin, right? There's probably some original sin to do with the fact that Battler subsumed the other Battler's identity. Oh yes, you're right, that is another thing too. That, one... the writing in the wine bottles, who claim to be Maria, likely were not, and were sent out prior. This is the other thing too, remember, another thing that implicates Jessica, and I know this sounds sort of bad, I feel bad for ragging on my girl, but I'm starting to get more and more confident that it's her, is that the letters were written before the events of everything that happened, right? No, it's not Maria. It is not Maria that sent the letters. We know they were written on the island, and they were sent out prior to the events. It has to be Beatrice who sent them, because they matched the writing to one of the other things. I forget exactly what it was, but like the handwriting matched. And it didn't match Maria's handwriting when she was writing in her grimoire, in her own personal diary. It wasn't Maria's handwriting. It was somebody that was pretending to be her identity. They were sent out prior to the events of the 2 days happening. So it was somebody that knew it was happening in advance. Well, again, I don't want to like shit talk, but it's like, if it's who Beatrice is, and I think that it's Jessica's Beatrice, it makes more sense. I agree with you, but the only thing that I'm pretty sure, and I could be misremembering, I'm pretty confident they said that because you have to remember, if the letters were sent out, or if they were put in the thing before the events of the island, right? Because they were predicting it. Because there's no way, but I don't know how to word what I'm trying to say. I'm pretty sure it was somebody on the island that wrote them. It had to be somebody that was on the island, so it had to be one of the servants or one of the family members that was present that wrote it, because they were sent out prior to the events of it happening. Because they didn't have the events correct. They were predicting what happened, right? They were giving multiple scenarios because they're a looper. So because they're a looper, it means that whoever, yeah, definitely Goda, then whoever sent them out had knowledge about what was going to happen and had knowledge that there was multiple games that were going to be played, right? And if they were sent out from the island, it had to have been a servant or one of the people, which once again to me implicates Jessica, who lives on the fucking island. Let me think. What else? What else? What else? What else? Mm-mm. You're right, he did. I totally forgot that, but you're right. He knew about it. I've been suspicious of Rudolph and Curie for a while. I don't think Curie is against us, but I mean, she's with Rudolph, so and I think Rudolph is in my top 5 like suspicion. In fact, he's probably close to top 3. Because he's another character that's been so inconspicuous. For a character that is so essential to the family, he is so inconspicuous. Like, nothing has happened with Rudolph. And especially now with this, it's like, I think it's a message to Rudolph. We know this is Battler's birthday. We would assume that if one of these is a code of a birthday, that the other is also probably a birthday. And then we find out that there's another Battler. This is the other thing, too. Like, obviously, Rudolph would obviously know that this Battler is not Asumu's son. Well, yeah, I don't think he's literally Beatrice, but I think, for instance, if Beatrice is committing these crimes for a reason, she might be committing the crimes for a reason that relates back to Rudolph. I just don't know what that is. Like, I have no clue. Like, think about it like this. This might sound really crazy. What if Battler is the son of, like, the Beatrice as well? What if she had, like, 2 kids? One was Jessica, one was Battler or something. What if they're actually siblings? One's Beatrice, one's him. We know that Battler was raised by Asumu, but he wasn't born from Asumu. Okay. I don't know if there's any more like big overarching questions that I have to ask, so we're gonna do the suspicion list. And then that'll be it. I'm gonna be honest, I thought this wasn't gonna take too long. I'm gonna put it down in writing just to say it. Oh yeah, absolutely. It would be even more disgusting. George and Jessica had asked to sacrifice one they love, but Beatrice wanted Balor to stay the one he loves the most. Well, I think the reason why that was that Battler didn't have somebody, right? Because George had Shen and Jessica had Ken, but Battler didn't have anybody. Okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. I get what you're saying now. And that does make sense. Okay, let's do the suspicion list. Because my throat is fucking sore. I'm probably going to take cold medicine even though I don't have a cold. So that I'm good for whenever I play tomorrow. Suspicion list. I did this in Higurashi. Let me see if we can actually, I'm going to mute the game audio real quick. I want to see if I can find where I made my suspicion list in Higurashi. Don't worry, I won't show anything. But, I do want to go through it. It shouldn't spoil anything. Also, this girl right here, I don't want to talk shit. This is like the first stream too. This girl is the fucking goat, okay? This is Mion, M-I-O-N. This is like, even in this game, in Umineko so far, again, to be fair, I have to see how it plays out. Mion is still my favorite character this guy has written. She is such a good character. I think it would have been here. I'm going to mute my desktop audio and I'm going to cover it for you for a second. Just because I want to... I'll leave you with some music here. I'm going to skim through this to make sure. I know there was... Okay, yeah, I see my suspicion list here. Okay, so... I'm going to tell you right now, do not go to this stream. It is... I won't even say it. I won't even say anything. I will say that I had 2 people that were listed as the highest suspicion, and let's just say that one of the people was a very big player. We'll leave it at that. So let's now... I'm going to close this window so that it's not open. There's nothing to spoil. Okay. There's no display capture, so I'm just going to hide it. Actually, no, I'll go back to display capture so I can open both. Okay, let me save this real quick. So suspicion list. First, we're going to write out every character's name. Okay? I would highly recommend Higurashi. The only thing I would say about Higurashi is I think that Higurashi at times, especially in the question arcs, is paced worse, but Higurashi is also shorter than Umineko, totally. My problem with Higurashi, I don't want to get too dwell on this, I could talk about that game for hours, is that Higurashi has one problem where I feel like it repeats itself too much at the start of the first 3 chapters. And and it covers a lot of events that, not that they're not important, but it's kind of just like character building, but it's like pointless character building. It doesn't actually add anything. So sometimes it felt like with Higurashi, when you were playing it, you were literally just waiting for like the first 3 or 4 chapters to go through so that you could actually like get to new stuff or get to stuff. It felt like it was like a slice of life anime in a weird way, where the start of it was kind of just like fucking around a little bit. That was like my biggest complaint. But that is not how you spell suspicion either. And then notes. I'm actually gonna delete this first so I can copy paste this a bunch. Let me actually include the gap below it too, because then I can just do this. Oops. Actually, I want to do it like this. Stop. Like this. Perfect. Now if I do like this, let me see if I do it. No, because I do it from here, from here, from here. Okay, that's gonna be close to, then we'll fill it out. Okay. So. I'll give him a 1 out of 10. Notes. Okay. Okay, also, I'm going to say as a thing here at the side, when I say suspicion list, I'm talking about overarching, as in, like, is responsible for, basically, is Beatrice, is going to be, like, the thing. Not necessarily that they are not responsible for, like, given levels. I will put them at higher levels if I think that they are more involved in some of the crimes and shit, but the suspicion level is specifically in terms of being Beatrice. Just as an aside, because I know suspicion level's sort of odd, but, like, let's say if I think somebody is working with Beatrice or something, I'd raise them higher. So for instance, I'm gonna give Kraus like a 3 out of 10. I'll give him a 4 out of 10. Actually, I made him a 5, and I'll explain why. Hmm. Actually, wait, no, you know what I should do this as? We're gonna put them on like a tier list. Maybe this makes more sense. I'm gonna fill it out after. And we'll go from the bottom up. Okay. So next we will go... Let me do this real quick. I'll copy this down to everything. Why is that copying a thing after the fact? Okay. I'll read all these when I'm done, but I just want to keep my stream of consciousness as I type, and then I'll go back through all of them afterwards when I actually give them their rating. Okay. Okay. Mm-mm-mm. 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 Oh. Um. Let me think. What else to say about Kiri? Okay. Next is. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, I definitely agree. I think getting Kiri out of the game is like a really smart move because she's too smart. Like, there's no way that you would want to leave her in the game. I feel like the game would not be a game at that point. That's true, yeah. Almost did. If the one stake didn't just eat the bullet. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, exactly. I don't think she's Beatrice, but she's definitely like. Okay. Oh wait, I just realized I fucked my order here. Um. I want it listed like the family tree. Let me just write all the names in so that I have it done. Uh. Okay. Um. Do want to make sure that in this tab, because I might have their names backwards. I know they list last name first. Okay, fuck off. That's not what I clicked. Jesus, I'm fucking. Let's go back. Characters, please. I know they list last names first. Okay, yes, they do. Okay, so yeah. So reverse it. Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure. They didn't know for those characters if I was reversing them or not. Let's go back to here and turn on suspicion again, because I promised. It won the fucking D3 roll. And, I think that's his name, Terumasa. I might correct this if I spelled that wrong, but I think that's his name. Okay. Okay. Yeah, no problem. I'm literally finishing this, copy pasting it over to the other note booklet, and then going to sleep. We're not going to sleep, or at least ending the stream. So, yeah, you can catch the end of it. I'm gonna try and have this uploaded on YouTube. My Google Doc, I will have it uploaded tonight, and I will try to format it so that it's more readable, so all the blue statements are in blue and all the red statements are in red and whatnot. Just so it's more readable for you guys watching it, but the stream went on so much longer. I thought the stream was going to be like a casual, like 2-3 hour stream, and it's literally going to be 8 hours. So. Yeah, hopefully I agree. But thanks for stopping by and for bouncing off of me and theorizing with me for this, because this was definitely a lot. Okay. Mm-mm-mm-mm. 3 days. I'm sorry for not talking very much. I'll read through all of these when I'm done. I'm just trying to get all this done. That is true, but I part of me thinks that was a representation, but it is a little bit sus. You're not wrong. I should put that down. You're right. Okay, and Battler. Okay, so now I'm gonna go through. We're gonna go bottom to top. Remember, 18 is the lowest, 1 is the highest. So for Kinzo, we give him the 18 only because we assume that he's dead. Now, the funny thing is, I'm actually going to bump him. So I'm actually gonna lie to you real quick. We're gonna go to the bottom. So, people that I'm the least suspicious of, I'm gonna be honest with you. It's actually probably Goda. He's not inscribed. He's only been there for 3 years. He doesn't really seem to do anything that would align too much with Beatrice's goals. He doesn't seem to aid any of the people who I have suspicion on, like higher suspicion of. The only thing that's like a little bit more than him is just that he does work. He is more loyal to Kraus / Natsuhi. Is the only suspicious thing about him. So I'd say Goda's the lowest. Next. I'm gonna put Battler at 17. The only reason why I put him there, technically the main character probably would be 18. Actually, yeah, you know what? We're gonna do that because it makes more sense. Okay, even though this is where you get revealed, like Battler was actually the killer all along, and you can clip this in the future when there's something. I'm just gonna flip it just because with Battler, I mean, he's the main character. I'd be pretty surprised. Like I said, I think he's gonna be integral to the story, but like him being or aiding Beatrice, I think is insanely low unless this game has really been lying to me. Which, you know what? At this point, I wouldn't put it out. Battler, given that he's the biggest counter to Beatrice in the entire game, I don't think he is going to be / aid Beatrice. However, much like his dad, he's definitely integral to the unraveling of the story in the answer arcs, and not just because he will be the one to unwind the thread, but that very likely he will also be at the center of why everything is happening. See whatever his sin is. So, there we go. On to the next. I think we're probably going to put... I feel like all the Ushiromiyas have to be higher. I'm gonna put Nanjo. What is there to say? He's literally the GOAT. He also does nothing. The only thing I noticed suspicion is that he has interactions with Kinzo, despite... I said 3, sort of. Oh, I said these. I thought it said 3. I can't read. Is that he has multiple interactions with Kinzo, but Kinzo is supposedly dead for most of the episodes, right? So there's a little bit sus about what's going on there. But he's the GOAT, so it's not him. True. I agree. Who is next? Would I put Kumasawa below? I don't think I would, actually. I think next, so we're on 15 now. 15. How old I will permanently sound, apparently. Question is, do I put Hideyoshi? Or do I put Kumasawa? It's because I think Kinzo is, like, so important. Look, you're right. You know what? I'll put Kinzo here, okay? He's likely extremely important for how the events got to this day. Almost certainly not involved in the events of the episodes after the red statements made at the end of the question arcs. All around douchebag, not nice guy. True. Technically, Kinzo should be, like, last because he's dead. And that's why I had him at last at first, but if there is... The only reason why I don't have him lower... And it's why, you know what, actually, I'm going to stand my fucking ground, okay? I'm actually going to put him higher. The only reason why is because I'm gonna factor in the chance that there is actually magic happening, even though I don't think there is. And if there is magic happening, Kinzo will be, like, Very important. Hideyoshi, I'm just going to put him at 15. I'm going to be honest with you. He's kind of just a dude. He has a bit of a Joker mentality and a poker face, given that we know he was complicit and he was aiding Ava in episode 3. However, I don't really find my eyes crossing him when I think of suspects. He hasn't really done anything of massive importance outside of episode 3, and a lot of the same things about Ava apply to him, where he dies early. He dies very early or in close proximity to Ava. Both of them die in every single episode, save for episode 3 in the second or first Twilight. So, again, not as much on him. Who would I say is next? I feel like Kumasawa has to be here somewhere soon. I'm gonna put her at 14. Slightly more suspicious than the other outsiders, meaning like Goda and Nanjo. Since she's been around for so long and knows so much, given that she also had an interest in the gold, which we learned from her son, it's not like dangling the carrot in front of her was not enticing, but I think she's probably in the clear. She likes Mackerel too, had Virgilia pop out of her in episode 3. Maybe she's secretly a level 99 mob boss pretending to be a level 1, who knows? I don't think so, but maybe I won't be surprised if she has some level to play, but... she's probably a mediator more than anything. Okay. So now we're on to 13. 2013, the year I was born. Let's see. I'm gonna put 13 as Shannon. Probably the least suspicious of the inscribed furniture, given she constantly butts heads and runs counter to Beatrice in most episodes. Perhaps she aids in some ways that she's supposed to serve, since she's supposed to serve. However, her and her brother seem to have a little bit of a disdain for Beatrice, despite her being the second master. This might be a cop-out. I'm gonna put Canon at 12 as well. Canon seems to have a pretty big hatred of her as well. The only reason why I would say more suspicious is due to the relationship with Jessica. He may be willing to go to further lengths if my theories are correct. However, most of what's said about Shannon also applies to him. 11. This is where I think we're probably gonna drop the Kraus bomb on this one, I would say. Drop the Kraus bomb. I think for the most part, he's uninvolved, save likely being a killer in episode 1. However, the thing that makes me suspect Kraus more is the fact that he lived on the island. He should know that Kinzo's died, yet apparently doesn't. He knows the gold exists, but doesn't know where all of it is. He's been funneling money to serve at the island, yet really hasn't found much to show for it. I find it hard to believe he's invested so much resource and really has nothing to show for it. But like I said, unfortunately, we are being misogynistic in our suspicion levels, and all women that are not the servants are almost certainly going to be placed above just by virtue of the game. Actually, wait, I totally lied on Kraus. It's 100% going to be George. George was, like, responsible in the one thing, but I don't think he's really doing that much. He's the Ushirimiya Golden Boy. I can see where he made a Beatrice if her goals overlap with Shannon's in some way, since he is pretty whipped despite him acting otherwise. I don't think he's really a massive player, but it's always the ones you least suspect, so who knows. Put him there. Now let's see. So now we're hitting the top 10. This is where it starts to get real sus. When I look at Kraus or Kinzo, who would I put higher? I'm going to put Kinzo at 10. We already read Kinzo's thing. Because he's dead, I don't think I can put him much higher than that. He moves up this many spots. He moves up this many spots for me just because of the possibility of magic. Let's say that I accepted magic as an explanation. Kinzo would be like probably top 5. He'd probably be like 5. But I just can't put him much higher in good conscience just because of the events of everything. Let me make sure everyone down here other than Genji, right? Yeah, okay. So now I would say it's Kraus. I don't think Kraus can be higher than this. I think he has a fair amount of what's going on, but I think a lot of this is also just self-interested shit. Like, he could be that he has, like, pocket aces and he's not showing anything. It could also be that he literally is incompetent. It's hard to know. I don't really know which. His wife seems like she wears the pants and is a lot more competent despite him trying to act like it's the opposite. So now we're on to 8. Top 8, top 8, top 8. I think this is Kiri. Unfortunately, she gets the woman debuff, but she's like the least suspicious of like the female cast, I would say. Gets the woman debuff like the others because of the nature of the game. However, she generally seems to be on our side, especially against magic and witches. She's definitely the smartest person on the island, and I think she will be integral in unraveling the mystery of it all if poor girl should make it past the first Twilight. Of interest to me is how she was able to provide the key to the epitaph for Ava and Rosa. It doesn't necessarily mean that she knows how to solve it and has been holding out, but she's too smart for her own good to be a total non-player. Like I said, if Kiri is doing anything, I think that it's because she's like self-interested, or because she's aiding Rudolph, which is why she goes as high as I am, because Rudolph, spoiler alert, is going to be relatively high. Now that I look at this, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to put Ava here at 7. Is almost definitively the culprit of episode 3. However, I view it more as her hijacking the happenings of the game and not so much as being the puppet master behind it all, in reference to the meta level game. He doesn't play a prominent role in many other chapters and dies in the first Twilight twice, and the second Twilight I will add here. Twilight once. However, her guilt is almost certain in episode 3. True. Agreed. Real. Now, we have 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And 3 of them are pretty obvious the order in which they're going to go. The question is, who will be 6? Who would I put at 6? I'm gonna put Genji at 6. It's Genji or Rudolph. I'm gonna put Rudolph at 6. The only reason why I'm putting Genji higher is because he's a tool. And I don't mean that in like a derogatory way, but just that he would definitely serve Beatrice. I think Rudolph isn't Beatrice, duh, but is probably a massive linchpin for the unraveling of the story. Remember, my list isn't only just being Beatrice, it's also aiding her. Like being alongside and helping her in some way. It's not just being Beatrice. If it was just being Beatrice, Rudolph would be really low. Rudolph isn't Beatrice, duh, but it's probably a massive linchpin for the unraveling of the story. I feel very confident that the coded message was directed to him. Like I said before, I think this is probably the birthday of the other battler. He seems to be very shrewd and makes odd comments at times. He has too many question marks pointing to him with very little answers behind them, and it makes me very suspicious of him. I believe Battler's sins may be related to Rudolph, and his sins of the father are the sins of the son type deal. Rudolph obviously knows who the mom of both Battlers are, the true and the false one, and the fact that he's gone along with convincing our Battler that he is a Sumu's is very odd. Bastard child angle feels more likely by the minute. True. Now this is where Genji is going to land at 5. The high suspicion of the servants and likely a tool for Beatrice to use in whatever way she likes. He's the most duty-bound of the servants and seems to follow everything Kinzo or Beatrice will say to a T. The fact he is so even-keeled and nonchalant at all times makes me more suspicious of him. I'm going to add this too. I don't think, however, that he has personal aspirations like many of the other people might, which is the only reason why I wouldn't put him any higher than this. Okay, so now we're in the top 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. The only reason why I'm going to list this 4 and the way that I'm going to list it is like this. I'm actually going to put Maria at 4. Now, I know this is sort of contradictory to my list, but when I get to the very top of the list, I have to weigh more the idea of the person actually being Beatrice. And I don't think Maria is Beatrice, and I think there is a non-zero chance of the other ones. Actually, I just convinced myself back. I'm putting Natsui at 4. I lied. I've become less convinced of Natsui as I've gone on. Unfortunately for being a woman in this game, and we're trying to find a witch, she gets a misogynistic increase in suspicion level. I think she's definitely involved in the events of the first episode, particularly the first Twilight. I think all of what is said about Kraus also applies to her, and given that she is more the daily runner of the happenings of the mansion, I should also say, that captures that. She falls under just as much, if not more, suspicion than Kraus. Only thing stopping her from being high is her lack of prominent suspicion in anything outside of episode 1, plus she dies early in a lot of the episodes. Okay, now we got Maria at 3. Maria is only here because of her aiding, basically. But she is like the most clear-cut. I mean, how can she not be insanely suspicious? She's effectively Beatrice's best friend, messenger, sidekick. I doubt Maria is Beatrice, but Maria is almost certainly aiding and abetting Beatrice in every episode given the chance, willing to lie and scheme at Beatrice at every beck and call, and idolizes her. Literally was in an alliance with Beatrice. Maria will also be a major player in why everything is unraveled in the way it has, but I don't think Maria is Beatrice, has the most run-ins, and is the most knowledgeable about her, though. And now, I mean, none of this is really too surprising. I got Rose at 2, and we got Jessica, if I can see her name, at 1. literally for Jessica, I didn't type it because there's just too much, but we'll read Rose's. Outside of the number one suspect, Rose is insanely suspicious. She has constant run-ins with Beatrice. This is also including the human, like, real, like, we'll say 67 Beatrice. Her daughter feels like Beatrice's sidekick messenger at all times. She has too many suspicious things that occur around her and too many relations to Beatrice that are known about to just handwave. I think Rose is also far more intelligent and cunning than she lets off, evident by the fact that she solved the epitaph along with Ava in episode 3. She is not the forgotten younger sibling as she may be portrayed. Even if she is not Beatrice, I think she is definitely a big-time player. And number 1 is Jessica, my prime suspect, have far too many little things that line up / are unexplainable, has many suspicious happenstances, ends up alive in almost every single game until the end or close to, save episode 2. She also lives on the island and has a raised suspicion that both of her parents have. If you want to know why I'm suspicious, literally read all of the notes to this point. It's too much to type. So, with all of this being said, the theory stream, I believe we can now cap off as saying is done. Let me save this. I'm going to copy all of this. We're going to go here. And we're going to put this. Okay? I just copy pasted it into this document. Okay? I'm going to put a line between it too, so that when you look through the document, you can see the separation. So I'm going to do this. Just so you know that this stuff is separate. It was from the other document. Again, if you're watching the VOD, none of this is confusing whenever you read it all combined in one document. But if for whatever reason you were reading this and not hearing me say this at this part, it would be kind of confusing. With all of this being said, let me find where I put the episode break line. I just saw it. Kind of hard to pick it out when you go too fast. There it is. And now we go all the way to the bottom. And we put this here. And the start of the next stream. Episode 5. And we got answer, arc, start. Save this. Close this. Close this. And that's all. This is the capstone of the question arcs, which has been over about 3 weeks. I think a little bit more. Almost a month. 3 weeks, a little bit over 3 weeks, almost a month. We started on April 16th or 17th, and it's May 12th right now. Probably about the same time to finish it. I'd imagine early June. I'm probably going to try and be a little bit more punctual on getting this done, because I don't want this to bleed into when my school gets more heavy flow. Thank you for this. You know what? I did this the last time. But let's actually let this shit rip. Because we might not see this ever again. Maybe. I don't think we will, because we're going to still answer our shit. And I will say, the problem is, yeah, absolutely no problem. Appreciate anybody who stopped by, you for stopping by, for bouncing off me for fucking, like, 8 hours of theorizing. I thought I was going to be here for like 2 hours, and it just kept going because I realized how fucking dense this game is. The other thing I didn't mention for Jessica, which I've said at other points, is like she kind of just looks like Beatrice, which I know is sort of like a cop-out answer, but she does kind of just look like her. So... I like the song. I think it's going to switch though once we get to the answer arc, because I think it's going to have like a different thing. Although I will say, if the answer arc has an intro video, I will be closing my eyes because I'm not getting spoiled for the fucking answer arcs. Dun 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 dun.